Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Adopted by Captain Smoker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The day the earth fell, Luffy and his brothers were right in the middle of lunch. Dayton, their caregiver and owner of the orphanage, was a strict woman but had a heart of gold. Luffy knew this because once a month, she'd treat all her charges to burgers and fries from the local shop that she'd normally complain about not being able to afford. Anyone who scraped to give them nice food was a good person in his book. Luffy moved his legs back and forth happily as he chewed on a fry, eyes scrunching closed in contentment. On his left was Ace, one of his self-proclaimed big brothers. Ace even looked a little like him with his dark hair, though they weren't actually related. Sabo, who was on his right, had blonde hair and was definitely the smartest brother. Ace and Sabo had been living at the orphanage for a few years before Luffy arrived and were close friends. Apparently, they'd been living on the street before being found by police officers and placed with Dayton. Sabo didn't talk much about his time before, but Ace told him the scar on his face was from his parents. Luffy didn't really understand, but he decided they must bad if they hurt Sabo. His raven-haired and freckled brother didn't have parents, which was just like him. Ace came across as mean, but he was actually really nice, at least to him and Sabo, most of the time. When Luffy first arrived, they hadn't paid much attention to him, but he tried really hard and eventually they became friends. Now, after stealing some of Dayton's alcohol, they'd become sworn brothers and a family, no matter what other people said. Ace, Sabo, Luffy. Dayton said, drawing Luffy out of his thoughts, "There's a couple coming by today who may be interested in you three, so get yourselves clean and for the love of everything that's pure in this world, don't do anything to them." Luffy giggled to himself at the thought of the last family who'd tried to adopt them, or at least him. He'd refused to go without his brothers and, after they'd tried to take him away by force, Ace and Sabo ran them out of the building. "We will do our very best to remain somewhat civil," Sabo replied politely. The blonde had a silver tongue, as Ace liked to put it. Luffy thought he sounded super smart for a 10-year-old. "Though I cannot guarantee their safety should they try to separate us." Dayton sighed. "Yeah, whatever, just don't do anything that could come back to me. I've got enough on my plate as it is." Out of all 10 kids that lived with Dayton, Luffy and his brothers ate the most, and always finished first. They wasted no time in throwing their dishes on the sink and trotting back to their shared room on the second floor. Inside, there was one window and 2 bunk beds, one of which was currently empty. Sabo's side was neat and had all sorts of smart stuff like charts of space or the stars. He also had a stack of books he'd borrowed from the library on topics like NASA, space travel, and telescopes. Sabo loved space. Ace and Luffy's side had things related to the ocean. Luffy loved pirates and pretty much anything that lived on or in the water. Ace, on the other hand, didn't claim to like anything, but he never complained when Luffy put up one of his whale drawings, so he figured his brother liked it just as much as he did. Luffy plopped down on the mattress and adjusted his straw hat when it fell into his eyes. To most, it was an odd accessory, but it was special to him. One of his first friends, a man named Shanks, had given it to him before leaving him at the orphanage. He'd secretly wanted the man to adopt him, but Shanks was a free spirit, a traveler, and Luffy feared bringing him along would slow him down. Even so, he was eternally grateful to the man for finding him when his grandpa had forgotten him in the closet. Sabo tried to explain why he couldn't go back to his grandpa, but it never made sense to him. Was it that strange to be locked in a closet and denied food when you were bad? Grandpa said it would make him stronger. Maybe it was because he was 7 and not 10. Maybe he'd understand when he was 10 years old, like his brothers. "Hey guys, check this out," Sabo exclaimed quietly, turning a book, a new one he noticed, around for them to see. Luffy and Ace leaned in, the latter snorting when he saw what was on the page. "TCH, you and your aliens. I'm telling you, there's no such thing." There's not?" Luffy asked, head tilting in confusion, "but Sabo's smart and he says they're real." "Are you calling me stupid?" Ace screeched, catching him in a headlock. Luffy yelped and squirmed as Sabo laughed. Now, I know there's not much evidence, but you can't deny that it's cool to think about. Life on other planets, somewhere out there." Ace released Luffy and they went back to looking at the page. Even though he wasn't super good at reading yet, he eyed the picture with big eyes. The creature depicted on the top half of the page was like a lizard person and the one on the bottom had lots of tentacles. "Are they nice?" "Well, I don't know, Lou," Sabo admitted, closing the book. "If aliens are out there, hopefully they're nice. Just imagine how much they could contribute to society." "Yeah, or eat our brains," Ace put in with a smirk, making Luffy gasp and pull his hat lower. "I don't want to get eaten." Ace, quit it, you're scaring him. After arguing and wrestling for a few minutes, they all collapsed onto Luffy's bed, the lower bunk, laughing as they fell backwards. Luffy wasted no time cuddling up to Ace since he was always warm with a soft smile. Brothers sure were a nice thing to have. Oi, Luffy, your hat's jabbing me in the ribs. Just let him be, Ace. Sabo chuckled, gently moving his hat down to his back. It's cute. Luffy grinned wider as the dark-haired kid finally gave in and hugged him back. They stayed like that for a while, simply enjoying the rare silence. That is, until their room started shaking. Ace jolted upright as the building shook, things falling off the walls and breaking. Downstairs, he could hear the other children screaming and Dayton yelling something. What's going on? Luffy asked, clinging to him something fierce. I think it's an earthquake. Sabo replied, sitting up and meeting Ace's gaze. He nodded to him and they both threw themselves over Luffy, covering him with their own bodies and the comforter as they waited it out. Thankfully, it didn't last long and subsided a few seconds after it began. Underneath him, Luffy's shoulders were shaking, indicating he was crying. Ace clicked his tongue and pulled the small boy up and into his arms, which was kind of hard when he was already latched onto his chest like a limpet. Beside him, Sabo jumped out of bed and rushed to the window. Whoa, lots of trees got knocked over. He relayed, we should go downstairs and see if everyone else is okay. Ace nodded in agreement and hefted Luffy higher so he could walk. The kid barely weighed anything, so it wasn't that hard. Downstairs, there was lots of broken glass and plates on the floor, but the others appeared to be uninjured. Oi, you three, you all right? Dogra, one of Dayton's helpers asked. Yeah, we're fine. Ace replied, Lou's just scared. What happened? Sabo asked, we don't usually get earthquakes around here. Dogra shrugged. Not sure. Dayton's trying to get the news on so we can see if they're covering it. The three brothers along with the rest of the children followed Dogra into the living room area where Dayton was grumbling and messing with the TV remote. The screen was on but didn't show anything other than static. The orange-haired woman cursed and kicked the thing, not that it helped. Before Sabo could suggest his assistance, as Ace knew he would, the static cleared. But what showed up was not the news. Ace, who's that? Luffy whispered, now standing on his feet but still glued to his side. Ace swallowed hard. I don't know, Lou. The person who appeared on the screen was seated on a throne-like chair and was covered from head to toe in a white cloak, which obscured their face. What really made Ace nervous was their hands, the only part of the person that was visible. The fingers were abnormally long and a stony gray color. Next to him, Sabo gasped as a robot, there really was no other word for it, appeared next to the cloaked one. It floated in the air and had a red, glowing spot where its head was supposed to be. The larger one hissed something, and the robot began to speak in a monotonous and, well, robotic voice. Humans. Ace held Luffy closer as the one with the fingers spoke, sending shivers down his spine. Was the robot translating? You have been found guilty of crimes against the Celestial Alliance. By decree of the Great Ones, your status as sentient beings has been revoked, effective immediately. What's that mean? Ace softly asked Sabo, who had gone pale. I don't know. We are here to exact your sentence. It stopped for a moment. Death. Ace's breath hitched in his throat. Death? What the hell did they mean by that? Surely this was a prank of some kind. Resistance is futile. SBMSNIS preferred. The robot drawled on, translating for the other figure, WE-. Dayton turned the TV off, startling everyone. Ha, that's some joke. She grumbled, no doubt a hacker or something got himself plugged into the cable network. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, but Luffy was trembling. Hey, Lou, it's okay. Sabo whispered, kneeling down in front of him. Though he was still pale himself, he gently prompted the small boy to look up at him, tears in his eyes. You hear that? Dayton says there's nothing to worry about, that was just a prank. Really? Yeah, so don't be scared. The house shook again, this time more severely than before. Everyone fell to the floor and covered their heads as the lights went out, some breaking into pieces. Luffy cried out in fear when all the windows shattered. Glancing up, Ace noticed Sabo was crawling towards the door as best he could, so he followed, pulling Luffy along with him. By the time he reached the door and exited, the shaking had subsided a little, but it wasn't gone. Sabo was standing up, face towards the heavens. Oi, Sabo, what's dash? He stopped short when he saw his brother's face. It was full of terror. Ace gripped Luffy tightly, turned to see what Sabo was looking at, and his jaw dropped. The sky was on fire. Clouds churned and appeared almost red. The ground shook even more as many somethings, came down through the atmosphere. To Ace, they could be nothing else but ships, oval in shape with thrusters on the bottom and sides controlling their descent. Oh God. They were being invaded. Sabo found it difficult to move at the sight of alien ships slowly making their way down towards them. Entertaining the idea of life beyond Earth had always been just for fun since there was no scientific evidence to support the many theories he had found. But now, faced with such an imminent threat, all those days reading into a seemingly ridiculous topic could pay off. Glancing beside him to his brothers, he grit his teeth. Though Ace was technically the oldest, by a few months, in this situation, he felt some responsibility for their safety. In his mind, he quickly catalogued their strengths, weaknesses, and where they could go to hopefully not die. He and Ace were pretty good in a fight, but Lou was a different story. Currently, the small boy had tears streaming down his face and was physically trembling. Though he hated to say it, Luffy was their main weakness. It wasn't the kid's fault, he was only 7. When he'd read stories people had written about aliens, many times they were portrayed as benevolent or at least kind enough to let the children live. After that cloaked alien speech though, the chances of them being spared simply for their age probably wasn't something to bank on. Thankfully, Sabo had a good hiding place in mind. Somewhere they needed to get to, and fast. "Ace, I know somewhere we can go." He yelled over the wind, "We should go get our things and dash." "There's no time." His brother interrupted, pointing up at the ships. Their descent had slowed to the point where they were hovering in the air and something opened at the ends, appearing suspiciously similar to a cannon. When it began to charge up with green light, they started running. Yelling for Dayton and the others to run, Sabo and Ace took off down the street, shoes and sandals hitting the pavement. They desperately dragged Luffy behind them, and Sabo glanced back at what was definitely a weapon and prayed it took a while to charge or malfunctioned or. With a deafening screech, beams of energy shot from the ships, all of them at once. The 3 boys threw themselves to the ground as one soared over them and caused a massive explosion where it landed. Ears ringing, Sabo shakily pushed himself up. There was smoke everywhere. Ace was saying something and Luffy was sobbing. The little boy had a cut on his forehead that bled into his eye. "Do we go? Sabo, where do we go?" He shook his head and refocused. "The library. It has a basement." They took off. Running towards town, terrified the ships would fire again. Sabo was certain now that these aliens were anything but friendly and probably wouldn't be taking prisoners either. Smoker watched with a scowl as their ships completely decimated the ground below. Their ship's high-energy beams plowed through the native structures like paper. Glancing down further, he could just barely make out little specks running in terror as their home was destroyed all around them. Though he knew many despicable things had been done by these creatures, these humans, or whatever they called themselves, it seemed excessive. "Enjoying the show, Captain?" Smoker didn't have to turn around to know who it was, Nezumi, the rat. He'd always hated him, all arrogance and no actual strength. "This isn't for your entertainment, it's for justice." "Doesn't mean it isn't entertaining." The rat laughed, whiskers twitching with his face. "Besides, with the official decree, these primitives are no more than animals. No one will care if we kill a few." Smoker frowned, knowing the man was right, but still disliking the idea. The Celestials, or the Great Ones, as they were commonly called, were so powerful that they could declare an entire race to be lower than traditional citizens. It happened quite a lot actually. The humans were not the first. No doubt after the initial invasion and punishment had been completed, hunters would come and capture any survivors to gift to the Great Ones, nobles, and anyone else who was interested in an exotic new pet. Because they weren't considered equal to everyone else anymore. These people who lived on the appropriately nicknamed Dark Planet had done many atrocities to visiting beings from across the universe. The planet was so far out that most didn't bother with the trip, but those who did, merchants, traders, hunters, and the like, did not return. In fact, the Alliance had no idea what was going on except for rather unsavory rumors until one escaped the humans' clutches and told his tale. It was truly horrible and gruesome what they did, and there was a part of Smoker that reveled in the destruction. That the humans deserved everything that was coming. And yet, as he watched towers fall and craters form, he couldn't help but wonder why the planet was not more developed. For people who could hold powerful warriors hostage, their defenses were quite lacking. "Sirs." A grunt whose name escaped Smoker greeted with a salute. "The Admiral requests the presence of all ranked officers for a debriefing." Nezumi smirked at him before heading down the hallway. Smoker snarled at him but followed his lead a few seconds later. As he made his way towards the command deck of the ship, he received a few glances. Smaller soldiers gave him berth, and some turned their noses up. Smoker knew how he looked: broad, muscled, white hair. He was a mutt, mixed race. His mother had been Laika, a race of large and rather furry creatures who lived in the mountains of New Mu, and he had no idea what his father was. The result of their coupling had given birth to him, Chase Smoker, now Captain Smoker of a small Celestial-sanctioned ship, though he was currently away from his crew on his DMED mission. He admittedly didn't look much like a Laika but did have white fur on the sides of his face, arms, and down his spine. Thankfully, while he had inherited his bulk and thick, tanned skin from his mother, he'd been spared the snout and tail. His ears were pointed, but not covered in ridiculous fuzz. When they arrived at their destination, the room was already filled with officers, big and small. One of the Alliance's selling points was how diverse its army was. Standing with his back to them currently as he watched the destruction out the front of the ship, was Admiral Akainu. The man was larger than Smoker and had harsh skin that sometimes released sweat so hot it could burn even his skin. Akainu was a pureblood from some planet no doubt covered in lava. Smoker hadn't cared to look much into it. All he knew was that the man was heartless, serious, and sometimes very cruel, even to his own men. Part of the reason he resented being put on this particular ship. Men, this is a crusade. Akainu bellowed, not bothering to turn around. These humans have insulted the justice of the Alliance and we are here to carry out their punishment. His statement received a few cheers. Do not forget their status, no more than canids now. Smoker raised an eyebrow at the comparison. Canids were six-legged drooling creatures that were common pets in populated areas of the Alliance. Hardly similar to the bipedal humans, or at least in nothing but declared status. Once the initial attack has finished, we will land and disembark on the surface. The atmosphere may not be compatible for some of you, so make sure you wear full armor and take a tank with you. Akainu raised his fist. Show these primitives the power of the Alliance. While everyone responded to the Admiral's speech, Smoker remained neutral with his arms crossed. He knew the man who escaped the Dark Planet, he was a friend. So of course, he wanted vengeance for the wrongs done against him. But even so, he disapproved of massacres and subsequent enslavement. Especially of a species that appeared so weak, at least from his initial observation. Hardly militarized at all. He followed the crowd out of the command deck and to the deployment board where their specific orders were displayed. Smoker waited patiently while those in front of him read theirs and took a cigar out of his pocket. He wasn't allowed to smoke on the ship, but maybe he could once he was down on the surface. Oh wait, he'd have his helmet on, DMN. Finally, there was room for him to step forward and read his assignment. Unsurprisingly, he was alone with his own transport vehicle. Just how he preferred it. Most of the other soldiers on the ship either didn't know him or were frightened of him. Next to his name, was a simple order. Punish to your discretion. Easy to understand, difficult to DSPLN later should he not comply due to its obscurity. Perfect. By the time they reached town, it was total chaos. People running screaming, trying to find shelter where they could. Ace tried to catch his breath, but only succeeded in inhaling another mouthful of dust. With all the destruction, the air was becoming thick and foul. He glanced down at his baby brother when he started to cough, dried blood sticky to the side of his face from the cut that had finally stopped bleeding. His straw hat was around his neck. And, much like him and Sabo, he was completely covered in dirt, dust, and grime. Ace hoped Dayton and the other children had found shelter. This way. Sabo called over the noise of sirens and screams, motioning for them to follow. Before moving, he knelt down so Luffy could climb onto his back. The poor kid was terrified, and he didn't want them to get separated. With his bundle secured, Ace took off after his brother towards the library. At the sight of bodies under remains of buildings and bleeding people stumbling along the street, he ordered Luffy not to look. But Just don't, Lou. He replied firmly, pleased when his little brother buried his face in his neck. Luffy didn't need to see this. Above them, the ships were firing at random now, most of the beams thankfully overshooting the town by a few miles. At least for now. After what felt like forever, they arrived at the library which was thankfully still standing. Sabo immediately led them around back and started to move rocks and sheets of metal away from something. Bo? Ace hissed, eyes glued to the sky. The ships were adjusting their trajectory. Why aren't we going in the front? Because this is my secret way in. He replied, revealing a well-hidden hole in the wall. It leads directly to the basement. I don't know if you noticed, but the main entrance didn't look like it was going to hold out much longer. Just as he said that, a loud crash sounded from the front of the library. DMN, Sabo was good. Wasting no more time, the three boys rushed inside and swiftly covered the small entrance with metal sheets and whatever else they had on hand. There were stairs that led downwards inside that they rushed down until it leveled out into a small room. There were stacks of books and some blankets that indicated Sabo spent a lot of time here. Just as Ace sat Luffy down, a whine came from up above. It sounded like a train passing them by. Eyes widening, Ace and Sabo curled around Luffy as the room shook violently and their only light, a small bulb, shattered into pieces. When the noise finally stopped, the brothers slowly unwound themselves. Luffy's muffled whimpering and their heavy breathing broke the silence. That attack probably hit the town. It was a good thing they'd made it underground in time. You two okay? Ace asked, shaking Sabo and brushing hair out of Luffy's face. The small boy nodded while biting his lip tightly. Sabo coughed before responding. Why yeah, I'm good. Ace, Sabo? Luffy hiccuped, curling a cold hand around Ace's heart. The boy sounded so scared. Are the bad aliens gone? I don't know, Lou. Ace replied, meeting his blonde brother's gaze. One of us should go check. Maybe after blowing them up with their crazy weapons, the aliens left? They argued briefly about who should go, but eventually they decided on Ace with a short game of rock paper scissors. Sabo cuddled Luffy close, settling down to wait while Ace made his way back to the surface. Thankfully their door hadn't collapsed. Moving the barriers, he crawled out slowly and took a look around. At first, nothing appeared all that different, until he turned to face the library. His eyes widened. With the exception of the very back of the building, it was gone, completely destroyed. He hadn't noticed in the stairwell, but there was nothing left of the once proud library. Now only bricks and pieces of wall remained. Ace walked around the destruction, cataloging the burning books and pages fluttering in the air. Sabo would be sad to have lost one of his favorite places, but at least they were alive. Had they tried the front door? Beyond the library, the town was just as bad. From the looks of it, the beam had struck a path straight through Main Street. There were a few people stumbling around, some screaming for help while others tried to pull their loved ones out from under fallen debris. But, other than the sound of creaking buildings and crackling flames, there was no whoosh of lasers or other weapons from the sky. Suspicious, Ace looked up. The ships were no longer hovering and were coming down, all the way down. They were going to land. One ship that was closest to them, and probably responsible for their small town's destruction, set down in a field not far from the south side of Fusha. Ace watched closely as what remained of their police force scrambled to set up a perimeter while firefighters escorted people away. Deciding he wanted a closer look, Ace jogged up and hid behind a wall that used to be part of a grocery store. The few remaining officers leveled their guns at the ship even as a ramp lowered itself to the ground, facing the town. The ship itself was massive, probably holding a lot of freaky alien people. Ace found himself wondering if they were the lizard or tentacle kind, or if they looked like that one from the movie E.T. He flinched when a sound came from the now open ship, the sound of boots hitting the metal. Ace's hands started to shake against his will as a group, no, an army of armored aliens marched out of the ship. They all wore white and gray armor that covered them from head to toe. He couldn't tell what they looked like because the head part was opaque, but it looked like they could see just fine. Strangely enough, they weren't all the same size. Some were tall and skinny, others were short and squat, but their uniforms were all the same. Ace fell behind the wall when they started shooting. Heart racing, he sprinted back towards the library, only glancing back once. The aliens were firing red lasers from their guns that tore through human flesh like butter, and they were shooting at anything that moved. He saw vehicles of some sort come out of the ship just as he turned the corner and rushed around the remains of the library towards the small entrance hole. The second he was inside, he blocked up the door as securely as possible and took the steps two at a time until he was back with his brothers, both of whom jumped at his sudden arrival. Are they shooting? Sabo asked, eyes flicking upward. The sounds of the aliens' weapons and assault coming through the walls. Yeah, they're on the ground now. Ace explained, arms opening for Luffy as he threw himself into his arms. It's bad, Sabo. Real bad. They cuddled up in a corner, trying to comfort each other as dust and rocks fell from the attack happening above. Every scream or whiz of a gun made Luffy tremble harder. Are we gonna die? He finally asked, voice barely a whisper and hoarse from all the dust he'd inhaled. Ace's bottom lip trembled, unsure what to say. He wanted to comfort his baby brother and tell him it'd be okay, that they'd be okay and go back to Dayton's, but, don't worry. Sabo said in his place, no matter what, we'll stick together. We'll protect you, Lou. Ace sent his brother a grateful look. That's right, we're your big brothers, and we won't let anything happen you. Luffy sniffled and big, brown eyes met his own. But what if an alien comes? Then we'll beat the crap out of it. Ace put in, brandishing a fist in faux bravado. He had to fake it, for Luffy. Smoker didn't bother leaving the ship until the majority of the ground invasion was over, at least for this particular sector. He didn't want to deal with trigger-happy rookies who enjoyed mowing down their enemies with no sense of remorse or conscience. With his helmet under his arm, Smoker exited the interior of the ship into the docking bay, where his bike was waiting. The vehicle was quite large with compartments on both sides available for storage and heavy-duty wheels for difficult terrain. It was one of his prized possessions. He also brought a few weapons, just in case. First, a standard-issue assault gun, second, his jutty. The long pole-like weapon had apparently belonged to his father, who he had never had the pleasure of meeting. He didn't keep it for sentimental reasons, he just enjoyed using it. Unlike the bulky weapons many of his colleagues used, the jutty was light and allowed him great versatility when fighting. Smoker opened one of the storage compartments, noting it was mostly empty. Oh well, it wasn't like he really needed to bring anything other than some snacks and water. In the other box, he had a few blankets and an army-issue survival kit that included medical supplies. Securing his helmet over his head, Smoker swung a leg over the bike and turned it on. He wished he didn't have to wear the insulated suit, but it was required regardless of whether or not he could breathe in the atmosphere. The dark planet had an interesting mix of elements that weren't poisonous to breathe in, but he did run the risk of becoming lightheaded due to the thinness of the air. Riding out of the ship and down the ramp, Smoker examined his surroundings. This area of the planet had lots of fields and not many settlements. Adjusting his in-helmet screen, he magnified his sight. The town closest to the ship looked to have been already hit by their forces, and hard. Beyond that was a much larger city that appeared to be in the throes of combat. It was likely the soldiers had rushed through the smaller village to reach the large one, more humans to punish. He could see some interesting ships in the sky, ones that didn't belong to them. Perhaps the humans were finally trying to fight back? Returning his screen to normal, Smoker revved his bike and set out towards the village closest to him. Though it was mostly destroyed, he wanted to take his time and maybe learn something more about the dark planet's inhabitants. The first thing he noticed upon entering the settlement's border was how many bodies there were. Curious to see one up close, Smoker stopped and dismounted his bike. After kneeling down next to one, he flipped it over so he could see its face. The human was definitely dead and appeared male to his eyes. Interestingly, it wore a blue uniform, much like many of the others around them. A member of the military perhaps? The human skin was squishy to the touch, though he couldn't feel it through his suit. No wonder they died so easily, they had no natural protection. Before he stood up, Smoker closed the soldier's eyes. Though they were enemies, he died trying to protect his people and deserved at least some honor in death. Moving back to his bike, he kept his eyes open for any movement. Though he couldn't see anything with his naked eye, it was possible some survivors were around. If there was one thing he'd learned during his time in the military, it was that living things were stubborn, especially when they were threatened with extinction. Seating himself on his vehicle, Smoker activated its scan by tapping a few buttons on the screen that was strategically placed between the two handlebars. If there were humans around, he would know. Continuing through the wrecked settlement, he examined what was left of the architecture. For a primitive species, they built some impressive structures. Smoker's attention moved back to the screen on his bike when it beeped. There were only about 100 blips, not many for the size of the village. Some of them were celestial soldiers as indicated by the red color of the dots that resonated with the devices in their suites. The green dots had to be humans, and a group of them was coming towards him. Casually stopping and stepping off his bike, he acted as if he was examining the remains of a building, allowing them to approach. He didn't know if these were hostile and he didn't want to kill unnecessarily. Smoker dug through the rubble and pulled out the burnt remains of what had to be a book. Though the pages were black, there was writing on it. He flipped through it, looking for some indication of what it said. Unfortunately, the human's strange language, or many languages, was beyond his comprehension. Still, for them to have written history meant they had progressed as a civilization beyond many others in the universe. He put the book down when something bounced off his back armor. Standing up and turning around, he was met by a group of humans, some of which were armed with what appeared to be guns. Two who wore blue were at the front, shaking as they yelled something at him and to their group. The humans behind them were a mix of ages and didn't wear blue, which led Smoker to believe they were non-combatants. One of them was a large female with bright hair that almost looked like a female Laika. She escorted a group of children and frail-looking males down the street after a stiff glare at him. Smoker ignored the weak group and focused on the humans in blue. After the non-combatants left, 4 more soldiers appeared. He wasn't terribly worried, having already seen their weapons could not penetrate his armor. But he also didn't want to kill them if he could help it. His thought was interrupted when they all opened fire. With a sigh, Smoker removed his jutty from his back, armor absorbing the shock of whatever was in those guns easily. It didn't take long to incapacitate the humans, all it took was some swift hits to their heads or neck and they fell. He knelt next to them to check if they were still alive once he'd taken them all down. 2 were still breathing, but the others, it appeared he hadn't checked his strength enough. They were dead. DMN. Smoker thought, standing up. Humans were so fragile. And these were the males. A soft sound made him turn around, bloody jutty still in his hand. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of a child. It was about the size of the ones that had just passed, and it had obviously been trying to sneak past him while his back was turned. Had it seen him kill these soldiers? Upon closer inspection, this one was male and had strange spots on his face. Before he could make a move, it yelled something behind him in that nonsensical language of theirs, prompting another human boy to emerge, this human holding a tiny one in his arms. They took one last look at him and started running down the street, doing their best to avoid burning rubble and holes. Smoker huffed and sat down on his bike to clean off his jutty. Luffy peeked over Sabo's shoulder to watch the big alien as his brothers ran as fast as they could. Once everything quieted down again, they'd left their safe spot to try and find help. Amazingly, Ace had spotted Dayton and the others, only to watch the policeman get struck down by the armored alien. Now they were running for their lives, praying they could catch up to Dayton. "Is it coming?" Ace yelled, not looking back. "No, I don't think. Wait, it's getting on the bike." Sabo replied, briefly glancing back at the big alien. Luffy swallowed bile rising in his throat. Would it hit them with its stick like it did the nice policeman? He didn't want to die. "Dayton!" Ace screeched, "Where are you?" His voice was drowned out by the sound of airplanes up above and the vehicles starting up behind them. Luffy held onto Sabo tighter as the alien began to ride closer to them. There was no way they could outrun it. Sabo, and Luffy, followed Ace as he took a sharp left down an alleyway with lots of debris. His freckled brother crawled through a small space blocked by fallen beams and accepted Luffy from Sabo so he could follow him. The hole was so small, maybe the alien wouldn't keep coming after them? When Sabo had trouble getting through the space, Ace put Luffy down to help him. By the time they were all through, the alien had stopped his bike at the entrance of the alley and was watching them closely. It was hard to tell what it was thinking when they couldn't see its face, just a cloudy helmet. "Don't stop," Sabo told him, grabbing his hand to continue running. "This might slow it down, but probably won't be enough to dash." They ran straight into Ace's back, sending Luffy flying down onto his bottom. "Oi, Ace!" "What dash?" Sabo stopped short at the sight of the rubble in front of them, newly fallen and directly in their path. Luffy got up with a whine of pain and watched his big brothers try to find a way through the blocked path, to no avail. They were trapped. Smoker wasn't sure what to do. He'd followed the human younglings mostly because they were running down the only accessible street in the village, due to the rubble, and they'd somehow ended up crawling into an area they couldn't get out of, without going past him at least. It was clear that in their fear they'd done it accidentally, and now the two bigger ones were exchanging heated words while the small one started trembling. Smoker glanced at his screen to see if the large female was still around. Perhaps he could guide them back this way so they could take them into their group? Unfortunately, there were no more large groups on his radar, indicating they'd probably gotten in a ground vehicle and escaped the area already. With a huff he stepped off his bike and leaned against it, making the three children flinch away with big eyes. Humans were such flighty things. He supposed he could just leave them. Once he was gone, they'd probably just climb back through the debris and... Smoker was drawn out of his thoughts by his communicator beeping inside his helmet. With a tap to the side of his visor, a voice came through directly into his ear. "Attention, this is a direct message from the Supreme Commander." Smoker raised an eyebrow. Sengoku? The man was overseeing the invasion off-planet, not far from the planet's moon. Sectors 33, 48, 109, and 111 to 157 have been cleared for debridement. All personnel need to evacuate to their ships immediately until further notice. I repeat dash. That wasn't good. Debridement was another name for burning everything in the area to the ground using a weapon the Great Ones were particularly fond of. Clicking his bike screen, he checked what sector the settlement was in. 157, crap. Just on the edge of it? It would be simple to get on his bike and ride back to the ship. After all, he and the other soldiers were used to dealing with the whims of the Celestials. They probably wanted to carve something into the planet as a symbol of their dominion or something. However, that would also mean leaving these three humans at the mercy of fire and a heat so intense they would die very painful deaths. What to do? "Chase, you read me?" It was a familiar voice, one he recognized right away. "Akiji, what do you want?" He replied, trying not to make any sudden movements that would scare the humans even more. "If you're calling to accept my transfer request for this mission, it's a little late." Kuzan laughed. "Nah, you're stuck with Sakazuki for the time being. Did you hear the report? I noticed you're in one of the red areas." "Yeah, I just got it. I'm on my way back to the ship now. How long do I have?" "Not long, I recommend you hurry." The communicator turned off, bringing a curse from his lips. If he didn't hurry up, he would be fried along with the humans, and Akainu probably wouldn't bother to wait for him. If only he'd been put on Akiji's ship instead, he would have waited for him. With another look at the small humans, Smoker made his decision. He couldn't just leave them to die, regardless of their race or current status. Hopefully he could return them to their planet after the invasion was over. Akainu would probably mock him for his bleeding heart, but only if he found out. He could feel 3 sets of eyes on him as he reached into one of his bike's storage compartments and pulled out the survival kit. The other side was pretty much empty, so he could put them in there, hopefully. They were probably going to fight him, so he would need to put them out somehow. Smoker didn't want to use force or risk killing them. These were younglings, not adults. I'm really not cut out for dealing with children. He mused as he took out some rope and put it to the side. For once, he wished his bumbling second-in-command Tashigi was here. She was better equipped to handle situations that required delicacy. With his jutty on his back, Smoker removed his sanctioned gun from its holster, hitting a switch that changed it from deadly to stun. Honestly, he wasn't sure how the humans' frail bodies would react to it, but it was currently his best option. At the sight of the weapon, the humans started to panic and squeal in those high-pitched voices of theirs. The 2 larger ones tugged the little human behind them and picked up pieces of metal. Smoker sighed as they brandished their makeshift weapons. Of course, with his back against the wall, he would do the same thing. With one hand holding the gun, he used his free hand to push debris out of his way so he could reach the fearful humans. The closer he got, the more the older 2 growled. Did humans bite? He hoped not. The second he stepped into their space, the 2 metal rods hit him on the head and chest. Naturally, they bounced right off, sending the 2 bigger humans skidding along the ground. Smoker observed their movements for a bit, somewhat impressed with their teamwork and how they immediately rebounded for another attack. However, he didn't have much time. On their next assault, he grabbed the dark-colored one's weapon and wrenched it out of his hands, deciding he would be first. It hadn't taken long to deduce that this one was the most violent of the 3. With a slight push of the trigger, a pulse exited the gun's barrel and hit the kid straight on. He collapsed to the ground, limp within seconds. The youngest cried out and the one with lighter coloring took a step back, but only momentarily. He flung himself at Smoker again, this time with more force. The old soldier decided this one was the strategist, never coming at him the same way twice, trying to figure out a weakness. But, with a flick of his wrist and pull of the trigger, the second boy went down, unconscious and hopefully not dead. The only one left, the tiny one with the hat, rushed forward when the second human fell and attempted to rouse them with little shakes and calls. Smoker watched with pity in his eyes as the little dark-haired child tried to pull his kin away from him. Holstering his gun, because he had no idea what that would do to a human so small, Smoker knelt down in front of the little one and reached for him, which made him screech and scramble away as fast as his weak legs could take him. Though they were all filthy, this one had quite a bit of blood on his face from a head wound. It was a deep red color, just like his. How curious. Also interesting was the old scar under his left eye. Smoker couldn't help but wonder how that had happened. When he finally grabbed hold of the boy, he beat his little fists against his armored hands and flailed around like a wriggling amphibian. Smoker held him at arm's length when it started curling its dull teeth around one of his fingers. Apparently, humans do bite. Though it didn't hurt, it did make him feel somewhat uncomfortable. So, as quickly as possible he carried the squirming human back to his bike and coiled rope around his torso and ankles. The human definitely didn't like that and fought him as much as he could, but compared to Smoker, he was like a babe throwing a tantrum. The difference in strength was incomparable. He tested the ropes, not wanting them to be too tight before gently placing the snapping human into the right side compartment. He'd put a blanket in the bottom to give them some cushion and there were already small holes in the sides that would allow them air. The child's hat was squished against his back and he pushed against the ropes as best he could. When he finally discovered he was going nowhere, his lip quivered, and he gave Smoker possibly the most dejected, tear-filled look he'd ever received. It was like an arrow to the heart. But he was a man, a soldier of the Celestial Alliance. He would not be swayed by a human child. Shaking off the surfacing feelings and emotions, Smoker jogged over to retrieve the other 2 who were thankfully not dead. Tying them both up like the youngest, he stepped back to admire his work. They fit snugly in the box, the older 2 leaned up against the sides and breathing slowly. Before he put the lid back on, he knelt down and looked the small one in the eye. "This is for your own good, brat," he said, despite knowing the human had no idea what he was saying. "It's either me, or fire." The little one sniffled and continued to cry, which just made Smoker feel worse. So, instead of facing the strange feelings that wouldn't stop bubbling up inside him, he closed the lid over his 3 unwilling passengers. They probably wouldn't ever understand what he was doing or why, but at least they'd be alive. Smoker rowed back to the ship as fast he could, doing his best to avoid bumps where possible. He glanced down at the compartment where the humans were often despite not being able to see what was happening inside. With the older two unconscious, hopefully the youngest would keep quiet and calm. If everything went according to plan, after the debridement he would just put them back. Yeah, preferably somewhere close to where he'd picked them up. When he arrived at his destination, Smoker ignored all of the other soldiers going up the ramp and focused solely on parking his bike. Though he didn't do it often, he knew the storage boxes could be removed, he just needed to remember how to get them off. Choosing a spot close to the interior door, he turned off the vehicle and stepped to the side, so he was standing over the compartment. When Smoker knelt down and started messing with the latches, a scared set of brown eyes stared up at him through the holes in the crate. Thankfully, the boy didn't scream or anything. That would make things complicated. Something wrong with your bike? Smoker growled at the interruption. Nozomi, why was it always him? At the deep sound from his throat, the brown eyes disappeared. Why do you care? He replied, continuing to flip and twist metal in an attempt to remove the box. Just curious. Nozomi said with a shrug, shame you only got to go out for a little while, with the debridement and all. Smoker didn't reply and finally disengaged the locking mechanism on his bike, allowing him to lift the surprisingly light box up into his arms. Nozomi stared at it, beady eyes glinting in curiosity. What do you have there, Spoils from the Dark Planet? None of your business. Smoker snarled, holding the box closer to his chest as he pushed past the annoying rat. But Nozomi was persistent and started to follow him. Oh, come on. At least give me a hint. Knowing the BSTRD wasn't going to leave him alone, Smoker gave him a clipped answer before entering the interior of the ship. Samples. Now get lost. Once inside, he could feel the ship starting up as it prepared to take off and move to a safe zone. It seems he returned just in time, and with everyone preoccupied with the debridement he'd have plenty of time to think through his situation. The box rattled slightly in his grip, but not enough to alert anyone he passed that there were living creatures hidden within. Finally, Smoker arrived at his quarters. As a captain, he was given a private room and accompanying bathroom to relieve himself. It was the perfect place to keep some rambunctious humans until further notice, which hopefully wouldn't be too long. The door slid open when he entered his personal code, allowing him and his package entrance. It wasn't much and quite bare mostly because he would only be staying there for the duration of the mission. The room included a bed, one window, a wardrobe with extra bed dressings, a closet to hang his armor and various uniforms, and the restroom, with the connecting sink outside of the actual toilet and shower area, just to his left upon entering the chamber, right across from the restroom door. Simple, and not terribly homey. Smoker placed the box on the windowsill and began to remove his armor, figuring he'd want to be comfortable before dealing with the human younglings. Luffy squirmed around in the weird box, trying to see as much as he could through the tiny holes. He'd confirmed his brothers were still breathing but asleep, so he needed to keep watch and make sure they were safe, like they always did for him. The big alien had exchanged heated words with another alien before carrying them somewhere much quieter. Now they were set down on something and Luffy strained to see what was going on outside. He scked in a gasp when their kidnapper reached up and removed his helmet, revealing no tentacles? Not even scales. If anything, the alien looked almost human, though his height and pointed ears gave him away as alien. The muscled male had white hair that extended down to his cheeks and, as he observed when he removed his shirt, all the way down his spine. Was he old or was that an alien thing? Luffy gulped, thinking back to when the alien had bashed those policemen with his stick. He was definitely strong and now they were on its ship, would they be able to get away? When their captor finished changing into a uniform of some kind, he sighed and made his way towards them. Luffy squeaked and instinctively tried to escape, but there was nowhere to go. His brothers were asleep, and he was trapped in a box, alone with a dangerous, and probably mean, alien guy. Luffy blinked when the lid was removed and gave the alien his best glare. He wouldn't let him hurt his brothers. Feisty, aren't you? The alien mumbled something he didn't understand before picking him up and removing him from the box. Luffy kicked his legs as best he could and told his captor all the things his brothers would do to him if he didn't let them go, but the alien didn't even flinch. He was carried over to a sink-looking thing and placed on the countertop. He tried to inch away like a worm, only to be brought back with a tug on the ropes. Tied up like he was, Luffy could do nothing but watch the alien turn on the water and test it with his hands. Sitting up, Luffy watched the alien closely. Though he looked sort of like a human, he wasn't one and probably wanted to eat them or something, so, when a hand reached for him again, he snapped at it with his teeth. Honestly, The alien mumbled in that weird garbled language, "This would be so much easier if you wouldn't bite." When he reached again, Luffy bit, this time connecting with the creature's flesh. He held on and bit down as hard as he could but was surprised when the alien didn't react at all. Looking up, he met the alien's gaze, a mixture of frustration and mild amusement. "I doubt I taste good, kid, and with those teeth, you can't even break my skin." Under the intense scrutiny of his captor, Luffy found himself yielding. The alien was scary, even just standing there. When he finally released his teeth and lowered his eyes, a large hand awkwardly smoothed his hair back. "That's better." Luffy's lip quivered as he lay down and curled up in a ball on his side. The sound of running water was normally comforting to him, but not now. Not in this scary place. He was completely at the mercy of their kidnapper and his brothers were still in the box, unable to help him. Was he going to get killed without them even knowing? The little boy choked in a sob. Being alone hurt, and he was really scared. He knew Ace would scold him for being a crybaby, but what else could he do? His teeth hadn't even made a dent in the alien's skin and that was his best weapon at the moment. Luffy physically jolted when hands pushed him back upright and situated him, so his restrained feet were hanging over the edge of the basin. The steam rising up made him think the water must be hot now. Was it going to boil him like a lobster? He tried to scoot away, but a large hand kept him firmly in place. DMN, you're really scared, aren't you?" The alien huffed and ran his other hand through his white hair. "I don't know what to do, it's okay, I'm not going to hurt you." Luffy recoiled when the other hand came at him again and swiped over his cheek, barely brushing it. What was it trying to do? Finally, the alien's free hand stopped trying to touch his face and instead reached over for a cloth on the side of the sink. Wetting it and then wringing it out, he brought it to Luffy's face. Luffy whined in discomfort when the rough material came into contact with his skin and the dried blood that had accumulated over the past few hours. The alien continued to scrub, probably trying to remove the body fluids from his next meal. When he finished, the wet cloth was replaced with a dry one that once again began its ministrations on his face. Luffy shook his head once the cloth was removed, forehead aching a bit. The alien grabbed his chin and forced it back and forth, pushing his hair back to look at something before releasing him all at once. He stayed upright, watching closely as his captor walked to the other side of the room and came back with a white box. It was smaller than the one he and his brothers had been stuffed into. Luffy wondered if it had seasoning in it to make him taste better. Instead of salt and pepper, strips of something were removed. They looked sort of like bandages but were a weird green color. Luffy tilted his head in confusion as the alien tore off a small piece and promptly attempted to stick it on his forehead. Naturally, he tried to shake it off, but with two large hands holding him still and the ropes constraining his movement, it was impossible. The alien clicked his tongue with narrowed eyes, making Luffy go still in fear. Had he made it angry? Instead of hitting him, he grabbed his chin again, holding him steady as he firmly pressed the weird bandage onto the side of his forehead, under his hair, and over a bit of his ear. "There, that should help," the alien said while spinning him to face the mirror. Luffy had no idea what he said but looked in utter confusion at the bandage that now covered the large cut he'd received earlier in the day. His wound tingled a bit, but no longer hurt. Why was the alien trying to make him feel better? Smoker took a breath after finally succeeding at his task. As expected, the little human had fought him, but now the healing salve in the patch would make sure the kid didn't develop an infection. It would also hopefully help get the point across that he wasn't going to hurt him, or his sleeping kin. The boy swallowed and turned to stare back at him, eyes big and unsure. Smoker figured this was likely the first time he'd been on his own and he was probably not used to having to fend for himself. Based on the kid size, he was definitely young, but how young? Hopefully not too little. Smoker had no idea how to deal with a human infant. They had an awkward stare down for a few minutes, before the soldier decided the sink wasn't a very safe place to leave a human youngling and moved him over to his bed, the only semi-child-proof place in his quarters. Once on the cushion, the boy promptly fell over and began experimenting with small movements. Bound as he was, there was only so much he could do. Smoker watched with some amusement as the human bounced up and down, inched towards the pillows, and rolled around like a log. Figuring the brat was fine where he was for the moment, Smoker returned to the bathroom to shave, a chore he had to perform quite often due to his unfortunately furry nature. With the debridement happening, there wasn't much for him to do but wait. Once his face felt smooth to the touch, he returned to his room, thankfully finding the human boy still on the bed. He'd somehow managed to place himself up against his pillow and was currently trying to throw himself on top of it, or something. It was kind of hard to tell. When he re-entered the room, Smoker immediately noticed the boy go still, pupils dilating in fear. Still, he supposed that in this environment and situation, fear was a healthy response. Especially if it led to more SBMSSV humans, he didn't want to deal with violent brats if he could help it. The biting was manageable, but not exactly pleasant. Under his firm eye, the child's gaze lowered, and he curled into the pillow, a sure sign of SBMSN that made Smoker breathe a short sigh of accomplishment. Though he didn't want to purposefully scare them per se, he did want the brats to behave and not draw attention to themselves, or him, until he could return them to the planet's surface. In his culture, there was a constant fight between dominance and SBMSN. He couldn't be certain, but he assumed the humans lived in a similar way. So, satisfied with the obedience the boy was showing, Smoker decided it wouldn't hurt to untie him. Ignoring the slight shaking of the small body, he tugged him over to the edge of the bed and made short work of the tight knots. The kid looked up at him with surprise evident on his face as he rubbed his wrists lightly. "Behave, and I'll let you wander around," he said while holding the ropes up in front of the human, who showed no comprehension whatsoever. Honestly, why did he even try? Now free, the little brat stood up on weak legs and immediately began to make his way towards the windowsill, where the other two were. Smoker raised an eyebrow as the kid tried to reach high enough to pull himself up, to no avail. Figuring he might fall if he didn't do anything, the soldier plucked him off the mattress and settled him in one arm while he moved the box over to one side. The sill itself was just metal, so Smoker grabbed one of his pillows and placed it next to the box so the kid would have something soft to sit on while he waited for his kin to wake up. As he worked, the boy in his grip was quiet and still, though a bit tense. Smoker huffed, satisfied with the makeshift bed he'd created, and gently placed the human down. Having held him multiple times now, he wondered if it was healthy to be so light. Were the other two the same? With a quick push of a button, he reversed the blinders on the window, switching it from opaque to totally clear so the kid would have something to look at. Hopefully they were high enough so the human couldn't see the devastating destruction occurring on his home world. Thankfully, all they could see currently were fluffy clouds and blue sky. The kid made a sound of wonder and pressed his hands against the thick, layered glass, situating himself so he was on his knees. While he moved, the oversized hat moved with him. Smoker wondered if there was a story behind that, especially since it was a bit too big for him. The smallest of his three guests was full of mysteries he would probably never uncover. He glanced over into the box, checking for any indication the other two were close to waking up. Something told him they wouldn't be as easy as the youngest. Not to say that the tiny brat hadn't given him a bit of difficulty, but the older two were more developed, stronger, smarter. Smoker doubted they would be so quickly cowed. While the youngest pressed his face further against the window, the soldier walked over to his dresser and pulled down a bag of snack crisps he'd brought with him from G5, the planet he was currently stationed on. If he could somehow earn the smallest one's trust, or at least ease his fear a bit, perhaps the others would follow his example, maybe anything to make this time easier on all of them. Smoker shook the bag to get the kid's attention. "You hungry, kid?" Though his knowledge of humans was severely limited, given how similar they appeared, surely, he could eat some of his food. The little one blinked at him and then at the bag, tilting his head slightly as he considered it. "It's food, see? Food. Smoker knew saying it slowly wouldn't make a difference, and yet he found himself doing it anyway, trying make the child understand. With a huff, he popped the bag's seal and grabbed a crisp to show the boy before tossing it into his own mouth. As he crunched, the kid's eyes lit up in understanding and he crawled closer with an outstretched hand. Smoker took out a few crisps and placed them into the grabby appendage, which disappeared into the boy's mouth seconds later. For all his fear earlier, he didn't seem quite as cautious when it came to food. The small human seemed to like the crisps and put his hand out for more while saying something in his strange language. Smoker gave him another batch but decided it may be better to make a trip to the cafeteria and bring back some healthier options. Younglings needed good nutrition, right? He recalled Tashigi mentioning that during their last voyage together. Sabo groaned as he woke up, eyes blinded by something bright. Wherever they were, it was surprisingly quiet, but very bright. Blinking to help his eyes adjust, he examined his surroundings. He was in a box alongside Ace, who appeared to still be unconscious. The sight of his brother helped bring back memories of what occurred, their unsuccessful fight with the armored alien and going down after a blast from his gun. "Ah, Sabo. You're awake." He looked up quickly at the sound of his baby brother's voice. Luffy was peeking over the edge of the container, a relieved expression on his scuffed face. The boy didn't seem to be injured more than he had been before but did have a strange thing stuck on his forehead. Was that a bandage? There was less blood on Luffy's face as well, though his clothing was still horribly stained. "Lou, you okay? Where are we?" The 7-year-old small smile fell, and he glanced across the empty room and then back to the window, and perpetrator of the bright light. "We're on the big alien ship." Sabo grunted, pushing against his bonds as he listened to Luffy continue on about the alien and what had happened after they'd been knocked out. The sweet kid wasn't making a lot of sense and kept speeding up as he talked. From what he understood, the alien had put the green bandage on Lu's head, fed him, and then left, giving them the opportunity to escape. Why would it leave Luffy free, or treat him for that matter? Sabo thought while instructing his brother to untie him, I have so many questions, but right now, we need to get out of here. And he's fuzzy, Sabo, like a dog or something. Luffy babbled, finally managing to loosen a knot. He didn't have scales or tentacles like the ones from your book, so it confused me. The blonde boy shook off the ropes and immediately started to free Ace, ruminating on everything Luffy said. No matter how nonsensical it sounded, all pieces of information were critical to their escape succeeding. According to his baby brother, the alien was male and some sort of big dog thing, which honestly sounded a bit ridiculous. But regardless of what it was, they knew from experience it was dangerous and would probably tie them up again when it got back or do something worse. So, they needed to be gone before then, though a quick glance out the window brought forth yet another technicality. How were they going to get off the ship? The ones they'd seen up in the sky were huge and without a map or something. Nah, Sabo? Lu asked, now seated on the cushion next to the box with his small hands in his lap. Why'd Mr. Alien take us? I don't know, Lu. Sabo answered honestly, pausing from his work for a moment. That was a good question. Why had it taken the three of them? From his research, most of which, mind you, wasn't terribly reputable, aliens took prisoners for a specific reason. That reason could be food, probing, creepy experiments, and other such things. The hooded one on TV had said they were all marked for death, but their captor hadn't killed them, so why were they there, left alone in what was obviously the aliens' private chambers? NHN, what? Ace hummed, finally waking up. Sabo breathed out in relief, making quick work of the ropes as the raven slowly came to his senses. When he was fully awake, Sabo filled him in on what was going on. Okay, so what's the plan? The freckled boy snapped, pulling himself out of the box so he was next to Lu. Sabo joined them, not wanting to be confined anymore. We've got to get out of here before it comes back. Yeah. Sabo hissed, turning towards the door, their only exit. It didn't have a handle or anything, so maybe it opened some other way? Come on, let's go try the door. With a flying leap, they landed on the bed, little Luffy plopping down rather ungracefully. The brothers padded up to the metal barrier, eyeing it with suspicion. As the foremost expert on aliens in their group, Sabo stepped forward and began to tap the door, searching for a button or something that would open it. Deciding maybe they weren't high enough, he stacked himself on Ace's shoulders and continued his ministrations. Hurry up, Bo! The freckled raven managed, it could be back any minute. I know. He replied, hitting the door with his fist in frustration. Nothing he tried was working. Lu, how long has the alien been gone? I don't know, not that long dash. Luffy stopped short when the door slid open, revealing a big alien that Sabo could only assume was their captor. He wasn't wearing his armor anymore as Lu had described, it had been replaced with a military-like uniform, and had pointed ears that were exposed because his white hair was combed back. His hairstyle was reminiscent of a soldier with the white strands slightly longer on top and shaved short on the sides, a stark contrast to his tanned skin. The alien's eyes narrowed at the sight of them, which startled Ace into dropping him in a heap. They quickly recovered and backtracked a few steps, instinctively pushing Luffy behind them. Sabo considered yelling they make a run for the open door, but it closed behind the alien when he stepped inside. So, the older two finally woke up. The alien muttered to himself in a strange language, should have guessed you'd cause trouble. Sabo's eyes darted to the tray in the alien's hands, bowls of something placed on top. Had it brought them food? Or something more nefarious? Smoker stared down at the brats with a critical eye, taking in their bared teeth and harsh glares. Based on how he'd found them, they'd been trying to escape. Well, had he expected anything less? Being abducted by a stranger, or rather, an invader of their planet, wasn't exactly a precursor to trust. He chose to step past them so he could put the tray down on the vanity counter, causing them to screech and scramble away from him as fast as they could. When Smoker looked up again, they were huddled in the corner of his room. With a huff, he examined the 3 steaming bowls of generic oat-based meal he'd procured from the cafeteria attendant, much to their surprise as he'd never eaten there before. It wasn't much, but it would hopefully tide the humans over until the debridement was complete and he could take them back down to the ground. Recalling how interested the youngest one had been in food, Smoker mentally created a plan of action. But first, he mused, eyes moving between their filthy and dusty bodies, they should at least clean their hands off. Knowing every movement he made would scare them, Smoker reached slowly to the sink and wet a washcloth. What's he doing? Is that stuff food dash? I don't know, Lou, but we should be quiet for now, okay? Let me think. The humans were whispering to each other as he worked, on edge and afraid but talking, which was good. When the cloth was suitably moist, Smoker knelt down in front of them, purposefully keeping his distance, and placed it on the ground in front of them. You can use this to wash your hands. They blinked at him in utter confusion. Seeing they had no idea what he wanted from them, Smoker picked up the washcloth and wiped his own hands off before replacing it and looking them in the eye purposefully. The older one with lighter coloring seemed to understand what it was for, if his eyes were any indication, but he made no move to retrieve it. Figuring he was crowding them or something, Smoker moved away and sat on his bed facing away from the three brats, but still in a position where he could see them in the mirror. They debated among themselves for a few seconds until the smallest one broke free and bunched the cloth in his tiny hands, sounds of excitement escaping him. Look, Ace, it's soft. Luffy, put that down. Who knows what it's for? I think he wants us to clean our hands, like he did. The blonde one mumbled something and wiped his hands lightly, eyes coming up to meet his in the mirror. Smoker nodded shortly, doing his best to reinforce what he wanted them to do. At his encouragement, the blonde human led the other two in cleaning off the surface-level dirt so they would be ready to eat. From his observation, he'd already learned things about the three children and their personalities. The smallest was the most carefree of the group with a generally jovial personality. Though, having interacted with him alone, Smoker deduced he would only act that way when the other two were there looking out for him. By himself, he was much easier to frighten and quick to go on guard. The older black-haired human hadn't stopped scowling, or growling, at him since he'd first encountered him. He was a fighter and probably the main protector of the group. As aggressive as he seemed to be, it would be difficult to gain his trust. Lastly, the blonde boy was the thinker and interpreter. He was, as he'd experienced during their first meeting, strategic, and probably smart for his age. Out of the three, Smoker was most concerned about him getting his hands on some of his weaponry or figuring out how the door lock worked. Overall, the three made an interesting group, but they were still so very young and probably not ready to be living on their own. He assumed they had sires somewhere that would be pleased to have them back. I wonder how they know each other, they don't all seem to be related. Smoker was fairly certain the two darker-colored ones could be kin, but with the blonde thrown in, he wasn't sure. Maybe that's just how human genetics worked? Or maybe they weren't related at all. Dismissing his thoughts for the moment, Smoker turned around to check on the humans. They were finished with the towel and watched him nervously, having retreated back into the corner. Good humans, he said awkwardly while taking the cloth back and placing it on the countertop. Now that they were sort of clean, or at least their hands wouldn't spread disease into their meal, Smoker placed the three bowls in front of them. He made a show of taking out the stirring sticks one at a time and cleaning them off with his mouth. He wanted the humans to know it was food and not poisonous or anything. They watched him closely, eyes darting to his neck as he swallowed. Knowing he had their attention, Smoker grabbed 3 clean utensils, put them in the oatmeal, and went back to his position on the bed. As expected, the youngest immediately went for the food, only to be held back by the older raven. Luffy, no. But I'm hungry. Smoker raised an eyebrow at the kid's whiny tone and impressive pout. He definitely wanted to eat. It may not be safe. What if he put something in it? Ace, he had some himself, I think it's probably okay. Just like before, the blonde boy took charge and slowly led the smaller one up to the bowl, the child's hand grasped tightly in his own. Still cautious, he tasted the youngest's meal first before allowing him to eat it, despite the other's loud protests. It's good. The little one chirped, shoveling it into his mouth. Come have some, Ace. Once the blonde started eating from his own bowl, the older raven finally gave in and moved forward to retrieve his food, never taking his eyes off Smoker. They were all quite hungry, apparently. As he watched them eat, a strange thought entered his mind. What are their names? He shook his head, not wanting to go there. Knowing names was a step toward familiarity. It would be better for the humans if he didn't know theirs, and they didn't know his. Smoker sat on the metal floor of his quarters with his back against the equally hard wall, attempting to finish his report. This was difficult for a few reasons. First, the metal was really hard on his back. Second, he wasn't sure he should report picking up 3 human children. Third, said humans were rather distracting. He had purposefully sat on the floor in hopes of bringing himself down to their level. Smoker knew his size was intimidating to them and he wanted to make himself seem less scary. Though, now that he considered it, he supposed that the sight of their abductor sitting, facing them, and subsequently acting as a barrier between them and the door, wasn't particularly encouraging. They probably thought he was trying to keep them from attempting to escape again. Smoker sighed, glancing up from his military-issued tablet. The three boys were still huddled in the corner, their thankfully empty dishes still in front of them. As expected, the smallest one had finished his bowl first, once it had been deemed safe by the older ones. However, the taller raven had only gotten through about half of his before stopping. The only reason it was empty now was because he'd allowed the little one to finish the rest. The blonde boy had finished his meal, but he ate much slower than the other two. Overall, their eating habits were concerning. The smallest ate much more than his size indicated he should, the larger raven ate hardly anything, and the blonde ate incredibly slowly, as if he was afraid of taking too big a bite. Was it due to stress or something else? Maybe he was worrying over nothing. After all, he knew hardly anything about humans. Currently, the three were silent, watching his every move. For one so young, they were surprisingly adept at remaining still. Though, based on the little one squirming, he was reaching his limit. Ace, Sabo. The kid whined quietly, making Smoker's ears perk up, not that he had any idea of what he was saying. My legs hurt, can we get up? No, we can't. The tall raven hissed, making the smaller one's eyes tear up. Had he rebuked him? It's not safe, okay? Until that thing leaves, we're staying right here. The little one sniffled and turned to the blonde, likely in comfort. But, he's been there forever, can't we walk around, just a little bit? The blonde seemed to consider whatever the kid said for a moment before responding. I don't think that's a good idea, Lou. He could grab you or put us back in the box. Let's wait and see what he does first. He turned to look at the child, recoiling at the sight of watery eyes. But, I guess it's fine to stand up and stretch your legs, I mean, as long as you stay close, okay Lou? Whatever he said obviously made the older raven angry, but was apparently what the little one wanted, if the bright smile was any indication. The kid quickly pushed himself off the floor and stretched like a feline, whining slightly. Smoker's eyes narrowed a fraction at the small pained expression that appeared on the child's face. Was he injured in more places than his forehead? It was certainly possible considering their clothing covered the majority of their skin. He watched the brat carefully as he started walking around their small huddle, legs moving stiffly. Now it made sense. They had been sitting on the hard floor, without moving, for almost 2 hours now. He imagined he'd have a few cramps when he finally stood as well. Smoker went back to his work, keeping the kids in his peripheral vision. The debridement would be over soon, and he could take them back down to their planet. Getting them back in the box would no doubt be a challenge, but so would finding a safe place to leave them when their village was likely gone by now, burned to a crisp. Even so, when they were gone and back with their own people, he'd finally be able to relax. The invasion would end, he'd return to G5 and his crew. Life would return to normal. Attention, all personnel. The loudspeaker crackled, sending the little one flying back into the safety of the human huddle. We have just received word that the debridement is complete. I repeat about DMN time. Smoker thought, closing his tablet with a tap of his finger. Additionally, the announcement continued, we have received new orders from the Supreme Commander and the Celestials. All ranking officers are to report to the Admiral immediately to be briefed on the situation. Smoker raised an eyebrow at that. New orders? That was odd, the attack had only just begun. Huffing, he slowly stood to his feet, inadvertently scaring the children and causing them to tense up. The more he moved, the more they tried to melt into the wall and disappear, the older ones holding the smallest one protectively. Cracking his neck and stretching his legs, Smoker eyed the three humans. He had no doubt they would try to escape again once he left, but the door wouldn't open without his personal code. On top of that, the keypad itself was hidden behind a panel that would be difficult to find. They should be secure for a while. I've got to go to a meeting, brats. He said as he walked forward to retrieve their dishes. It would be practical to drop them off on his way to the briefing. Sit tight for a little while longer, you'll be home soon. The humans made noises of fear as he approached and collected the bowls, placing them back on the tray he'd put on the sink for safekeeping. Smoker sighed, knowing that nothing he did would alleviate their fright. Hopefully the meeting would be short so he could head back down to the surface as soon as possible. When the alien finally left, Sabo exhaled sharply, feeling his muscles relax. The creature's firm gaze was disconcerting, and his presence powerful. Now they could breathe easy, at least for a little while. Who knew how long he'd be gone? Come on, we've got another chance. Ace exclaimed, swiftly leaping to his feet and rushing to the door. Sabo nodded and stood up, groaning when his stomach rolled. With all of the adrenaline coursing through his veins, coupled with the food he'd forced himself to eat for fear of earning the alien's wrath, he truly felt sick. Sabo? Luffy chirped softly, bunching some fabric of his soiled shirt in his tiny hands. Are you okay? He nodded, ruffling the kid's hair. I'm fine, Lou. Go help Ace, I'll be there in a second. Honestly, he was far from fine. This entire situation was bringing memories he'd rather forget to the surface, of his time with his birth family. Being beaten, manhandled. Thrown downstairs into the basement, locked away. Burned. Sabo shivered, shakily hugging himself in an attempt to keep his breathing under control. Now wasn't the time to panic. Right now, he needed to get them out of this mess. A light touch brought him back to reality. It was Luffy, who hadn't moved from his spot beside him. Sabo, something's wrong. He huffed, amazed by his baby brother's intuition and instinctive empathy. Though he could also be incredibly dense, the kid was really special. Sabo smiled and grabbed his hand. "It's okay, Lou, I'm okay. Let's get out of here, yeah?" That seemed to convince Luffy as he grinned and nodded, but not before hugging him tightly, letting him know that he was there. Across the room, Ace observed him with concern clear on his face, but a quick wave of his hand refocused the other on the situation at hand. "Escaping. How does it work?" Luffy asked, poking the metal curiously. "I'm not sure," Sabo replied, scanning every inch of the door. Their attempt to open it before had ended in failure, but they had also rushed. Now, he made sure to take his time, regardless of time not being on their side. When the alien left just a few minutes before, Sabo had watched him carefully. The large male's body covered most of what he was doing, but he distinctly heard 5 beeps in succession. It was likely he'd entered a code of some kind, which caused the door to open, but where was the keypad? "Ace, lift me up, would ya?" His brother obliged, groaning with effort. Sabo frowned and slowly moved his hands off the door itself and onto the metal frame surrounding it. At first, there was nothing, but then, he felt it. A slight indent in the metal, hopefully indicating hidden tech. Sabo carefully traced it with his fingers before pressing down, prompting the piece of metal covering it to move away. Beneath him, Luffy made a sound of awe. "Whoa, Sabo, you did it!" He smirked, examining the keypad closely. They were one step closer to escape. "But, how do we figure out the password?" Ace asked while readjusting him on his shoulders. Oh, Luffy exclaimed, "Try 1, 2, 3. Or, password." "I don't think so, Lou," Sabo answered with a chuckle. Whatever the code was, it was 5 beeps long. His eyes scanned the pad itself, noting the strange symbols, that were probably numbers or letters in the alien's language. Deciding to experiment a little, he pressed a random one, listening to the sound it made. "Maybe I can." Sabo systematically pressed every single button on the pad, seeing if he could identify which ones had made the sound sequence he heard earlier. Unfortunately, after a bit too much experimentation, the keypad started to beep and turned red. Bo?" Ace put in, sounding worried. "What if it locks us out?" "It won't," Sabo replied, pressing the button that he discovered cleared his current entry, "'cause I think I've got it." 5 succinct presses later, the lock turned green and the door slid open, revealing a metal hull. "Yes," Ace hissed, letting him down. "You're a genius, Sabo." He smiled and quickly moved to cover Luffy's mouth before the kid made too much noise. Now, the hard part began. How the hell were they going to get off the ship? According to Lou, the alien had just driven his bike, with them in it, up into a big room and then taken them straight to his private room. Based on what they'd seen out the window, they were up in the atmosphere, so they couldn't just leave. "Let's go," Ace whispered, glancing out into the hall. "Hold on, Ace," Sabo said, holding Luffy's squirming body. "We need to be careful and have a plan." "Here's the plan, don't get caught." "And how, exactly, do you intend to get off the ship?" "You can fly us down," Ace replied, smirking. "It can't be that hard to figure out." Sabo gaped at his brother. He couldn't be serious. Just because he'd figured out the door didn't mean he could fly a freaking spaceship. Luffy broke free of his hold. "Yeah, let's go." When Smoker entered the meeting room, he could immediately tell that something had changed. Many of the officers were whispering to each other with a strange look in their eye. Oddly enough, he noticed right away that Nezumi was missing. The rat was always first to arrive at meetings like this in an attempt to impress the admiral. What was going on? "I'll make this quick," Akainu bellowed, making everyone go silent. "We received word from the Celestials that the invasion is to be halted immediately." Smoker's eyes widened and the room exploded into chatter, that Akainu quickly quenched with a glare. "But I thought they wanted to punish the humans," a lieutenant asked. "Why stop when we've only just begun?" "Because they've decided that something else is more important," a female voice put in, drawing everyone's attention. Smoker bowed his head in respect as Vice Admiral Tsuru walked forward. He'd known she was on board but had yet to see her. She was a veteran soldier, a well-respected officer, and one of his mentors. Much like him, Tsuru could probably pass herself off as a human, that is, if she could somehow hide her 2 antennae and unusually dark eyes. Isn't that right, Sakazuki? Correct. The Admiral replied, lip curling up slightly at the use of his first name. It seems that the Celestials have decided the humans are more useful alive than dead. They've already called in the hunters. You mean? Smoker knew the answer to the soldier's broad inquiry without Akainu finishing the male sentence. The Celestials wanted human slaves, so they ended the invasion before too many were killed. Had they been planning this all along? To carve their sigil into the planet and then take the remaining for themselves? They probably want to corner the market on humans before others get the same idea. Smoker mused, gritting his teeth. Do I really need to answer that, soldier? Akainu growled, making the questioner cower away. He then turned to address the crowd once more. Our new orders are to vacate the planet and make way for the hunters' transport ships. Our course has already been set for Libra Spaceport. At that, Smoker's body went cold. They were already leaving? His eyes flashed to the main window in the room, noting the way the ship continued to move up, towards the expanse of space. While the other officers began to return to their posts, grumbling as they went, Smoker rushed up to Akainu. Admiral, I need to go back down to the surface. He frowned. It's a little late for that, Captain. You know as well as I do that when the Celestials make a decree, we follow without question. But enough. Akainu interrupted, you go down there, and it will disrupt the hunter's work and come back to me. I will not tolerate insubordination on my ship, understand? Smoker's fists clenched up tightly in frustration. He knew very well what would be occurring on the surface within minutes. The hunters would descend and start their roundup of the humans, their prisoners never having a chance. From there, the humans would begin to be circulated on the market, both legal and illegal, once the warlords and pirates got their hands on some. It had happened many times before. And now that the human status as sentient beings had been revoked, no one would bat an eyelash. He had no doubt that within weeks, they'd be the most popular pet in the Alliance. Smoker's thoughts drifted to the boys in his room. There had to be a way to get them down to the surface, but would that really be best? They could end up with a pirate. Or someone worse. Is there anything else, Captain? Smoker lowered his head, coming to terms with what he had to do in his mind. Though it wouldn't be their home, surely, he could find someone out there who could take care of them. Someone honorable and trustworthy. He didn't think there was any plausible way they could stay with him for a long period of time. Not as a soldier of the Alliance. No, that's all . Sir. Admiral, sir. A soldier screeched, rushing into the room and skidding to a halt in front of them. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had yet to leave the room, raised an eyebrow and took a few steps forward in interest. I have a report. What is it? Akainu asked, eyes narrowing. Well, sir, you're not going to believe it . Out with it, soldier. The grunt flinched at the harsh retort and straightened up immediately. Apologies, sir. There's been a report from the hangar that, well, it seems someone sighted humans on board. Smoker's stomach dropped. No, that was impossible. They were secure in his room. Maybe someone else had. Humans? Ridiculous. There's no way such a primitive species could infiltrate our defenses. Akainu scoffed, drawing Tsuru's disapproving stare. Please, elaborate. She put in, prompting the soldier to turn and salute. Yes, ma'am. From what we've gathered, there's 3 of them and they're very young, likely children. Smoker cursed under his breath. Captain Nozumi and his platoon have apparently chased them into the Deck 2 kitchen. How the hell did human young get on board my ship? He bellowed, silencing the soldier. Tsuru glanced to Smoker, lips tightening into a thin line. Chase. At her questioning whisper, the Admiral and soldier turned to him. Smoker, desperately wishing for a cigar, sighed deeply. It was impossible to hide anything from Tsuru. Yeah, they're mine. What did you just say? Akainu growled, stalking towards him and grabbing his collar. You brought humans onto my ship? Smoker didn't respond, just scowled at the boiling Admiral. He was angry enough that hot sweat was starting to pool in his pores. Sakazuki, put him down this instant. Tsuru ordered, pushing her way between them. She was smaller than most Alliance soldiers, but commanded authority. Additionally, her antennae were glowing, indicating she was ready to put them out if she had to with her race's strange ability to manipulate others' consciousness. Akainu glowered at him. You know very well that there's no rule against taking prisoners. They're not prisoners. Akainu interrupted, at best they're animals. Tsuru cleared her throat. Whatever the case, Captain Smoker hasn't broken any rules. She eyed him. Though it was perhaps a bit irresponsible to bring 3 younglings on board without proper supervision. Akainu snarled, but bit off his response, finally turning around. Go secure your pets, Smoker, and don't let me catch them outside of a cage ever again. He glared at him over his shoulder. Otherwise, I'll confiscate them and have them sent directly to the Celestials. Am I clear? Crystal. Smoker replied, fighting back the urge to punch the Admiral in the face. Unfortunately, that would probably get him court-martialed. With a glance to Tsuru, he turned and rushed out of the room, determined to stop Nezumi from harming the humans. His humans now, apparently. At least for the time being. What have I gotten myself into? Run, Lu! Ace yelled, literally dragging the smaller boy along behind him. Luffy made a noise of affirmation, eyes big in fear as they worked to evade their pursuers. At first, their escape had gone smoothly. There weren't very many aliens around and they were cautious as they snuck through the metal halls. Unfortunately, Luffy's memory wasn't the best and they quickly got lost. Thankfully, Sabo was able to somewhat decipher a map thing on the wall, allowing them to reach what could only be the hangar for their spaceships. Honestly, what would they do without Sabo? We'd probably be dead. Ace thought, eyes scanning their surroundings for a possible escape routes or hiding spots. After all, it was Sabo who had gotten them into the library's basement and opened the big alien's door. When they reached the hangar, they'd attempted to sneak on board one of the smaller ships, only to be spotted by someone on an upper deck. The alien had screeched at them, instantly drawing the attention of everything in the vicinity. Which brought them to their current situation, running for their lives. They rushed blindly into a new room, this one with swinging doors, and were immediately met with the overwhelming smell of food? Spkees? Something strong. The aliens inside were a lot like the ones from Sabo's books, big, green, lots of eyes, and tentacles sprouting from their back. The only thing remotely human about them was the fact that they had 2 legs and 2 arms, of a sort. Ace, who was in front, skidded to a halt, causing Luffy and Sabo to slam into his back. This was not a safe place. Oi, are those humans? One of them gargled, making Luffy whine and shake against his back. Ace gulped and slowly pushed his brothers backwards, towards the door. A second alien wearing something similar to a chef's hat stalked forward, tentacles flaring up around it. I'll be dead if I allow vermin in my kitchen. Catch them, boys. Maybe we can serve them up to the Admiral. The brothers scrambled to get away, no idea what the alien said but figuring it must be bad. They tried to get out through the door, only for it to slam open, revealing their original pursuers. The one in the lead looked sort of like a rat with whiskers around his snout and beady eyes. He smirked down at them darkly as his men pushed their way into the room behind him. Ace. Luffy whispered, voice breaking, that's the one Mr. Alien yelled at. He didn't reply. They had more pressing issues at hand. Glancing to Sabo, he noted his blonde brother's eyes were darting around, desperately searching for a way out. Won't the Admiral be pleased when I deliver you to him? It will without doubt put a mark on that BSTRD smoker's record. The rat guy sniveled to himself, straightening. Up to address the green alien with the hat, that will be all, chef. We can take it from here. Ha! This here's my kitchen, so these vermin are my problem. The alien bellowed, making them cower at the noise. Whatever he said seemed to make the rat guy angry, his hackles raising. You dare speak to a captain that way? What are you gonna do, report me? The green alien spit on the floor, leaving a disgusting glob of something. You fools don't pay me enough for me to care one lick about this DMN job, but I do care about order in my kitchen. So, scram. Sabo tapped him on the shoulder, quietly getting his attention. He motioned towards the back of the kitchen, to another door, this one slightly ajar and very fortified. Ace frowned, unsure if they'd be able to make it there with the other aliens mulling around. But it was the only other possible exit in the room that wasn't currently being blocked. Ace grabbed Luffy's hand and prepared to run, watching the aliens closely. Sabo tapped on his back once, signaling for him to get ready. On the third tap, they bolted, making the aliens screech more nonsensical things. Oi, they're making a break for it. Grab them. Thankfully, with how many bodies there were in the relatively small room, the boys were able to dodge and roll around the grabby appendages and tentacles as they sprinted towards the open door. Ace, now holding Luffy close to his chest, glanced backwards and instantly regretted it. One of the larger green aliens was charging at them. Quick, in here! Sabo cried, all but pushing them through the door and into somewhere cold? Behind them, the alien apparently hadn't gauged his speed very well, slipped on something, possibly one of his own feet, things, and slammed into the ajar door, locking it shut. They flinched at the sudden plunge into darkness coupled with the pounding on the door. Was it locked? Why weren't they coming in? Bo? You there? Yeah. Sabo replied, cursing under his breath, sorry, I don't think this is what I thought it was. Ace swallowed, probing around in the dark with one hand while holding tight to Luffy with the other. When he finally grabbed Sabo's hand and pulled him into their huddle, their baby brother spoke. Ace, Sabo, I am sea cold. I know, I'm sorry Luffy. Sabo put in right before a low blue light flicked on, startling all of them. The room was covered in ice and shelves of what appeared to be frozen foods. Oh, no. By the time Smoker reached the kitchen, everything was in chaos. He had to push his way through crowds of onlookers just to get in the room. Inside, it was a disaster. Nezumi was in a heated screaming match with the head chef while the other Zocs attempted to clean up the spilled food and utensils. Smoker didn't particularly like Zocs. They tended to be aggressive and were frankly, kind of gross with their tentacles and slime always getting everywhere. Though he'd never been there, supposedly their home planet was filled to the brim with waste. The only reason they weren't wallowing in it was because their king joined the Celestial Alliance about 2 decades before, giving them access to resources their species so desperately needed, and the Alliance control over soldiers of large stature. Zocs were all bulk, generally lacking in the brains department. What the hell happened? Smoker yelled, stopping the argument in its tracks. Nezumi growled at him. What happened, Captain, is that your little beasts have made a mess of things. Smoker narrowed his eyes. There's no way Nezumi had already heard about the humans from Akainu, so how did he know? For that matter, why was he the one chasing the boys down in the first place? The rat seemed to recognize his suspicious expression and smirked. You didn't think I wouldn't notice that you had living things in that box? Their stench was quite obvious. Smoker glared at the other captain. The fool had always been jealous of his assignments and was obviously trying to discredit him. If you two are done, the head chef interrupted, we've got a bloody problem on our hands. Smoker followed the Zoc's clawed finger until his eyes landed on the freezer that had a sizable dent in it. 2 of the chefs were attempting to pry it open, to no avail. His eyes darted to the locking mechanism and handle. Sparks flew from its red screen, the handle completely broken off. One of my idiot comrades, the head chef continued, got it in his head to try and catch those vermin, only to break the DMN door. Smoker's eyes widened at the implication. Wait, are you saying the humans are in there? Yeah, along with all me meat and supplies. His thoughts immediately started rushing a mile a minute. Those 3 tiny, helpless humans were trapped in an industrial-grade freezer with a base temperature of minus 25 degrees Celsius. They'd be dead within the hour. Well, fix it. He demanded, get them out of there. Easier said than done. The Zoc replied, we'll have to put in a request for dash. Just do it. Smoker bellowed, pushing the 2 Zoc out of the way to get a look at the damage himself. He admittedly didn't know much about mechanics, but surely there was something he could do. I didn't save those brats just for them to freeze to death. You're awfully worked up about this, Captain. Nezumi hissed, leaning against the nearby counter with that faux bravado, what, afraid to lose your slaves? Or perhaps your reputation, not that you had much of one in the first place, wild dog. Smoker grit his teeth. Shame those humans will die, they could have been useful. The rat sneered, an evil glint in his eye, long voyages require entertainment, no? At that, Smoker snarled and spun around, catching the sniveling soldier by the neck. Almost immediately, his bravado fizzled, and his eyes widened in fear. Smoker always worked hard to contain his instincts, but right now, they were telling him to butcher the scum currently hanging from his claws. You disgust me. He growled, clearing the counter off with Nezumi's body, ignoring his shrieking. Smoker then slammed him down and hovered over him, utilizing all of his bulk. Maybe I should rid this Dmed ship of your filth right here and now. Nezumi whimpered and struggled under him. The Zoc and other soldiers surrounding them simply watched cautiously, not interfering, which was wise on their part. The way he felt, they'd only injure themselves trying to stop him. Chase, that's enough. A female voice commanded, making his growl lessen. Within seconds, the kitchen had been cleared until only Smoker, Nezumi, and Tsuru remained. The old woman slowly approached him. Calm down. Smoker closed his eyes and worked to control his breathing, feeling the pulse from Tsuru's antennae course through his body. He stiffly released the rat, taking a few steps back to watch the other captain gasp for air. As expected, Nezumi scrambled out of the kitchen, glancing back at him with a mixture of reproach and fear. He turned towards the freezer, taking in his ruffled reflection. His pupils were dilated, and his claws elongated. Feel better? Tsuru asked, moving to stand just behind him. Smoker inhaled deeply before replying. Yes, thank you. His Laika instincts had taken over for a moment in his defense of the youngling's honor. Now, he just needed to get them out of the DMN freezer. Troublesome brats. Luffy wasn't sure how long they were in the freezer for. They'd searched desperately for a way out, only to discover their only option wouldn't open no matter how hard they tried. There was no hidden keypad for Sabo to use this time. After about 15 minutes, they cuddled together in a tight huddle, trying to keep each other warm. Though he'd objected to it, both of his big brothers insisted he be in the middle, taking most of the warmth. As they sat there on the freezing cold floor, Luffy began to lose feeling in his fingers, toes, and other limbs, despite them being squished between himself and Ace. Eventually, it was like his consciousness started to slip away, sked into the frigid metal. He was just so tired. Glancing up, he noticed his brothers were in the same boat, noses red and lips blue. Sabo tried his best to keep them awake, but it was getting so hard. Wouldn't it be easier to just sleep? Finally, Luffy closed his eyes, unable to stay awake any longer. However, he was drawn back from the cold darkness by something warm. Luffy cracked his eyes open, numb and confused. Someone was holding him, their intense body heat causing his frozen limbs to tingle and then burn. All of a sudden, his entire body was surrounded by heat, and Luffy whined in discomfort. Everything hurt. He squirmed, trying to get away, back to the numbness, but he couldn't, and a deep voice reverberated through him. Luffy looked up, right into the face of Mr. Alien. He blinked, trying to figure out what was going on. Looking around, he discovered the alien had him tucked beneath his shirt, directly on his chest, stabilizing him through the uniform's fabric. Luffy, surprisingly, felt safe. For whatever reason, he didn't think Mr. Alien was going to hurt him. Snuggling closer to the warmth and coming to terms with the burning sensation, Luffy lay his cheek on the white-haired alien's chest, staring blankly past his muscular arm. Right before he passed out again, he saw Ace and Sabo, both of whom were passed up to Mr. Alien and held tightly alongside him. They were going to be okay, he just knew it. After a grueling 20 minutes, they were finally able to get the 3 humans out of the freezer. Smoker immediately rushed inside and was greeted by the 3 kids huddled together, unconscious. One look at their blue-tinted skin and slow breathing told him everything he needed to know. They needed medical attention now. Smoker scooped the younglings up and moved them out of the freezer, setting them on the counter. Due to their freezing limbs, they were surprisingly difficult to separate from each other, arm joints locking up. "How can I help?" Tsuru asked, moving to stand next to him. Smoker huffed, gently dislodging the taller raven from the smallest. Could you steady them? I'm going to try to warm them up best I can on the way to the infirmary." For all his training, Smoker found himself in a slight panic, inwardly of course. He knew next to nothing about humans, and for all he knew, this kind of exposure could do permanent damage. While Tsuru held the older 2, Smoker grabbed the tiny one and tucked him beneath his shirt so just his head was poking out. Though the older 2 humans appeared to have sustained more external damage, likely due to shielding the youngest with their own bodies, he was concerned about internal damage on one so small. Unsurprisingly, he was frigid to the touch. He rubbed over his back through his shirt, trying to get his blood flowing. Just before he reached over to take the older 2, a glazed-over set of brown eyes opened and stared at him. Smoker returned his stare and eyed the kid, who was obviously not completely conscious, thinking it was good that at least he wasn't completely catatonic. The little one blinked and looked around for a moment before plopping back down on his chest, a tiny whine escaping before he passed out again. Knowing he needed to hurry, Smoker quickly took the other 2 and tucked them next to the youngest, hoping his high body heat would help warm their freezing bodies. Nodding in thanks to Tsuru, he rushed out of the kitchen, making a beeline for the infirmary. Needless to say, he got quite a few strange looks, but he didn't give a DMN. If he didn't get them treated in time, they could die. He was particularly worried about the larger raven. Out of the 3, he seemed to have taken the most damage. His hands were completely blue, and he hadn't made so much as a groan since they'd been freed from their icy prison. Smoker suspected this was due to his being closest to the air filtration and cooling system. "Did you take that spot on purpose?" Smoker thought, recalling what he knew about the child, the one he dubbed the aggressive human. He was a protector and would never allow his friends to be put in such a position. After what felt like ages, Smoker burst through the door of the infirmary, startling the doctors and nurses inside. "I need help," he exclaimed, their freezing and dash. Now, calm yourself." An arachnid type soothed, scuttling closer to him and examining his uniform to determine his rank. "What seems to be the problem, Captain?" Smoker swiftly explained the situation and motioned towards the human still under his shirt, earning a strange look from the doctor. "I see. Well, I'm very sorry, Captain, but we are not equipped to treat your pets. Perhaps you can dash." "Not equipped?" Smoker growled, scanning the fully stocked room that currently had no patients. "Like hell you aren't, just treat them." The doctor cleared his throat. "As I'm sure you are aware, under the Celestial's new decree, humans are not considered sentient beings, therefore, they cannot be treated in traditional settings. And, since we do not have a veterinary clinic on board, well, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." Smoker snarled, not believing his ears. He brings this BSTRD3 obviously hurting children, and he wouldn't help them? Surely, you can make an exception. Smoker managed, trying to keep his anger in check. I'm afraid not, rules are rules. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the doctor before turning around. Fine, I'll do it myself. The humans against his chest were unnervingly still and he didn't have time for this crap. He was no doctor, but he did have training in basic first aid and field dressing. Just before he reached the door, a female voice called out, "Wait. Please wait just a moment." Smoker stopped and glanced over his shoulder. A blue-skinned Lufia wearing a medical uniform clumsily made her way through the crowd of nurses, muttering apologies as she came. She was young and had short purple hair that exposed her long pointed ears. The Lufia were very common in the Celestial Alliance due to the closeness of their home planet to the center of Alliance territory. His second-in-command Tashigi was a Lufia, so he was familiar with their culture and characteristics. What? He snapped, not wanting to waste any more time. The female squeaked and quickly readjusted her glasses when they fell down her nose a little too far. Forgive me, but I would like to assist you, sir. Kabato, you know you cannot dash, the doctor interrupted, only to be stopped short by the young Lufia. With all due our respect, sir, she said firmly, this time addressing her superior, I am a trained pediatrician and certified as a veterinary assistant. There is no reason for me not to offer my services to a ranking officer of this vessel. Smoker could tell she was nervous making such a declaration but admired her bravery. While the doctor spluttered, Smoker motioned for the female to follow him. Then hurry up, we don't have time to stand around talking. Smoker led the medical officer, who introduced herself as Dr. Kabato, to his quarters, the only place on the whole DMN ship that he knew no one would bother them. Before they left the infirmary, Kabato grabbed a bag he assumed contained her equipment along with a handful of other items, some he recognized, others he had never seen before. When the door closed behind him, the Lufia immediately took charge. Lay them on the bed please so I can do an initial assessment of the damage. Smoker nodded and removed the kids as gently as he could from his chest, placing them side by side. It was heart-wrenching to watch their tiny bodies shake and see the blue patches poking out from underneath their torn clothing. Kabato started with the taller Raven, systematically going over his hands and checking his vitals. Captain, please go get a warm bath started, we need to get them submerged as soon as possible. Smoker moved to the bathroom immediately, flipping on the light and pushing back the shower curtain. The bath itself was fairly standard but would take a little while to get warmed up. While it was heating and filling, Smoker returned to the main room to find Kabato stripping the older Raven of his clothing. Dash? I must see the extent of the damage. She stated, piling the grimy clothes on the floor, please trust me Captain, children are my specialty. Smoker huffed, seeing a drastic change in her nervous personality. This was obviously her niche, and she was very confident in what she needed to do. The kid had a lot of frostbite hidden under his clothing, but also bruises and cuts likely from the invasion. It honestly made Smoker feel bad, like it was somehow his fault. Kabato stood and cradled the limp child, taking him to the bathroom with instructions to continue checking the other two and preparing them for their own bath. Smoker frowned but did as directed. Before undressing the blonde human, he bundled the tiny one in blankets, not wanting him to be without warmth. When he removed the blonde's shirt, his eyes immediately narrowed. The scarring that began on his face continued down his chest and looked positively horrid. An examination of his legs proved that the burn covered his entire left side. Worst of all, it was an old wound, meaning he'd been horribly injured at a very young age. Smoker moved to pick him up and transfer him into the bathroom but stopped when something caught his eye. There, on the bottom of his feet, were small, circular burns. He gently examined the wounds, some of it hard to see due to the discoloring of his skin. Captain, are you ready? Yes. He replied, bringing the limp body into his arms. He would have to investigate that later. Kabato had the Raven propped up against the side of the tub with water up to his waist, rubbing warmth back into his hands. Smoker gently placed the blonde next to the other human and began to copy what the doctor was doing, earning a nod of approval. They worked in silence for a few minutes, slowly seeing an improvement in color. The blue skin returned to a red or pink shade, a much healthier look on humans so small. Captain, Kabato said suddenly, earning his attention, do you think you could acquire some appropriate clothing for them? I don't think those rags they were wearing are, well, healthy. Yeah. Smoker agreed, eyeing the two unconscious brats, will you be okay with them? He couldn't help but feel a bit protective of the weak creatures. After all, he'd been the one to bring them into this mess in the first place. It was only right he take responsibility for them. Yes, I'll be fine. She replied, flashing a tight smile, though it would be nice if you'd hurry. Smoker nodded and exited the bathroom, shooting a quick glance at the tiny one before leaving the room. He was still unconscious, which was probably for the best. It didn't take long to reach the supply closet where the extra materials for the ship's voyage were kept. Punching in the code and stepping into the massive room, Smoker decided closet was a grand understatement. It was practically a bunker. Checking the holographic registry that was located just inside the door, he jogged down the aisles until he found the shelves full of clothing. Most of it was uniforms or armor, but there were some undergarments and other basic necessities. Smoker wasn't sure what would fit the brats, so he grabbed a handful of small shirts, shorts, and underwear that was designed for some of their shorter soldiers. It would have to do for the time being. Leaving the room with arms full of clothes, he swiftly made his way back to his quarters, only to run into Tsuru, who was about to knock on his door. "How are they?" she asked, eyeing his bundle. Smoker sighed and opened the metal door for her. "See for yourself." The older female let herself in, immediately went into the bathroom, and began talking with Kabato. Smoker closed and locked the entryway before placing the bundle of clothing options on his dresser. Having two females fussing over some kids in his private quarters wasn't something he'd expected to happen on this voyage. Peeking in on them, he could see that the raven was now out of the tub. Kabato concentrated as she applied what smelled like an aloe to the human's frostbitten burns and bandaged what she could. The blonde was now in Tsuru's capable hands. She'd rolled up her sleeves and was rubbing his left hand gently, wary of the already scarred skin. Deciding he wasn't currently needed and not wanting to crowd them, Smoker returned to the main room. Maybe he could get the youngest prepped and ready. "Ace, SS Sabo, where dash?" Suddenly a tiny, weak voice broke the silence. Smoker stopped and stared down at the little human, obviously confused and trapped within the confines of a tightly wrapped blanket. There were tears in his eyes as he struggled, eyes darting around the room. When they landed on him, his lip quivered. "Mr. Alien, where re my B brothers?" Smoker had no idea what the kid said, but it sounded like a question. He probably wanted to know what happened. Realizing the other two would be in the bathroom a little while longer, Smoker kicked off his shoes and slid onto the bed, startling the child. He picked up the wrapped-up human, placed him on his lap, and gently untangled the blanket from his body. Though he wasn't sure what was hidden under the dirty clothing, this one was definitely not as injured as the other two. The fact that he was awake was proof enough of that. Once free, the kid immediately threw himself against Smoker's waist, shaking and crying. "I am scared, Mr. Alien, please, where are Ace and Sabo?" Smoker instinctively tensed at the sudden contact, unsure what the best course of action was. With a sigh, he lowered his hand down to the human's tiny back with a firm pressure, doing his best to exude comfort and warmth at the same time. Of course, to reach the kid's back, he had to move the straw hat out of the way, which he did as delicately as possible, not wanting to frighten the kid any more than he already was. "You brats are trouble, you know that?" Smoker said, knowing the human couldn't understand him. The tiny thing looked up at him when he spoke, sniffling. "I know you're scared, but, it's gonna be okay." Honestly, this whole comforting a child thing was very much out of his element. "Chase, this one's done." Tsuru interrupted, a fond smile blooming on her face at the sight of the child holding on to him for dear life. In her arms was the raven-haired human, still naked and unconscious, but bandaged and hopefully out of danger. At the sight of his companion, the kid in his lap made a squeaking noise and tried to scramble towards him, only to be held tight by Smoker. The kid wasn't in any condition to make such sudden movements. "Yeah, thanks, there's clothes on the dresser." "Ace, Ace, Ace." The tiny human chattered, becoming harder and harder to hold onto as he squirmed. "I'll let go, I've got a dash." Smoker clicked his tongue, making the kid go still. He knew he was just worried about his friend, but the brat needed to stop moving so much. The kid looked up at him again, doe eyes wet and big, before slumping against him, seemingly understanding that he couldn't go to his friend. "Not yet. Soon, kid." Smoker reassured while smoothing a clawed hand through the human's dusty locks. "Just wait a little bit longer." Tsuru worked fast and had the taller raven dressed in baggy, Alliance-issue shorts, and a shirt with their symbol on it in just a few minutes. The stark white color of the clothing made his tan skin stand out and the sheer size made his body seem even smaller than it was. "What's his prognosis?" Smoker asked, slowly standing up to retrieve the other raven. He needed to revamp their little windowsill home a bit. The tiny one whimpered at the loss of heat, but thankfully didn't try to go anywhere, just curled up in the warm spot he left behind. "Good." Tsuru answered, glancing to the bathroom. "Dr. Kabato believes he should make a full recovery, though he may have a few residual scars." Smoker frowned at that but wasn't surprised. At least he wouldn't lose any fingers or toes. While Tsuru moved to lay the limp kid next to the youngest, Smoker focused on the task at hand. He removed the storage container he'd used to carry them into the ship and replaced it with more blankets. Once there were 3 pillows placed and the window was tinted completely, he stopped to look over his work. It wasn't perfect, but it was a fairly decent human nest. Hopefully they would be comfortable enough until they reached Libra spaceport, which would take about 3 days of lightspeed travel. Now all I need is something to keep them there. Smoker mused while he turned around. It wouldn't be good if they escaped again, and he couldn't exactly stay in his quarters for the entire trip. He still had his duties as a captain. On the bed, Tsuru hummed to the small child and stroked his head, antennae glowing slightly. The little one was still shaking and had curled into the taller one's chest the second he'd realized he wasn't alone anymore. "Can you sense anything from him?" Smoker asked, leaning against the wall. Tsuru stopped humming and pet her head slightly. "It's quite the tangle of emotions: fear, exhaustion, relief, loneliness. I believe he is confused and unsure about current events." That was to be expected. He was taken away from his home planet after all. It was natural to be fearful and confused. Tsuru continued, "Though, it's interesting, his fear alleviates some when I project images of you or his companions." Smoker blinked. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means he seems to trust you, at least a little bit," she explained, removing her hand. "Considering your lack of tact and personality, you should be pleased with yourself." Smoker rolled his eyes and intended to retort but stopped when Dr. Kabato exited the bathroom with the blonde boy, looking worn out. "One left, yes? Let's get him cleaned up." Handing the blonde to Tsuru to properly clothe, Kabato moved over to where the little one was and attempted to pick him up, only for the kid to struggle violently and snap at her vulnerable hands with his teeth. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, jumping back, and dropping him with wide eyes. A little help?" Smoker huffed and pushed past her. "Sorry, this one likes to bite." At the sight of him, the youngest whimpered and looked down at his lap, like he was ashamed of himself. Smoker noticed his left hand was latched onto his companion's shirt and he obviously didn't want to be separated again. He sighed. "Come here, brat, we're just trying to help you feel better." The kid did not want to be picked up and thrashed a bit, even attempted to bite, but it was simple to hold him tightly and transfer him into the bathroom. As they'd learned earlier that day, his teeth couldn't even put a dent in his skin. Once his treatment was complete, he could go back to his friends. "I could give him a mild sedative, might make it easier," Kabato suggested, eyeing the struggling child warily. Smoker shook his head, readjusting him in his arms. "No, I got him. Let's do this fast." "Oh, of course." With Tsuru watching over the other two, they got to work undressing the last human, which immediately went poorly when Kabato attempted to remove the straw hat. "And no, don't touch Shank's hat," he screeched. "I don't like this. Ace, Sabo." Smoker grit his teeth and brought the brat down onto the toilet lid, kneeling so they were eye to eye. "Kid, I need you to calm down." The human had tears streaming down his face and was obviously scared, but he really needed to stop struggling or he could hurt himself, and Dr. Kabato. His big eyes glanced sideways at the still full tub and widened slightly. Do I have to take a bath, mister?" "I don't wanna, not without Ace and Sabo." The kid whimpered and tried to sidle away from the tub, to no avail. Smoker frowned, holding the human steady. He kept repeating 2 particular words, and he suspected they were probably the names of the older two. Dr. Kabato watched him closely as he slowly removed the straw hat from the boy's back, maintaining eye contact as he did so. "This is important to you, right? Don't worry, you'll get it back as soon as we're done." The human's lower lip trembled as Smoker tried to reassure him and placed the hat on the back of the toilet so it would still be in view while he was in the tub. Unfortunately, there really wasn't much they could do to make the child understand why they were doing what they were doing, so they had no choice but to move forward despite his obvious displeasure. The boy became surprisingly pliable once the hat was removed, his dark eyes keeping it in his sights at all times. Smoker and Kabato removed his clothes and placed him in the tub, making the kid squeak in surprise. He grunted when the brat squeezed his hand, pulling his upper body close, like he was afraid of the water or something. "Easy, you're not going to drown," Smoker said, drawing the brat's attention. He'd realized rather quickly that, regardless of his ability to understand, the youngest responded well to his voice. It helped calm him down. While Smoker situated the child in the tub, and attempted to dislodge him from his forearm, Dr. Kabato rummaged through her bag and pulled out a bottle of something. "This may help." She poured some of the viscous liquid into the tub, instantly creating foamy bubbles that began to spread across the water. Almost immediately, the little human made a sound of awe and loosened his grip on Smoker's hand. Keeping hold of him with one tiny appendage, He started to poke at the Bubbles with the other, a smile appearing on his face. Bubbles? Smoker asked, eyeing the doctor, this better not make a mess. She just laughed. Don't worry, it's perfectly harmless and should dissolve when we drain the tub. After a few minutes of cautiously poking the Bubbles, the human finally released Smoker completely and started to cup them in his hands, giggling as he played. While he was distracted, Kabato and Smoker worked to get him properly clean and warmed up, which was much easier than expected. These work wonders with younger children. Kabato explained, blowing some over the kid's head so he could pop them, plus, the scent is soothing and helps them relax. I can see that. Smoker replied while throwing the soiled healing patch into the garbage. They'd have to replace it anyway. The cut on the brat's forehead had scabbed over and was healing well. Chase, you've got company. Tsuru warned, making him turn around. There, standing in the bathroom doorway, was the blonde human. He looked tired and wary but limped towards the tub, nevertheless. Luffy? Lu, you okay? Sabo? The youngest chirped, grabbing the sides of the tub to steady himself as he peeked out. You're awake. Yeah, what's going on? I dunno, I was scared cause you and Ace were asleep again, but look, there's Bubbles and Dash. The two continued to talk with each other in their strange language, even as the elder approached them. He eyed Smoker and Kabato warily but didn't make a move to interfere. Where's your hat? On the toilet thing. The little one pointed to his hat. I thought Mr. Alien was gonna take it away, but he didn't, so I think he's nice. Alright Lu, nice. When the kid was clean and his skin was back to a healthy pink, Smoker drained the tub and swaddled him in a towel. Under the blonde's watchful gaze, he gently placed him on the floor so they could interact a bit while Kabato prepared her bandages and medication. The elder immediately went up to the smallest and pulled his hands out to inspect them, probably looking for evidence of frostbite. When he determined the other hadn't been injured in their care, he sat and pulled the other into his lap, whispering something into his damp raven hair. They certainly were close, perhaps they kin after all. Sabo held Luffy tight, heartbeat finally starting to calm down. When he'd woken up on the alien's bed with a heavily bandaged Ace and no Lu, he may have panicked just a little. He was surprised to find an unfamiliar female alien watching over them, and even more surprised when she didn't stop him from dropping down to the floor to search for Luffy. Given the size of the room, it wasn't hard to find him. All he had to do was follow the sounds of giggles and splashing. Thankfully, Luffy looked great, much better than he'd been expecting. Based on the bandages and the smell of medicine, their captor had treated them, alongside the strange blue-skinned woman, who might be a nurse or something. Honestly, Sabo was surprised they weren't being punished for trying to run away. Thinking about their escape attempt brought tears to his eyes. All of this was his fault. If only he hadn't rushed them into the freezer. Sabo? Luffy asked, watching him closely from underneath his towel hood. He forced a smile. It's nothing, Lu. Do you feel better? Sabo was surprised he'd allowed the aliens to bathe him considering how much he disliked baths. Since he couldn't swim and had had a near-drowning experience in a tub when he was little, the kid usually wouldn't go near one unless Ace and Sabo were with him. Yeah, Luffy affirmed, nuzzling into his chest. It was really warm, and the bubbles smelled so nice. Sabo blinked down at the boy who was dozing off where he sat. He supposed it was natural to be exhausted after the day they'd had. Either that, or those nice-smelling bubbles had been laced with something. I'm ready. Okay, I'll get the kid. The alien knelt down after saying something to the blue-skinned lady, meeting Sabo's wide eyes with his own, steady ones. There, curled up on the floor with a sleepy Lu, he was struck by how big the white-haired alien was. And how small they were in comparison. The alien pointed at Luffy and grunted a few words in that incomprehensible language of theirs. Sabo deduced quickly that he wanted him to hand Lu over. His eyes darted up to the blue-skinned alien and the bandages she'd set out. Did they want to finish treating him? Their kidnapper was surprisingly patient with him and just waited until Sabo gently lifted Luffy, now completely asleep, up to him. He took the sleeping boy with delicacy and nodded to him before handing his baby brother off to the nurse alien. Sabo stayed in the bathroom until they were done with Luffy. The older alien brought in a set of clothes similar to the ones he was now wearing and swiftly dressed the boy. Though the clothes swallowed him, he bet Lu would like them since they were fairly comfortable and not restricting in the least. When they were done and Luffy was bandaged to their satisfaction, the big alien returned his brother to him. Sabo hefted the kid onto his hip, eyeing the replaced green patch on his forehead and the straw hat back where it belonged. He smelled nice and looked much better. They were ushered out of the bathroom and back into the alien's bedroom, where Ace was still out cold on the massive bed. The aliens exchanged a few words, looking to the white-haired male who sighed and ran a hand through his hair. What were they talking about? Before Sabo could consider it more, they were plucked up and placed next to Ace. Steadying his breaths, not wanting to let them know how much the sudden contact had frightened him, he gently laid Luffy down next to Ace and settled himself in a position where he could watch out for them. "I've done all I can for now," Dr. Kabato explained, holding her bag against her chest, and looking over the 3 children fondly. "You've acquired some precious little ones, Captain." Smoker huffed. "Yeah, I guess." He'd never admit it out loud, but they were pretty adorable little troublemakers. "Though, before I go," Kabato sighed and fixed him in place with a serious stare, "there's something you should know about them." Smoker frowned, not liking the expression on her face. "What is it?" "You saw the marks on the blonde one's feet, yes? And the scar under the little one's eye?" Smoker nodded, crossing his arms. "Well, based on my experience, those 2 exhibit signs of possible." She trailed off, glancing to the children sorrowfully. "Abuse." Tsuru finished, making Smoker's blood go cold. "I've seen marks like those before, likely made by a cigar or something similar." That in particular made Smoker's blood boil. He knew very well how painful a smoke could be against the body, and he didn't want to imagine it being purposefully pressed against such vulnerable, squishy skin. Had the smallest been cut by an abuser as well? It was a sickening thought. He'd known the human race was violent, especially against alien visitors, but to think they would harm their own young. Disgusting vermin. "I couldn't find any external scarring that indicated abuse on the 3rd one, but it does not always leave physical scars." Kabato continued, motioning to the still unconscious raven-haired boy. "Sadly, it seems this kind of thing is common even in this system." Smoker closed his eyes, trying to contain his anger at the humans. It wasn't right of him to cluster all of them into one pile of crap. He imagined that, just like the rest of them, there were good humans and bad ones. Though it was particularly difficult not to curse their existence after seeing the boy's scars. These 3 have no doubt experienced the evil potential of their species firsthand. Smoker thought, watching their tiny chests move up and down slowly under the watchful eye of the blonde boy. Tsuru cleared her throat as she straightened her uniform. "Yes, I imagine so. No race is without fault." She turned to Kabato. "We should let them get some rest, the poor things are no doubt exhausted." "Of course. If it's all right with you, I'd like to return tomorrow and check on their progress." The second half of her statement was addressed to him, to which he nodded in affirmation. "That would be nice. Are you going to lock them in?" Tsuru asked, eyeing their windowsill bed. "If I can find a portable field generator, that should be enough to hold them." Smoker replied, not wanting to take any chances. If the kids got out again, Akainu would have no mercy. Tsuru hummed. "I may be able to get you one tonight. I'll bring it back as soon as I can." "Thank you." Ace woke abruptly and groaned in pain at the sudden movement. His joints felt stiff and his hands in particular ached with a deep, pulsing pain. Blinking the blurriness from his eyes, he could feel someone pressing on his chest. Ace, you're awake." It was Luffy, leaning over him with a bright grin on his face. He grunted in reply and pushed him off so he could probably sit up. What happened?" "The aliens got us out of the freezer," Sabo put in, gathering Luffy in his lap to keep him still. "It's been hours, I'm just glad you're finally awake." Ace waited a moment for his dizziness to subside before taking in his surroundings. They were back in their abductor's room and were wearing different clothes. His brothers appeared to be fine, but had bandages wrapped around their hands, feet, necks, and other places under their clothes. Luffy still had his hat, which was good. Examining himself, he noted he had been given the same treatment. All of the what he spat out. The kid went to talk, but he slapped a hand over his mouth. No way this BSTRD was gonna know his name. Smoker just stared at him, not reacting at all to his obvious challenge. "Figured you'd be the most difficult, but it doesn't matter. I think I've got an idea of what your name is from all the screaming the little brat did earlier." They stared at each other for a few moments before the alien smirked, making him flinch. "You're Ash?" "No, that's not quite right, it was Ace." He inhaled sharply at his name, wondering how the hell he'd figured it out. The alien continued to smirk, looking fairly proud of himself. What? How does he know my name?" "I don't know." Sabo put in, "Maybe Luffy mentioned it at some point?" Huffing to himself, Smoker brought the tray a little closer, making the kid in Ace's lap squirm. "All right, let's give this a try, just don't spill on my bed, okay brats?" Smoker picked up a cup from the tray before saying, "Sabo? Come on, come get your food. I won't bite." Sabo started at the sound of his name and didn't move, even when the alien held the food a little closer. Meanwhile, Ace yelped when Luffy bit his hand, causing him to let the boy go. The kid made a beeline for the food but was stopped by Smoker. "No, it's not your turn yet." Luffy pouted when he was denied, and simply plopped down as close as he could to the food. Smoker sighed but didn't push him away. He called for Sabo again, making him swallow hard. Ace, should I dash? Of course not, Bo! He exclaimed, who knows what he's put in it. But, the last stuff was okay, and, Sabo lifted his hands to his stomach when it growled, I am hungry. After a few minutes of deliberation, Sabo stood and began to cautiously make his way toward the alien. Ace grit his teeth, praying the alien wasn't using the food as some sort of trick to catch them off guard. See, that wasn't so hard. Smoker said, placing the cup into Sabo's hands. Now, for the little one. I know you'll take it. Luffy, come here. At the sound of his name, Luffy grinned and held his hands out immediately. Smoker placed the foodstuff in his hands, cracking a tiny smile. Good boy. Now, for Ace. He scowled, refusing to respond. Ace was fairly certain this whole game he was playing was a way to condition them into coming on command. Like reverse psychology or something. Luffy padded over to Sabo and sat down with his cup, watching Ace with a worried expression. Are you not gonna eat? I don't want anything he has to give. Ace snapped back, scooting away from the alien. He was sick of always being at the mercy of someone. Smoker frowned and held out the food again, making Ace turn his head away. You need to eat, kid. Just leave me alone. He cried, hating how he stuttered. Turning his back on the alien completely, he hid his face in his thighs. Of course, he was hungry, but what if? A soft hand on his knee brought him to the brink of tears. Ace? Luffy whispered, snuggling up next to him as best he could. A quick glance revealed the boy had shoved his portion at Sabo before going to him. I think Mr. Smokey's nice, so, please, come eat with us. He bit his lip and pulled Luffy in closer, cursing his own weakness. This whole situation, why did it have to happen? Well, I won't force you, brat. Baby steps. Ace looked up when Smoker spoke and was surprised to find that he had just placed the food in front of him. He wasn't going to punish him because he wouldn't come? With that, Smoker stood and left them to their own devices, going back to whatever he was doing with the window. Sabo quickly scooted over to them and placed the bowls on the mattress, stomach growling yet again. While Smoker finished his work with the field generator, he watched the humans out of the corner of his eye. They were, thankfully, eating, which was good. The youngest, Luffy, wasted no time lifting the bowl of soup to his lips and drinking deeply, his hands steadied by the blonde, Sabo. Just like before, the older two ate much slower and less than the little one. He'd have to ask Dr. Kabato about what kind of nutrition they needed and if he should be concerned. The older raven, Ace, took a few sips before stopping to whisper something to his companions, face pale. Of the three of them, he'd taken the most damage and was least willing to trust him, which was understandable. On the other end of the spectrum was Luffy, the tiny one, who had no problems throwing himself at him or flashing a bright grin. He was still scared and nervous when he was alone, but with the other two, he was a force of nature. Smoker had to wonder what caused him to relax so much. Was it the hat? I bet if I damaged it, he would have lost it. He mused while pulling on the generators to make sure they had adhered properly. Satisfied they weren't going anywhere, Smoker pressed a button now stuck to the wall, causing the field to activate. The humans jumped and chattered nervously at the sight of the blue force field that now separated the windowsill from the rest of the room. Smoker passed his hand through it to make sure it was working like it should, pleased with how it had turned out. If it did its job, it would keep the human secure while allowing him to move through it without any problems. Stifling a yawn, Smoker turned back to the humans, who looked to be finished with their meal, the cup set off to the side. All right, brats, time for bed. They all needed sleep. He slowly collected their dishes, earning him a weak growl from Ace, and put them on his dresser. Smoker frowned, making a mental note that only Luffy had drank all his soup. Huffing, he returned to the humans and called for the little one, who immediately padded forward with a curious expression on his face. Smoker gently picked him up, mindful of the bandages, and passed him through the blue field, making the older two inhale sharply. For his part, the tiny brat squeaked and curled up when he went through it, but recovered quickly once he realized it hadn't hurt, reaching out to try and touch it. Sabo watched him closely as he approached him, bunching some of Ace's baggy clothing in his hand. Deciding it would be easier to take them both at the same time, he scooped them up into his arms, sighing when Ace immediately sunk his teeth into his neck. He should have expected that. Walking over to the windowsill, he plopped Sabo down and reached up to cup Ace's jaw from behind, working it open as delicately as he could. He didn't want to accidentally hurt him. The human fought him tooth and nail, while probably cursing at him in his language, but was finally put in his new nest with his kin. They placed their hands against the field, striking it to test its durability. Get some rest, brats. He instructed, earning an icy glare from Ace, "You won't have to stay in there forever, but I can't let you run around like before, trust me, it's for your own good." As he turned to get himself ready for a good night's rest, he glanced back at the little humans, their eyes big and confused. Ace, Sabo, little Luffy. They were just so vulnerable. Unlike young Lycas, these three were definitely not old enough to take care of themselves. And yet, when he'd found them, they'd been running through the settlement with no adults to supervise them. Alone, and unprotected. But, what if they'd simply been separated from their sires? What if he'd stolen them away from their families? No, had I not intervened, they'd be dead, Smoker mused, and now that I know their names, there's no going back. They were his responsibility now, and he'd be dead if he let anything further happen to them. "It's comfy," Luffy chirped while he crawled around on the pillows. Sabo cracked a smile at his antics. "Yeah, I guess they are pretty comfortable." "Oh goody, we get a nice cage," Ace hissed, pounding his fist on the weird force field thing keeping them on the windowsill. Sabo huffed at his brother's continued anger, knowing there wasn't much he could do to soothe it. "Ace. TCH, look at him," Ace continued, motioning towards the alien. "Going about his routine like we're not even here." Smoker had been in the bathroom for a few minutes but finally emerged wearing nothing but a pair of sweatpants. Was he going to bed? Though, for that matter, was it even night? With the window sealed off, Sabo had no idea how much time had passed since their capture. When Smoker dimmed the lights in the cabin, his question was answered. Aliens apparently needed sleep too. "Shishishi, see, he's fuzzy," Luffy drawled, yawning widely. Sabo agreed, the alien did have some fur on him, but not a whole lot like he'd been expecting. Most of it was concentrated on his spine. But one thing was certain, Smoker was very fit. He swallowed instinctively, thinking how easy it would be for the alien to just crush them. Beside him, Luffy slumped, exhausted, and the dimmed lights weren't helping. On his way over to the bed, Smoker stopped and seemed to consider something before pressing a button next to their new prison. Sabo jumped when the window suddenly became clear again, though there was no bright light from the sun like before. It was dark, but not like normal. When his brain finally caught up with his eyes, he gasped. "Oh, crap," Ace whispered, beating him to it. It was space. They were in space. The nerdy side of him leapt with joy, immediately searching for constellations or familiar nebulas. The rational side of him curled up on the floor of his stomach and died, leaving a rancid taste in his mouth. They weren't on Earth anymore, and probably wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Smoker, unsurprisingly, did not get much sleep the night of one of the most eventful days of his life. He tossed and turned, unconsciously listening to the humans' quiet babbling. They'd talked amongst themselves for a while before finally falling asleep. Thankfully, they didn't make much noise while they slept, with the exception of some soft snoring from the youngest. When morning finally came, Smoker got out of bed quietly, doing his best not to wake the sleeping humans. Luffy was sprawled over his kin like a blanket, but the older two didn't seem to mind. They looked so peaceful when they were sleeping. Even Ace, who was always glaring and spitting, portrayed childlike innocence and reminded Smoker that that's what they were, children. Stepping into the bathroom, Smoker took a quick shower and took care of his usual routine, which included personal hygiene, shaving, etc. He ran a hand down his face, pleased with how smooth it was. Unfortunately, due to his heritage, if he didn't shave daily, he'd end up with hair in all sorts of unsavory places. "I need to contact Tashigi," Smoker thought while pulling on his uniform. The young Luffy would hopefully have some ideas about what to do with the humans, what regulations required, and would be able to inform Vice Admiral Virgo about his current situation. Virgo was his current CO on the planet G5, given authority to guard a celestial-sanctioned lab that required very high clearance to even enter. Smoker and his crew were part of the security force for the lab, despite having no idea what they did inside. "If I can't find a new home for the brats," he mused with a frown, "I may not be allowed back on G5 due to security reasons." Bringing 3 young humans onto the grounds of a high-priority and very protected base probably wouldn't go over very well. Walking back out into the main room, he grabbed his tablet and re-entered the bathroom, closing the door lightly. It wasn't very official to call another officer while literally sitting on the toilet, but his talking would definitely wake the boys, so, toilet it was. He tapped on Tashigi's name and waited while it rang, a holographic screen appearing from the slim machine. Knowing his second-in-command like he did, she was no doubt already awake and working on paperwork or something. A few seconds later, her familiar face appeared, and she smiled in greeting. "Ah, good morning, sir." "Morning, Tashigi. The successful invasion is all over the news and I know the men can't wait to hear about the Dark Planet from someone who actually saw it with their own eyes." Tashigi. Ugh, it's just so exciting. What are humans like? Did you meet any dash? Tashigi. Take a breath. Smoker commanded, shutting the Luffy up immediately. She smiled sheepishly and pushed her glasses farther up her nose. Forgive me, sir, I'm simply so thrilled to hear from you. I know. He replied, sighing and reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. Tashigi tilted her head forward and frowned. Sir, are you in a bathroom? Yeah, and it's part of the reason I'm calling. Something happened. His second-in-command remained silent as he explained everything, from the corrupt invasion to his acquisition of some human young. Smoker was grateful Tashigi didn't interrupt him or ask any questions until his explanation was over. You took 3 human children off their planet? She asked, eyes wide, and they're in your room? Like I said dash. Do you have a picture? Ah, they must be so adorable. Smoker sighed, supposing he should have expected her response. The Luffy loved anything cute and had a soft spot for kids. No, I don't have a picture. They're all male and their names are Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. With his statement, Tashigi squealed under her breath, but managed to keep her composure. Heaven help him if he actually did show her a picture. Listen, Tashigi, I need you to do some research for me. We're currently heading to Libra Spaceport and I want to know if there's somewhere I can go that will help me find the brats a new home. Oh, you're not planning on keeping them? Disappointment was clear in her voice. You know I can't, it's not practical. Smoker replied before continuing, I also need you to figure out if they've created any regulations for humans when it comes to travel and their current status. He didn't expect her to find too much on that front given humans hadn't even been introduced into mainstream circulation yet. Anything else, sir? Inform Virgo of my situation. Of course. I'll get right on it. With that, Tashigi bowed and signed off, but not before sending him a typed message encouraging him to send her a picture of the boys. Women. Closing his tablet with a sigh, Smoker exited the bathroom to check on the humans. Dr. Kabato would be arriving shortly to check on them and it would be better if he didn't have to wake them up. Thankfully, it appeared that they were started to rouse, if a bit slowly. Sabo was already sitting up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. He looked around and tensed when his gaze landed on Smoker, obviously confused as to what time it was. The blonde human swallowed and reached over to shake Ace awake, who simply grumbled and rolled over, taking Luffy with him. The small human frowned and shook him harder, this time dislodging Luffy from Ace's grasp. The little one whined and sat up himself, stretching out his back like a feline. Is it morning already? I think so. Sabo whispered, replying to whatever question the youngest had asked, do me a favor and scoot over, would you Lou? Ace is being stubborn. Luffy nodded and stumbled behind Sabo where he promptly collapsed into the heap of pillows and snuggled deeper, definitely not fully awake yet. Sabo, much to Smoker's shock, hit Ace over the head rather roughly, making him yelp in pain. Ow, what the hell, Bo? You brought it onto yourself, ignoring me like that. Smoker shook his head in disbelief as Ace sat up and rubbed his head, no true anger on his face. Sabo just looked pleased with himself. The older two jumped when there was a knock at his door, and Ace's hackles immediately went back up, a stark contrast to his previously relaxed and drowsy demeanor. Meanwhile, Luffy was snoring again, having quickly fallen back asleep. As expected, Dr. Kabato was at the door, accompanied by Tsuru who held a tray of what looked like fruit yogurt and toast. Good morning. The young Luffy chirped, leaning slightly so she could see inside. How are the patients? Did they get much sleep? Probably more than me. Smoker grumbled, stepping aside so the females could enter his quarters. While Kabato settled on the floor and began to pull things out of her bag, Tsuru placed the tray of food on his dresser and gazed in at the humans. Sabo looked down at his hands while Ace openly growled at the old soldier, pulling Luffy's limp form into his lap. Well, they certainly look better. She observed, chuckling at Ace's barred teeth, especially this one, feisty little thing isn't he? His name is Ace. Smoker put in, drawing both of his guests' attention, the one with lighter coloring is Sabo and the smallest is Luffy. Took my advice, did you? Tsuru teased, do they know your name as well? Yeah, though only Luffy told me his willingly, I had to deduce the others myself. Tsuru hummed and stepped aside so Dr. Kabato could examine them. At this point, Luffy was slightly more awake, but still drooped against Ace's chest. They do appear to be feeling a bit better. She said, bringing a hand up to her chin, if possible, I'd like to take a closer look, but I think I may require your assistance, Captain. Oh, Smoker knew she would. Luffy may have been the most difficult to deal with the night before, but now, Ace was awake. All right, I'll bring them out one at a time. He stepped forward and looked the boys over, considering who to pick up first. It would be easier to grab Sabo, but Ace would probably attempt to interfere if he tried. Smoker huffed and reached through the blue field, straight towards Ace and his sleepy bundle. As he predicted, the raven snarled at him and retreated all the way to the window, holding Luffy protectively. When he managed to grab hold of his arm, the boy thrashed, but didn't release the youngest. Using his other hand, Smoker gently pried Luffy out of Ace's arms and passed him to Sabo, who quickly caught the child with big eyes, worried for his companion. Now that he could focus solely on Ace, Smoker snatched him up, as delicately as he could while still holding the human firmly, and brought him through the field. Dr. Kabato retreated to give him some room while Smoker sat on the floor, holding Ace away from his body and forcing the kid to sit on the floor. "Let me go, you dash," the small child hissed and bucked against him, no doubt giving him a verbal lashing in his own language. Dr. Kabato sat in front of him and attempted to check the bandages on his feet, only to be kicked back. "This isn't working. Please, allow me," Tsuru stated while pressing a hand down onto Ace's head, her antennae glowing warmly. Almost immediately the vicious human's movement slowed, and his eyelids started to flicker shut. Seeing her opportunity, Kabato leapt into action. "Useful ability," Smoker muttered, prompting a chuckle from Tsuru. "Yes, very useful. You'll have to figure something else out once you get off the ship, otherwise this little one will easily exhaust you." Wasn't that the truth? Dr. Kabato worked quickly and soon declared she'd finished checking Ace over. His wounds were beginning to heal nicely, and the medicine was working like it should. "You'll need to change his bandages every few days and reapply the aloe when you do." "Great. Just great." Smoker was not looking forward to that. Seeing they were done, Tsuru removed her hand and Ace's head shot up almost immediately, terror clear on his face. While he was still trying to get his bearings, Smoker moved him to the bed where he scooted as far away from him as he could. Sabo, still in the field, called for his companion, but he didn't respond. Seeing it would be best for him to reunite the brats with each other as soon as possible, Smoker quickly grabbed Sabo, noting Luffy was fully alert now and staring at Ace with big, concerned eyes. The blonde was much easier and didn't fight them at all. It was clear he was very nervous but didn't pull away. He flinched occasionally when they pushed against his sores, but overall, did very well. While Tsuru helped Sabo up onto the bed, Smoker returned to the sill for little Luffy, who looked up at him with a trembling lip. The poor thing probably thought his friend was in pain, which, frankly, he probably was considering the state he was in after being pulled from the freezer. "He'll be fine, brat. Don't worry," Smoker whispered, plucking the light kid off the pile of pillows and passing him to a surprisingly nervous Kabato. Probably worried he'd try to bite her like he had the night before. Luffy barely gave them the time of day and focused all of his attention on the other two. "Ace, are you okay?" Sabo, "I don't know. It was like I was floating in dash." The older humans were talking to each other, with Sabo clearly attempting to comfort Ace. Apparently, he didn't enjoy the experience of having his consciousness suppressed, which was understandable. Smoker hated it himself, but he couldn't deny its effectiveness. "And that's that?" Dr. Kabato said, moving to put her tools back into her bag. "I'll leave you with what extra supplies I can, but you'll need to purchase more at a later date." "Thank you." As the Laufia stood, a thought came to his mind. "Do you know where I might be able to find someone to adopt them?" The doctor hummed. "I'm not sure. You could always check the local pound or veterinary clinic, though." She gazed sorrowfully at the humans. "I'm not sure you'll find anyone better than yourself." Smoker raised an eyebrow as the young female spluttered and blushed at her own statement, failing to collect herself. With a bright red face, Dr. Kabato bowed and rushed out of the room, startling the little ones. "Was it something I said? You're as dense as a canid, Chase." Tsuru chided with a sigh, turning her dark gaze to the clump of humans on his bed. "Why are you so determined to get rid of them?" "I can't keep them." He hissed. "Why can't you all see that?" "Why not?" "Because of your job?" She continued, crossing her arms. "You know what will happen if you just hand them off to the first pound you come across. Plus, look at them, they've bonded with you." Smoker wasn't too sure about that, especially with how Ace and even Sabo were glaring at them. Luffy was too busy burying his face in the Elder Raven's shirt to notice. "Just promise me you'll give them a chance," Tsuru said softly, voice full of fondness for the little, vicious things in front of her. Okay, Smoker had to admit, their tiny growls were pretty endearing. But to take care of 3 human children. He'd sworn to himself that he would take responsibility for them since he'd been the one to wrench them away from their home, but to him, that meant finding them a new home. Smoker wasn't sure that he was qualified to become their guardian, but based on Tsuru's frown, she wasn't taking no for an answer. "All right, I'll try, but if I find somewhere else where they'll be happy then do what you must," she replied, "but don't you dare shove them off onto just anybody." "I'll be careful and thorough." Tsuru nodded, seemingly pleased with his response, for now. She spun on her heel, picked up the tray of food, and shoved it at him. Good luck, Chase. Remember, you can call me anytime if you need help. Yeah, thanks. With that, the old soldier left, leaving him alone with the humans. Luffy glanced up at the aliens when their voices rose slightly, but quickly went back to snuggling with Ace. Whatever the old lady did to his big brother had scared him, and he wanted to help make it better. He didn't particularly dislike the old alien lady, but if she did something to his brother, then he wouldn't like her anymore. I'm okay, Lou. Ace whispered, maneuvering him so he was resting in his lap more comfortably. Luffy made a small noise of affirmation but didn't release him. Sabo tapped on his shoulder when the door to the room slid open and closed, indicating the old lady finally left. Hey guys, I think it's time for breakfast. Luffy perked at the mention of food and looked over his shoulder at Mr. Smokey who, as his brother said, had a tray full of delicious-looking yogurt things and bread. Almost immediately, his mouth began to water. Sorry about that, brats, I know that wasn't very fun. The alien said something to them before placing the tray down in front of him. Luffy looked to Sabo for direction since he'd helped them get it right last time. The older boy stared at Mr. Smokey, just waiting. Go ahead and dig in as my apology for scaring you. When the alien didn't make a move to call their names, Luffy tilted his head and inched forward. Sabo stopped him quickly, with a hand around his middle, but Mr. Smokey nodded and pushed the tray even closer. Nah, I think we can have it. He chirped, eager to eat. Sabo didn't seem convinced, but released him, nonetheless. Luffy plopped himself down in front of the tray and grabbed the closest portion, wasting no time taking a bite of what was definitely some kind of space toast. As he'd expected, it was delicious. Mr. Smokey reached forward and pat his head before moving across the room to mess with his weird computer thing. With the alien no longer looming over them, Ace and Sabo joined him. Luffy deflated a bit when he saw they weren't eating. Aren't you hungry? A little, Lou. Sabo said with a shaky smile, is it good? Yeah, super good. Luffy replied, finishing off his toast and moving to the cup of yogurt which quickly became his favorite part of the meal. It was sweet and almost melted in his mouth. Sabo and Ace ate a few bites but ended up passing their unfinished breakfast to him to finish. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate, but he didn't want his brothers to be hungry. Don't worry about it. Ace said, ruffling his hair, eat as much as you want, Lou. But, Luffy didn't want to eat as much he wanted when his brothers didn't get enough. Across the room, Mr. Smokey appeared just as displeased but didn't make a move to approach them. He just typed something into his pad thing and went back to whatever he was doing. Seeing the food was going to be wasted if he didn't finish it, Luffy pulled his brother's portions closer and stuffed a few big bites into his mouth. Watching the humans eat reminded Smoker that he had intended to ask Dr. Kabato about proper nutrition for the boys. He quickly sent her a message before he forgot again. As it turns out, taking care of human, or any, young was more complicated than it appeared. When the boys, or at least Luffy, had finished eating, he collected their dishes and considered whether he should put them back on the windowsill or let them roam around a little bit. It would be good for them to stretch their legs, and he wasn't planning on going anywhere just yet. Nah, Sabo. Luffy whined, I gotta pee. Oh. Maybe we can use the bathroom? Smoker wasn't sure what they were talking about but was immediately concerned when the youngest clutched his stomach and nether regions, a pained look on his face. Had he eaten too much? Sabo stepped forward with Luffy's hand grasped tightly and pointed at the bathroom. Smoker blinked, not sure what they wanted, until it clicked. They were living creatures after all. He supposed it was natural that after ingesting sustenance, their bodies would need to get rid of the waste. He nodded and motioned with his head for the boys to go ahead. Sabo slid down the side of the mattress with Luffy and Ace in tow. It seems the older Raven wanted to make good use of this opportunity as well, or maybe he just wanted to snap at Smoker's feet when he passed him, violent brat. When they entered the bathroom, Smoker turned on the light and considered something he hadn't thought about before. Would they know how to use the toilet? For that matter, were they old enough to have been trained in proper use of such technology? Did humans even use toilets? Smoker had no idea. Based on how familiar they appeared with the metal bowl, he assumed they had at least an idea of what they were doing, plus, Sabo could probably figure it out, given his intellect. Just as he was about to leave the room, he realized something. The toilet was a bit too tall for such short creatures. With a huff, he returned to his room and rummaged through the closet. The Celestials mandated that all sanctioned ships have adaptive devices so their facilities were accessible for all races. One such device was a simple box that could be used to prop smaller creatures up. Smoker sidestepped the humans, earning a surprised yelp from Luffy and a growl from Ace, and placed the box down, satisfied it would allow them to reach the bowl with little difficulty. "I'll be outside so," Smoker said while running a hand through his hair, knowing they couldn't understand him. "I guess let me know if you need something." With that, he moved out of the bathroom and shut the door to give the boys some privacy. He really hoped they knew what they were doing and that he wouldn't have to fish them out of the bowl or something. Thankfully, a few minutes later, the toilet flushed, indicating someone had properly done their business. At least, that's what he assumed. Hopefully, they would make noise if something had gone wrong. Smoker waited about 15 minutes before there was a small knock at the door and the handle jiggled slightly. When he opened it, he was met by a smiley Luffy, apparently feeling better. A quick look around the bathroom revealed no mess or anything, so that was good. Before he allowed them out, he ushered the humans up to the sink and moved the box over so they could wash their hands. "Come on, you know you need to," he chided when Ace crossed his arms and wouldn't get on the box. Thankfully, Sabo stepped in with Luffy, lifting him up a little so he could reach the sink. When the youngest had finished, Sabo washed his hands, flicking Ace with some in the process. "Don't make him mad, Ace. It's just water." "Fine." Whatever the blonde said seemed to convince Ace that it was safe, and he quickly stepped up to wash his little hands, sending Smoker glares through the mirror. He made sure to pat Sabo on the head for that, ignoring how he flinched. The boys padded back into the bedroom portion of his quarters, chatting quietly with each other. A glance out the window revealed they were now traveling at light speed and the stars blurred together into a beautifully bright collage. The ship was so large its passengers often didn't even notice the transition. Luffy's little gasp of awe drew the older two's attention and he pointed with an open mouth out the window. "Whoa, what's that? Where'd space go?" "See, could it be?" Sabo questioned, stepping a bit closer. Scientists have always theorized that traveling at the speed of light was possible, but Seeing they were interested in it, Smoker scooped them up and passed all three of them through the field back to their windowsill home. Thankfully, they appeared too distracted by the stars and light to bite him or anything. Luffy put his palms on the window and settled himself up close where he had a good view. Sabo seemed deep in thought about something, and Ace, he'd gone stiff as a board. Smoker wondered if he had an idea of what it meant, and just how far they were traveling. How much distance there would be between them and their home. The next 3 days were interesting, to say the least. Due to the amount of attention the boys required, Smoker found himself staying in his quarters almost constantly. He only left to get food or work out, not wanting to risk the humans getting out again. The good news was that their wounds from their encounter with the freezer were healing well and they were slowly becoming used to the simple routine he'd put in place at Dr. Kabato's recommendation. According to her, the best way to keep them calm and comfortable was to stick to a schedule so there weren't many surprises. The doctor and Tsuru visited a little bit each day to check on the humans, bring them food, etc. Ever since the incident with Ace, the other two were a bit more wary around the old soldier. Dr. Kabato also sent him a nutrition plan and what she believed was sufficient for humans of their size. She admitted that she wasn't familiar enough with their species to know exactly how much they required, so she had to guess. From observation, they both agreed that Luffy's metabolism was very abnormal. In a bid to keep him satiated, the Lalfia recommended snacks throughout the day. Ace and Sabo were a bit more challenging due to the fact that they generally didn't eat much. Dr. Kabato deduced it was likely because of stress and hoped that the more comfortable they got with their new surroundings, the more they would eat. Thankfully, Smoker was able to get them to drink fluids fairly regularly. In addition to the doctor's advice, Tashigi finally got back to him with some promising information. Libra Spaceport was a large station that was almost a full city itself, so Smoker wasn't surprised they had a veterinary clinic. She hadn't been able to find much on their available services, but he would make sure to take the brats there soon after landing. Unfortunately, Tashigi also reported that Virgo hadn't been optimistic about Smoker's return should he still have the humans in his custody. He was supposed to contact him directly after reaching Libra to give him an update on the situation. "Attention all personnel." The loudspeakers blared, "We are approaching Libra Spaceport. Please ready yourselves to disembark. I repeat Smoker huffed, stuffing the last of his clothing and other essentials into his bag. He was finally getting off this DMN ship. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were on the windowsill watching him work with big eyes. They could no doubt see parts of the spaceport through the window and assumed something was going on. Why's he packing? Is he leaving? Maybe? I'm not sure. They chattered amongst themselves quietly, nervousness clear on their faces. Smoker felt bad that they'd have to go back into the side compartment of his bike. Luffy hadn't exactly enjoyed it last time, but he didn't have many other options that would keep them secure and out of harm's way. Zipping up his bag, he leaned back and sighed. The only thing left to pack was the humans. "All right, brats," Smoker said, picking up the familiar storage box and placing it on the bed. As he expected, they all recoiled and tensed at the sight of it. "I know you don't want to, but you'll be safe in here, I promise. No ropes this time." The inside of the box was properly padded, without obscuring the small holes in the side that would allow for air flow, and was currently the only thing he had that would safely transport the boys on his bike. He also had some snacks and a small jug of water he intended to put in with them. Hearing another announcement detailing their docking with Libra, he realized he needed to work fast. Smoker had already signed all the required paperwork and was officially discharged from the mission. All that was left was to get on his bike and literally ride away. "Come on, just relax," Smoker whispered as he approached the skittish humans. The field generator was still up, but he wasn't able to bring it with him as it was technically property of Akainu's ship. He went for Sabo first, since he was closest. The blonde boy struggled against him and tried to scramble out of the box when he placed him down in it. Seeing he wouldn't stay put when he went to grab another one, Smoker secured the lid over him. Next was Ace, and boy did he fight. If he didn't have such tough skin, he'd be covered in scratches and bite marks. Holding him in one arm, Smoker removed the lid and put Ace next to Sabo before sliding the lid back in place. Little Luffy was last and looked scared. He didn't struggle but rather clutched at his chest like it was a lifeline and whimpered trembling words. They were all scared, and there wasn't much Smoker could do to alleviate it. "Here, brat, I know it's not much, but," he said, handing Luffy a bag of treats, "everything will be okay." The little one sniffled and took the food, staring up at him with wet eyes. The tiny human said something before rubbing his face against Smoker's chest in what he recognized as clear affection. Smoker tousled his raven locks, being very careful with the straw hat, in response before gently putting him with his kin, who received Luffy easily. Once they were secure in the container with some food and water, Smoker threw his bag over his shoulder and picked it up with both hands, ready to leave the ship behind. The metal halls were busier than normal, full of soldiers prepared to disembark and return to their previous assignments. That is, except for those unfortunate enough to be stationed on this ship as a part of Akainu's crew. Poor souls. Though he expected it, Smoker couldn't help but feel eyes on him. Soldiers whispered and pointed, having apparently heard about his 3 strange acquisitions from the Dark Planet. If anyone tried to get close or talk to him, he growled and scared them off. The boys were already frightened, and he didn't want to make it worse. His ears picked up a small crunching sound coming from the box as he walked, and he couldn't help but crack a smile. Apparently Luffy was trying some of the flakes he'd given him. When he arrived at the docking bay, Smoker went straight to his bike, where 2 familiar faces were waiting for him. "See, Captain," Dr. Kabato greeted, red in the face. Ever since her strange outburst a few days before, she'd been practically unable to look him in the eye. "Doctor," he relied, turning to nod to Tsuru, "you two didn't have to see me off." "Yes, we know," Tsuru said with a sarcastic chuckle, "heaven forbid there are actually people who like you. How are the children?" Smoker shrugged and moved to attach the container to the side of his bike. "As good as they can be." They let him work in silence until the box was fully secure and Smoker was satisfied it wouldn't jiggle around too much while he rode. When he grabbed his helmet, something caught his eye. Up on one of the upper decks was Akainu. The Admiral glowered down at him like he'd stolen his wife and was joined by the rat, who'd looked better. Smoker returned their glare easily but put his helmet on before he completely lost his cool. Thanks to them, his humans had been through hell and getting supplies to take care of them had been nearly impossible. If not for Tsuru and Kabato's assistance, they might have died. For the umpteenth time, Smoker wished he'd been assigned to Akiji's ship. "Say hi to Tashigi and the boys for me," Tsuru exclaimed with a curt wave as he activated the engine on his bike, almost drowning out her voice. "Will do," he replied, inclining his head to Kabato, who yelped and bowed awkwardly. What a strange woman. With that, they were off to Libra Spaceport where he'd hopefully find someone willing to take the boys off his hands. Someone trustworthy and good. Ace held Luffy securely in his lap when they started moving, stuck inside the same box from the day of the invasion. He and Sabo had been unconscious at the time, leaving Lu alone and defenseless. It made him sick just thinking about it. Currently, the 3 of them were huddled together with Sabo glancing outside to try and figure out where their captor, Smoker, was taking them. They all still wore the oversized clothing that had been forced on them after the incident with the freezer, and in his and Sabo's case, still had bandages wrapped around their limbs that had been smothered with herbal stuff. Smoker changed his wrappings the day before and it had not been a very pleasant experience. "Whoa!" Sabo gasped, "Look at this place." Ace craned his neck so he could catch a glimpse through the tiny holes and his eyes widened. So far, their exposure to alien stuff had been limited to whatever was on the ship, but this was a whole new world. Smoker was riding along some sort of road towards what looked like a city. The buildings were tall, and everything was encased in a massive force field thing that probably held air. High above them, ships and other flying machines zipped around, leaving distortions in the atmosphere behind. Wherever they were, it was busy and full of aliens. "Are we on another planet?" Luffy asked, holding his bag of food close. The kid appeared excited at the notion and tried to wiggle closer. "I don't think so, Lou." Sabo replied, placing a hand on his chin. "Look how close space is. Could this be a space station of some kind?" "It doesn't matter what it is," Ace put in, pulling the youngest back into his lap. "What matters is what a certain pointy-eared BSTRD intends to do with us here." Luffy's lip trembled at his words and he drooped against him, suddenly less excited. "Ace," Sabo began, only to stop when he flashed him a harsh glare. "He kidnapped us for a reason, Bo, and this place may be our last destination. We have to be ready to fight back." "But, Mr. Smokey's nice," Luffy exclaimed, pounding on his chest. "He wouldn't hurt us." Ace huffed, frustrated with how attached their baby brother had gotten to their captor. The last thing they needed was having to rehabilitate him because of Stockholm Syndrome or something. "I know how you feel, but let's look at the facts," Sabo interjected, stopping him from shaking Luffy. "He's done nothing to harm us in any way. If he wanted to eat us, or kill us, he had plenty of opportunities to. Smoker got us out of the freezer and has been dutifully taking care of us ever since. I just don't think his intentions are evil." "Okay, so he probably doesn't want to kill us," Ace admitted, scowling at his brother, "but he could still sell us or use us in some way. We can't trust him, Sabo. For all we know, he could only be keeping us alive for his own dubious purposes." Sabo just sighed and went back to staring out at the strange place they'd landed on. Luffy whimpered before shoving a small hand into the bag of food the alien had given him and stuffing a handful in his mouth. Ace knew his brothers didn't feel the same about Smoker, and he couldn't deny the alien hadn't given him a reason to fear being used for dubious things, but that didn't change the fact that he'd taken them away from Earth. Who knows what he truly intended to do with them? Ace grit his teeth and curled around Luffy, determined to protect his brothers no matter what. Smoker didn't particularly like Libra. It was crowded and stuffy even for a spaceport. He'd been through it before on a different mission, and his first impression hadn't changed much. Exiting the main tunnel, he followed the directions Tashigi had given him to the clinic with apprehension. In retrospect, perhaps trying to find a good home for the boys in a place like this wasn't the best. Still, he was determined to try, or risk being reassigned who knows where. When he pulled up to the building, Smoker's first reaction was to raise an eyebrow. Hidden behind a few other businesses that had set up shop on the remote station for passerby to enjoy, it was extremely colorful. The metal had been painted a bright blue and there were pictures of various creatures stenciled all over the front of the clinic. It did appear to be well maintained, which was good. Kamabaka Clinic, Smoker mused, turning off his bike and removing his helmet. Before he tried to mess with the storage container, he reclined slightly and grabbed a cigar off his coat, feeling in desperate need of a smoke. He still wore his military uniform but had thrown his good riding jacket over it as it helped block wind and gave him quick access to his favorite pastime. Taking a drag, Smoker felt his body relax almost immediately. He hadn't been allowed to smoke while on Akainu's ship or on active duty, so it had been many months since his last cigar. He'd missed it. Putting away his lighter, Smoker slid down to the ground and disconnected the box from his bike, keeping the cigar clenched tightly in his teeth. He could hear and feel the humans moving around inside, small sounds escaping them. Clenching his jaw, he walked into the clinic, determined to do what he came here to do even if the door was a disgusting shade of pink. Once inside, he physically recoiled at the smell of many animals and his eyes watered at the bright colors that were worse than he'd expected. "And I thought the outside was bad." The tile on the floor was neon green and clashed horribly with the equally neon, but unfortunately polka-dot-filled wall of purple and pink. All of the curtains were yellow, and the chairs were upholstered with a baby blue pattern, complemented by opposing white stripes. Good God! What had he just walked into? It was like a rainbow had thrown up all over the place. "Ah, a customer." Someone chirped as Smoker blinked, trying to get his bearings in the unfamiliar environment, and a handsome one at that. The speaker was female, no, not a female. It was a male ghoul who was apparently a crossdresser. He, or she, honestly Smoker wasn't sure how to address them, wore a bright pink dress and smiled at him, batting their eyelashes. The ghoul tended to be stocky beings with large mouths and small noses. Their skin was very pale, though this one appeared to have slathered it with a copious amount of makeup. They also sported bony prominences that stuck out of their elbow joints that could be used very efficiently in battle, something Smoker had witnessed firsthand. Hi. Hello, the ghoul replied, leaning on the counter and making a show of checking him out. What can I do for you, handsome? Smoker felt rather uncomfortable, but he'd come this far. I need some information on humans and possibly rehoming dash. The ghoul gasped, manicured nails coming up to their mouth. Humans? Don't tell me. There's a human in that box. Smoker nodded and tensed when the clerk literally squealed and jumped up and down, excitement clear in their yellow eyes. Caroline, you'll never guess what just walked through our door. At the exclamation, a second ghoul stuck their head through the curtain that separated the lobby from the rest of the clinic. This one was dressed similarly to the pink one but had red hair and, for whatever reason, wore a mask over their eyes. How many times must I tell you to keep it down in the clinic, Elizabeth? You'll scare the poor candies we have dash. Humans, Caroline. Our first human. The first ghoul continued, pointing excitedly to the box in Smoker's arms. At that, the red-headed one gasped and squealed with their coworker, skipping up to lean on the counter. Is it true? Yeah. Oh, how wonderful. I wasn't expecting some so soon. The ghoul cleared their throat, smoothing out their skirt. Forgive our excitement, it's just we've been eagerly awaiting our first human for some time now. Smoker frowned at that. How could they be expecting to receive humans when the invasion had only just ended? Come, let's have a look at the beautiful candy. He was ushered through the curtain and into a fairly large examination room before he'd even had a chance to process his thoughts. My name is Caroline and this is Elizabeth, my assistant. Based on your uniform, you must be fresh off duty, Captain? Smoker. He replied, watching the two ghoul pull on gloves. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Candy-chan. Caroline said, sending a wink his way. Now, let's bring it out. I can't wait to see it. Smoker was reluctant to release the box. Given how excitable these two were, it was bound to scare the boys. But, he supposed they were professionals? I need you two to calm down first. He ordered, puffing on his cigar, otherwise, you'll scare them. The ghoul straightened up and nodded, speaking softly instead of screeching as he placed the box on the table. Did you hear that, Caroline? Them. Yes, I did, Elizabeth. More than one, how thrilling. Smoker released the latches on the container and removed the lid, revealing the frightened faces of his three little humans. Ace and Sabo were huddled around Luffy in a familiar, protective clump and looked up at the strangers in terror. The two ghoul cooed and peered in at them with admiration clear on their faces. Why, Captain, they're gorgeous. How did you manage to obtain such lovely younglings? During the invasion. Smoker replied, not feeling the need to extrapolate further. I see. Caroline continued, not taking his eyes off the humans. That explains how you were able to get your hands on some so soon. We weren't expecting any for at least another month. You mentioned that before, but how is it that you are so prepared? He asked, wanting clarification. Based on what he learned on Akainu's ship, the Celestials had intended to enslave the human race before the invasion, but for how long was that plan in action? Caroline and Elizabeth blinked at him in confusion. Surely you know, dear. Caroline continued, stepping over to a built-in countertop to rummage through one of the drawers. When the ghoul found what he was looking for, it was passed to Smoker. We received this missive over a year ago. The item given to him was essentially a brochure that had the Celestial's seal on the front. Its title was, Humans, the most versatile and exotic pets you've ever had. Are you tired of the same boring pets? Ready for something new and uniquely yours? Look no further than the mysterious residents of the Dark Planet. Smoker glanced at the date on the brochure and bit into his cigar. It really had been sent out over a year ago. Thanks to diligent testing, our scientists have discovered something truly amazing about these usually bland creatures. Their DNA is literally a blank slate. You can alter your human to look however you want. Love the ears of a canid? Done. Want some scales? No problem. Talk to your local veterinary specialist today about the altering process and how you can have a human unlike any other. Smoker had a hard time processing what he had just read. There was so much he could infer from it and none of it was good. First, the Celestials had been doing research on the humans? Since when? Plus, based on the date, it had been going on for a long time. Oi, what's this altering they're talking about? I believe there are some examples on the next page. Turning the brochure over, his heart almost stopped. The pictures supposedly depicted humans, but they weren't anything like what he'd seen. One of them had rocks ballooning out of his shoulders and another had definitely been crossed with a canid. Their eyes were dull, lifeless. What the hell were the Celestials doing to these poor creatures? This is soon to be the newest fad, I imagine. Elizabeth put in, turning his attention away from the boys. We haven't had a chance to practice the actual altering process, but we have the equipment and dash. The Ghoul stopped short when Caroline elbowed him in the gut, effectively shutting him up. Who all knows about this? Is the public aware? Surely not, even Smoker himself had assumed they were attacking the humans for justice. For Fisher Tiger and the others who had suffered at their hands. Well, the ad started airing a few days ago, so I imagine people know. He crumbled the brochure, fury bubbling up in his chest. So what was the invasion then? A publicity stunt? The Celestials claimed to want justice for the oppressed when all they really wanted were the humans themselves. They used Tiger's anguish as a way to further their own agenda. A quiet whimper brought him back to reality. Luffy was peeking over the side of box and gazing at him with concerned eyes, his hat resting against his back. Returning the now crumpled paper to Caroline, he bent over and placed a gentle hand on the little one's cheek. Behind Luffy, Ace and Sabo crowded close, definitely stressed and frightened. They were so small and vulnerable. Their lives were in his hands, and from what he just learned, if he gave them up, they'd end up freakishly deformed. Husks of their previous selves. Smoker wouldn't let that happen. "See, Captain?" Elizabeth questioned. "Is everything all right?" "Just fine," he replied, straightening up. What would be required to register them in my name?" The two Ghoul grinned and immediately began to pull out documents stating he'd need to sign the proper paperwork. The humans watched in confusion as paper after paper was moved at Smoker. Most of them were government papers stating he would take responsibility for the boys' well-being and other such information. "I am obligated to ask, are you interested in altering your humans?" "No," he firmly replied. They were fine just the way they were, and there was no way he was changing that for his own amusement. "Noted," Caroline said, writing something on the document. "Now, for the sweet candies. We've got to get them up to date on their shots." The Ghoul got up and took a few syringes out of the cabinet. "Is it safe?" Smoker asked, eyeing the needles with distrust. "Of course. These have been tested extensively and work very well." "Right, because the Celestials have been studying humans for long enough to know." BSTRDS. At the sight of an unfamiliar being coming towards them with a sharp object, the humans, understandably, attempted to run. Ace and Sabo scrambled out of the box, taking Luffy with them. Smoker immediately swept them up into his arms and held them tightly, ignoring their squirming and loud protests. "I'll help, but I don't think this is going to be pretty." "Oh, the poor candies." Caroline crooned, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare them." "Elizabeth, why don't you help the captain with his humans? If we work together, this will be a cinch." After a few attempts, Smoker was forced to put two of them back in the box so they could focus on just one, or risk accidentally hurting one of them, or the Ghoul. He chose Luffy to go first, hoping he'd be the easiest. This will be a good opportunity to finish the sweet candy's profile. "Elizabeth, get your notes ready." "Aye." Luffy trembled in Smoker's arms as the red-headed Ghoul approached. "And Mr. Smokey, I don't wanna, I'm scared." The poor thing cried and struggled to get away from Caroline. Smoker shushed him and whispered reassuring words as the injections were swiftly completed. When the needles were disposed of, Luffy curled into Smoker and sobbed, tears flowing down his face. "I know, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you later," he soothed, making a mental note to shower the boys with treats when they finally left the clinic. Caroline gently bandaged Luffy's arm and recited notes to Elizabeth regarding the boy's general condition. Male. Based on size and skeletal development, approximately 5 to 7 years old. How long do humans normally live? "Oh, it depends. From what I know, somewhere around 80 to 90 years, 100 if they're lucky. This little candy is still very young." "I see," Smoker said, thinking how interesting it was that not only was their blood the same color, but their lifespans were only slightly shorter than his. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. "Say, could you check and see if they are kin? I suspect they are, but dash." "Of course. We'll add it to your bill. Now, what would you like to name this little darling?" Smoker continued to rub down the small one's back as he replied. "Luffy. His name's Luffy." At his name, the tiny human looked up, eyes red from crying. Thankfully, he seemed to have calmed down a little bit. What an adorable name. It fits him perfectly. After taking a small sample of blood, Smoker switched him for Ace, leaving Sabo to continue calming Luffy. Seeing how difficult he would be, Elizabeth swooped in and placed a patch of some kind on the boy's neck. Almost immediately, he became lethargic and began to droop against them. Just a little something to help him relax, the poor candy. Smoker was really going to have to figure something out for dealing with Ace that wasn't sedation. Caroline went through the same procedure with him that Luffy had received. Male, approximately 8-10 years old? He's quite muscular for his age, so it's a little harder to tell. The ghouls finished the notes for that section and asked, "So, what's this fiery little candy's name?" Ace. Marvelous. Sabo proved to be the easiest, sitting still for the entire procedure. He kept glancing over to the box, no doubt worried about Ace and the still trembling Luffy. Smoker was concerned that his cigar would be triggering for the blonde boy, given the scars he bore from a similar instrument, but it didn't seem to bother him, thankfully. Smoker wasn't sure he was ready to quit just yet. Male, approximately the same age as the previous human. Caroline continued before tilting his head like something came to his mind. "Say, Elizabeth, will you go get the catalog? The captain needs to pick some things out before he leaves today." By the time they'd finished with Sabo, the other ghoul was back and wasted no time moving a large book into his arms. It was big. "Now that we've got most of this done, let me read the human regulations to you, Candy-chan. Just like with any other pet, you'll need to follow these rules when in public." Smoker grunted, knowing this was coming. Humans are required to wear an identification tag at all times. All types of translating technology are forbidden for use with humans. Restaurants and other public places are given permission to require additional restraints to their discretion, i.e. leash, muzzle, etc. Any damage done to public or private property by your human will require immediate and full compensation. Should you fail to comply with these regulations, you may be subject to one or more of the following: fines, probation, jail time, and confiscation of any humans involved pending possible euthanasia. The rules seemed to be a bit extreme, but he supposed someone could cross a human with something dangerous. Would a human lose their ability to self-modulate if altered too much? Feel free to pick whichever one appeals to you, Caroline said, pointing to the book in Smoker's lap. A peek inside revealed it was full of various collar options. He immediately frowned, disliking the idea. To collar someone was to take away their freedom, it was demeaning. However, having just heard the regulations, if he didn't, there could be dire consequences. The Celestials, and by relation the Alliance, weren't messing around. These are all so gaudy, Smoker thought, lip curling up at one that was pink and very fuzzy. If he had to choose one, it wouldn't be something he, and the boys, were embarrassed of. While he continued to flip through the pages, the ghoul worked hard examining the blood samples and finalizing paperwork. Who knew it was all so complicated? When he neared the middle of the catalog, one caught his eye. It was a simple, black band with a triangular-shaped tag hanging from it. It claimed to be very comfortable for the wearer and boasted biometric locking technology that made it almost impossible to remove should he desire. Considering the humans had no idea what was going on and wouldn't understand the consequences of taking them off, the extra tech appealed to Smoker. "I'll take 3 of these." "Great choice, very stylish. We'll get it rung up for you. Elizabeth, go grab 3 number 8970 SIXS please." Caroline put down his pen when the other left. "Also, based on the results of our test, your humans are not related to each other. At least, not by blood." That was surprising to Smoker considering how close they appeared. "I see, thanks for checking." After what felt like forever, Elizabeth returned with the collars. They looked very large, but the ghouls assured him it would shrink to fit whoever it belonged to. With a huff, Smoker turned to the boys. Ace was a bit more awake, but definitely still out of it. Sabo's eyes were as big as dinner plates and Luffy continued to sniffle. They wouldn't like them, not one bit. Walking over to the container they sat in, Smoker reached down and hooked one around Ace's neck, watching as it molded itself to the boy's skin. He grunted and scratched at it but didn't fight as much as he could, probably due to the lingering effects of the sedative. The tag hung just over the small dip in his throat, filled out with Smoker's information and Ace's name. He pressed his thumb to the back of it, sealing it shut with his print. When he looked up, Sabo had retreated slightly, sharp gaze flicking between him and the collar around his friend's throat. The bright boy seemed to understand what it meant and didn't want one for himself. Smoker felt terrible that he didn't have much of a choice. They had to follow the rules, no matter how stupid they were, or risk their lives. Under his firm gaze, Sabo sat down, pulling Luffy close. He flinched when the band was placed around his neck and it tightened, settling against the flushed skin. When Sabo's was secured, he turned to Luffy, knowing he'd need to remove the straw hat to get a proper fit. Thankfully, the blonde human seemed to understand this and gently lifted it off, giving it to Luffy so he could hug it to his chest. The boy yelped when the collar affixed itself and poked at it curiously, babbling what were obviously questions to Smoker and Sabo. It SCKED that he couldn't get them translators, he'd love to hear what they had to say. And that's that. Thank you for your business. Come back anytime, handsome. A few minutes later, Smoker left the strange clinic with the boys secure in the container and a bag of additional necessities that had been forced on him by the 2 ghoul He'd learned so much in the span of just a few hours and had somehow managed to do the exact opposite of what he'd intended. And yet, he felt relieved. Relieved that, at least with him, his boys wouldn't be subject to painful, and possibly dangerous, alteration. They'd be safe and well taken care of. Over the next few months, he had no doubt that other altered humans would start to surface, and he was grateful he'd learned about it now. Pets, huh? Smoker mused, disliking the word. Was that all they were to him? Animals to be cared for and shown off? He wasn't sure, but somehow that didn't seem like the correct description of their still very new relationship. Plus, though he gained Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, he would no doubt lose his current deployment on G5. Tashigi had warned him what Virgo thought about the humans. I'll call him once I get to the hotel. Ace, you back with us? Sabo asked, bringing the freckled boy out of his drag-induced stupor. He nodded, holding his still pounding head. Whatever that freaky alien had stuck on his throat was definitely a drag of some kind. How long was I out of it? A while, Smoker's taking us somewhere else. Sabo explained, motioning with his head to the strange architecture flashing by outside. When Ace's vision finally cleared, he blinked, praying his eyes were still playing tricks on him. Both of his brothers now had collars around their necks. What he spluttered, instinctively reaching up to his own throat, his stomach dropping when he felt the new band secured there. Ace pulled and scratched at it, but the stupid thing wouldn't budge. Ace, stop. You're just hurting yourself. Sabo hissed, forcing his hands down. I've already tried to remove them, but I think Smoker did something that makes it so we can't take them off. He huffed in frustration, but stopped yanking at the collar, nonetheless. Next to him, Luffy was curled up in a ball, eyes red. The little boy held one hand around his upper arm, where a new bandage had been wrapped. Lou, you okay? MN. He affirmed, sniffling quietly, my arm just hurts, that's all. Luffy had never liked getting shots, and based on how sore his own limb was, they'd all been injected with who knows what. Come here. Ace stated, accepting Luffy gently when he crawled over and into his lap. Letting him recline against his chest, he plopped his brother's hat on his head so he could get a better look at the back of the collar. It was identical to the front just without the tag. There were no ridges or locks that indicated it could be removed. DMN alien technology. At least now we know what Smoker wants to do with us. Sabo whispered, drawing his attention. Yeah. Ace replied, brow furrowing. In his lap, Luffy twisted around to face him, hat falling over his eyes at the movement. What's that mean? Why do we have to wear these necklaces? The boy's innocent question made Ace's stomach churn. How was he supposed to explain to Luffy that they were no better than dogs now and would be kept in a cage for the foreseeable future? Thankfully, Sabo stepped in. I can't be certain, Lou, but I think these mean we belong to Smoker. Sabo explained slowly, you know, like how puppies and kittens wear collars to show they have an owner. The blonde swallowed hard before saying the last word and Ace shot him a look of sympathy. Luffy tilted his head before grinning. Oh, so it's a mystery. Yeah, Lou, a mystery. Ace said softly, readjusting the squirming boy in his lap. Maybe it was better that Luffy didn't understand their circumstances. He'd be happier without the knowledge that his freedom was gone. Before Sabo could say anything, the bike slowed and came to a halt, indicating they'd arrived at their next destination. Ace could only hope it wasn't somewhere worse than their previous stop. The hotel was nice enough, but nothing super fancy. Smoker never liked to spend lots of money on something so temporary. Parking his bike in the designated area, he gathered his things, including the box full of humans, and made his way inside. It had been a long day and he couldn't wait to put his feet up for a while. The female at the front desk gave him his room key and pointed him in the right direction. Thankfully, the boys were silent and didn't draw attention to themselves. He hadn't paid for any additional occupants and would rather not bring it up if he didn't have to. The room itself was simple with just a bed, a short dresser, projection set if he wanted to watch the news or something, and an attached bathroom. Actually, it wasn't that different from his quarters on Akainu's ship except that the window didn't lead directly into space. Smoker placed the human's container on the floor but didn't open it right away. First, it was important that he make sure there weren't any spaces they could slip out. Knowing the boys like he did, especially Ace and Sabo, they were likely to try something. Once he determined the window was locked and there were no other obvious escape routes, he removed the lid so the kids could stretch their legs. Ace hissed at him the second their eyes met and Luffy looked absolutely miserable, clutching his arm like it was broken. Sabo simply checked out their new surroundings, nervousness clear in his body language. Recalling his mental note, Smoker turned around and dug through his bag for whatever treats he could find. He wasn't one for junk food, so all he had were the flakes and some basic food bars. I should order room service. Contacting the hostess through the built-in communication device in the wall, Smoker ordered for himself and the boys, making sure to add some extra dessert. They probably thought he was crazy, ordering so much food, but whatever. He'd hopefully be gone the next day and they'd forget he ever existed. When he returned his attention to the humans, they'd all removed themselves from the box and were examining the room. "Food will be here soon, brats," Smoker said, making them jump, "lots of sweet stuff." Wanting to be intentional with them, since they were stuck with him now, he grabbed his tablet out of his bag and sat down on the floor with his back against the bed. The humans eyed him, whispering amongst themselves. While they debated whatever they were talking about, Smoker brought up Virgo's contact information and waited while it rang. All too soon, his CO's stern face appeared. "Smoker, it's good to hear from you." "Yeah," he replied, resisting the urge to mention the piece of steak stuck to the other's face. Virgo always had some sort of food or utensil stuck to his cheek, no one was sure why. "I've heard about your situation from Tashigi. Do you have any updates to report?" While he spoke, the visor that acted as Virgo's eyes blinked red while it processed incoming stimuli. The Vice Admiral had quite a few mechanical parts and was considered a cyborg. Smoker's men had their own theories on what race he had been originally, but no one had the ball to actually ask him about it. Though not a particularly malicious man, Virgo was intimidating as hell. "Actually, yes," he said with a huff. "I decided to officially adopt all three of them." His CO hummed and leaned on his hands. "I see. Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised." "Sir? You are a kind man, Smoker, sometimes too kind. But I respect your decision." Virgo reached down into his desk and brought out some papers. "Unfortunately, due to the sensitive nature of this facility, you will have to be transferred." "I understand," Smoker replied, disappointment pooling in his gut. He'd worked hard to climb through the ranks and being placed on G5 was the pinnacle of his career so far. But, for the sake of his 3 new charges, he would take a demotion. Just as he thought that, a small form crawled into his lap, drawing his attention away from Virgo for a moment. Luffy made himself comfortable and nuzzled into his chest, a quiet sound of contentment escaping him. As he brought a hand up to the boy's back, his CO snorted. "This must be one of the humans." "Yes, his name is Luffy. Younger than I expected, but a security threat nonetheless." Virgo took his position at the lab very seriously and would never allow 3 younglings onto the base. "I suspected this would happen, so I have taken the liberty of securing a spot for you on G8 with my highest recommendations." Smoker gaped, unsure how to respond. He had expected to be thrown to the wind, forced to call up old contacts in a desperate attempt to find a job, but for Virgo to, I don't know what to say. "You're a good officer, Chase. I hate to lose you." The cyborg continued, "I will inform Tashigi and your men right away. Expect to hear from your new CO, Vice Admiral Jonathan, soon. Good luck, soldier. With humans that young, you'll need it." At that, Virgo signed off, leaving Smoker in stunned silence. He hadn't expected his CO to send him off so nicely. And with a halfway decent transfer no less. G8 wasn't exactly a high-priority planet, but he'd heard good things about Jonathan, despite the fact that he'd apparently learned under Admiral Akainu. While in the same galaxy as G5, the planet boasted a completely different and much more temperate climate. The only base worth noting there was called Navarone. It used to be one of the most prolific prisons in the system until the Great Penitentiary Impel Down was built, leaving it obsolete. Now, from what he understood, Navarone worked to keep peace in the outer rings of the galaxy. The boys will be pleased to get out of the snow and lava. Smoker mused, absent-mindedly petting down Luffy's spine as he thought. The kid seemed to enjoy the attention and whined softly. His men complained constantly about G5's brutal atmosphere. Smoker looked down when Sabo slowly approached and tapped him on the knee. The kid looked nervous and blushed profusely when his stomach growled. "Hungry?" he asked, thinking it'd be a little while until the food he ordered arrived. Reaching up, he dragged his bag over to the edge of the bed and fished around until he found one of the bars he'd stored away. Out of the 3, Sabo might actually like it. "Snack on this for now. Food's coming." Sabo took the bar and looked it over with both interest and caution. It took him only a few seconds to figure out that he needed to tear the wrapping off. Once the bar itself was free, he sniffed it before taking a bite. Surprisingly, he seemed to like it. And plopped down next to Smoker's leg while he munched, eyes glancing to Luffy every few seconds. Across the room, Ace had seated himself against the wall with his arms crossed. Whenever Smoker made eye contact, the brat's brows would furrow, and he'd glare harshly back at him. Somehow, he'd need to figure out a way to gain the boy's trust, but it wouldn't be easy. The second he hung up with Smoker, Virgo got up, locked the door to his office, and prepared to contact his boss. the massive being answered almost instantly. Fufufu, what is it? Young master, I have good news. We are finally free of the wild dog. Oh? Smoker was a good soldier, and that was the issue. While he'd been stationed as part of their security force, it became much more difficult to hide the secret of their lab. With him gone, their plans could finally move forward at a much brisker pace. And he didn't have to come up with a way to get rid of him anymore. Apparently, while participating in the invasion of Earth, he picked up some humans and has decided to keep them. Naturally, I cited them as a security risk. That is good news, Virgo. The young master crooned, cackling to himself, how ironic that humans are what got him dismissed. Did you get to see them? Just one. He replied, swiftly sending the other a screenshot he'd subtly snapped during his conversation with Smoker. The picture showed the tiny human huddled in the mutt's lap. My understanding is that they're all about this age, though this might be the youngest given its size. Fufufu, how precious. Unaltered and unspoiled, perhaps they could be useful someday. Perhaps. Shall I keep tabs on Smoker? Don't waste too much time on him, we know where he will be. Tell Caesar to up testing and production. We do not to waste this opportunity. Yes, young master. With that, the other hung up, leaving Virgo to finalize Smoker's transfer and continue their work. Ace huffed, disliking how close his brothers were to Smoker. He'd hoped Luffy would be at least a little bit angry with the alien after the whole shot thing, but he'd gotten over it quickly and decided he wanted to cuddle. Even Sabo, who normally took his side, relented to his hungry stomach and was now finishing up a bar of something right next to him. There was no way he was going over there. He knew why his brothers had so quickly run to Smoker's side. In the craziness of the past few days, the only stable thing in their lives was, unfortunately, a certain pointy-eared alien. After being shuffled around in boxes and ripped away from their home, it was natural to seek comfort and protection from the one who was always there. Except for the fact that he's the reason we're in this mess in the first place. Ace thought, fists clenching around the fabric of his shirt, it's all his fault. Once Smoker put away his holographic thing, they sat in silence for a while. Luffy dozed in the alien's lap and Sabo busied himself by flattening out the wrapper of whatever he'd just eaten, filling the room with a pleasant crinkling sound. Just as Ace himself was about to fall asleep, someone knocked on the door. His baby brother yelped and jumped in Smoker's lap, prompting him to smooth his hair and whisper soft words. That sounded soothing, but he could be saying literally anything. The alien made to stand and passed Luffy over to Sabo while he went to get the door. Ace scampered over to his brothers and they all peeked around the bed frame. Is it dinner time? Luffy asked, sniffing the air. Maybe. Let's wait and see. Ace forced his brothers to retreat when Smoker carried a tray of food inside, most of it covered with fancy silver things. When they were removed, his jaw dropped open. There was so much. And, was that cake? His mouth watered against his will. You three deserve this after the day you've had. Smoker said, placing the food in front of them. Luffy didn't waste any time lunging for the nearest plate, chirping his thanks to the alien. Sabo went to join him but looked back at Ace. You coming? And no. He exclaimed, stomach gurgling in protest. Ace hadn't eaten much since their capture and he knew he needed to, but... Sabo huffed and grabbed his hand, gently pulling him forward. We have to eat, Ace, please, join us. The blonde had been right there with him at first, not wanting to eat what their captor had to offer, but knowing they weren't going to escape any time soon, Sabo had faced the facts. Something Ace was afraid to do. Pushing his instincts down, he let Sabo lead him towards the food. Luffy grinned at him when he sat down and babbled about how good the food was. Ace glanced nervously to Smoker who, for the first time, was eating with them. Normally, he'd put it down and leave, but this time he sat just a few feet away, taking bites of his own food. Deciding to ignore him, Ace focused on his own plate. As much as he hated to admit it, the food was really good. Before he knew it, he'd cleaned his dish and moved on to the cake that had caught his eye right away. He's eating. Smoker mused, watching Ace tear into a slice of cake in a way that was reminiscent of Luffy. He'd worried that he would be forced to take drastic measures to make sure the older Raven didn't shrivel up from malnutrition. Thankfully, it appeared that Sabo had convinced him to eat. When he wasn't scowling or trying to bite him, Ace was almost like a slightly taller Luffy, just with leaner cheeks and those spots on his face. After a few minutes, the food was completely gone, leaving the boys full and sated. Smoker nodded, pleased that they'd finished off everything. Inwardly, he praised himself for successfully having a meal with them without scaring the skittish things off. While he cleaned up the dishes, the humans clumped together, just barely managing to hold back yawns. They were understandably exhausted. Smoker walked to the closet and removed an armful of extra linens, including 3 pillows. He arranged them on the floor to the left of his bed so if someone happened to enter the room, they would be out of sight. Once the makeshift mattress was complete, he motioned for the boys to come closer and check it out. Sabo was first to arrive and crawled onto the mess of pillows with sluggish curiosity. Ace, surprisingly, was next, giving him a feeble glare as he walked past. It had been a long time since the poor thing had eaten his fill, so his body needed rest to complement the newly received nutrients. Luffy padded up last, stopping to hug Smoker's leg, his cheek squished against his boot. "Thanks for the food, Mr. Smokey. I don't like getting shots, but I forgive you 'cause you're nice." He had no idea what the little one said, but based on his tired smile, Luffy wasn't upset or anything. Smoker was glad he didn't seem to hold a grudge for the sudden, and many, immunizations. Of all of them, Luffy had the worst reaction. Smoker ruffled his hair and gently nudged him onto the pillows with his companions, watching fondly as they made themselves comfortable. It didn't take long for them to fall asleep in a tangle of limbs, breaths coming evenly and smoothly. It was a pretty adorable sight, and against his better judgment, Smoker snapped a picture, figuring Tashigi would really want a picture now that the boys were there to stay. Whether or not he would send it, was another matter altogether. He'd think about it. Smoker typed out a brief message instructing his second-in-command to go ahead and take his ship, the Breeze, to G8 along with the crew. They were significantly closer to their new assignment than he was, and it would be easier to just meet them there. "I'll take the ethereal train tomorrow," Smoker decided, moving to get himself ready for bed. Normally, he would either just fly Breeze wherever he wanted or catch a ride on a military transport, but public options would probably be better, and safer, for the boys. With one last glance down at the sleeping humans, Smoker dimmed the lights and pulled out his tablet, determined to get some more work done before he joined them in the world of sleep. Tashigi packed her things quickly and as efficiently as possible. Virgo hadn't given them much time to vacate the base, but thankfully, she was used to leaving at a moment's notice. The crew was already resupplying their ship and getting it ready to take off from G5 surface. She felt terrible that Smoker was being forced to leave behind such a prolific assignment, and frankly, she'd been surprised to hear about his decision concerning the young humans he'd picked up on the Dark Planet. Still, Tashigi couldn't deny she was excited to meet the little ones and move somewhere more comfortable. She thought with a small smile as she left her quarters. G5 was many things, but certainly not somewhere you'd want to live for long PRDS of time, unless you had to. When she arrived at the ship, Tashigi was pleased to see the men working hard to get it ready to fly. The Breeze was a lightweight space cruiser that Smoker had apparently named after his late mother. It wasn't terribly large but boasted the latest weapon technology and, of course, had the ability to travel at light speed. Smoker had messaged her earlier to inform them of their next move. Tashigi was to take the men and ship to G8, where he would rendezvous with them as soon as he could. With the addition of younglings, space travel suddenly became much more difficult. "I wonder where they will be housed," she mused, picturing the barracks where they'd stayed for the past few years. For that matter, where would they stay? Hopefully, that would be made clear when they arrived. "Tashigi-chan," someone called, drawing her out of her thoughts. It was Bakizo, one of their men. He had rather crazy hair that he attempted to tame by wearing a bucket of all things, but regardless, Tashigi knew he was capable of being very compassionate, even if he looked rough around the edges, much like many of their crew members. "We're just about ready to fly. Good work," she replied with a smile, making him blush. "Gather the others, we'll have a short meeting before we take off." "Should we say goodbye to the Vice Admiral?" Tashigi hummed, considering the idea. She, the men, and even Smoker greatly respected Virgo and she would love to express her appreciation somehow, but the cyborg was currently in a meeting and had yet to emerge. "No, I don't think we have time. We'll send him a message once we arrive on G8. Aye aye." A few minutes later, Tashigi stood on the bridge of the Breeze with their motley crew in front of her. They had a total of 5 soldiers who were their direct subordinates, all of whom were Yuzine, a common race found throughout Alliance territory. Fairly average in height, the Yuzine people were tan with bulky torsos, large hands, and stubby legs. They made up for their lack of speed with raw strength. Bakizo, their quirky bucket head, was very proud of his station in the military and served mainly as their helmsman when traveling on the Breeze. Jiro sported long, blonde locks that he generally pulled back into a low ponytail. He had a reputation for being a stubborn son of a gun but was very reliable in a pinch, especially at the controls of one of their cannons. Gal was always very sweet and polite to everyone he met, which often caught people off guard due to his large size and scars on his face. His red hair always stood out and he served as their medical officer. Pike was interesting, to say the least. He tended to scare people with his toothy smirk and rebellious attitude. However, he was very valiant and wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself for his comrades, when he wasn't flirting with Tashigi or other women. Lastly was Bamba, a particularly round Yazin who could eat them all out of house and home. He cared deeply for his fellow mates and was a bit more emotional than the others, which made him a great companion in good times and bad. "Are we ready to go?" Tashigi asked, earning a salute from Bakizo. "Aye, Tashigi-chan. We can fly anytime. Smoyen is meeting us there, right? With the humans." Gal added, prompting her to nod. Oh, how Smoker hated that nickname, but the men wouldn't stop using it. "Do you have a picture yet?" "No, not yet, and I'm not sure he'll send one," Tashigi said with a huff, making the crew deflate a bit. They were all looking forward to laying eyes on the humans, having never seen one before. Just as she said that, her communicator buzzed. When she glanced down, she was surprised to find an additional message from Smoker. Taking it out, her eyes widened. It simply read, "Here, happy now?" Tashigi squealed, startling the men. What is it?" Bamba questioned, concern clear on his face. She grinned and quickly tapped a few buttons on the main control panel to bring up her message history. When the picture appeared on the big screen, there was a collective gasp and then many "awwoos." The picture showed Smoker's 3 charges, sound asleep. They were smaller than she imagined, but oh so cute. The 2 larger ones cuddled around the smallest, looking peaceful and just precious. The youngest had nuzzled himself into the chest of the other darker-colored one, causing his oversized shirt to slip down his shoulder. "Holy mother of, they're so stinkin' cute!" Pike exclaimed, mouth dropping open. Gal Subtlety took a picture on his own device while the others just stared. "Are all humans this adorable? I want one," Bamba whispered, earning an elbow in the gut from Bakizo. "Like you could take care of something like that, you can barely keep a plant alive." "He has a point," Jiro put in with a smirk, "plus, I hear they're a lot of work. Y'all have seen the ads, right?" Tashigi hummed, thinking about the recent advertisements for human pets that started circulating recently. They were portrayed as some sort of miracle creature that you could change however you wanted. From what Smoker had told her, his boys weren't going to have to go through that and would stay soft, squishy, and adorable forever. Which was totally fine with her. All right, there will be time to fawn over them later," Tashigi ordered, clapping her hands. "Let's get going. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can see them in person." The men all cheered at that and rushed about the breeze to their stations. "See you soon, Smoker. I hope all goes well with the humans." Early the next day, Smoker was wide awake and doing his best to work quietly so the boys could sleep a little more. He wore a casual outfit instead of his Alliance uniform, which included black pants, boots, and a white button-up shirt. The collar of the shirt dipped lower than the stiff uniforms he was used to, giving him room to breathe. A black and red jacket laid on the bed for easy access. A cigar smoked between his teeth. Currently, he was surfing the Ethereal Train Company's website to 1. Buy a ticket, and 2. Find out what their policies were for humans. The company, known as Galila, had many stations and trains throughout multiple galaxies. Their trains allowed people to get from one planet to another without owning a ship, and their fares were far cheaper than traditional busing services. The train that connected to Libra was called Puffing Tom and could take him to a station close to G8. From there, he'd have to take a ferry down to the surface, but given the proximity to their planet, it would practically be free. "This looks promising," Smoker thought, clicking on a link titled Pet Policy. "We at Galila recognize that many of our passengers wish to travel with their pets. Should you decide to bring one of your little friends with you, please comply with the following guidelines so that our journey together can be as safe and uneventful as possible." Their rules were fairly standard, citing a size limit for particular breeds, a weight limit, which certainly wasn't a problem, and, unfortunately, pets must be kept on a leash at all times. Smoker sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He hadn't even thought to purchase some, mostly because he didn't like the idea of keeping intelligent beings on a lead. "I wonder." He softly placed his tablet down and manhandled the bag he'd received from Kamabaka Clinic within reach. Given how tired they'd all been, Smoker hadn't bothered to check what the goal had sent him home with. It wasn't very heavy, so there couldn't be much inside. First, he pulled out a human information brochure that was nearly identical to the one he'd read at the clinic. Not helpful. Second, was a handwritten list of veterinarians the Gulls apparently trusted across the galaxy. Slightly more helpful, but not what he was looking for. Third, was the manual for his humans' collars. Smoker hummed, sat back against the headboard, and began to flip through it, hoping for some useful feature that could assist him in getting the boys on the train. Hypothetically, he could leave them with his bike, but that would be going into storage for the journey and wouldn't be healthy. Not for almost a day of travel. Smoker stopped flipping when he reached the Extra Features page. It detailed how the biometric lock worked and then continued into what would actually be useful. The leash HRNSS feature. Apparently, he could input a combination of sorts into the collar that would respond only to his print, just like the locking mechanism. When he input the pattern and confirmed it, he could choose either L or H, depending on his preference. The pictures in the manual depicted the leash feature as just that. A contained line of safe, specialized material would emerge from the collar and serve as a leash. The HRNSS was similar, but it didn't attach at the neck. Instead, it wrapped around the wearer's body and emerged from the back. Apparently, the material could be formed into different shapes, was flexible, comfortable, and had some sort of elastic quality that allowed him to stick it to various things so his pets couldn't go anywhere, should he desire. I'll have to try it out. Smoker thought, grimacing at how the boys would no doubt respond. Luffy may not have realized much had changed, but Ace and Sabo did. Humans were smarter than the Alliance gave them credit for. Deciding he'd make it work somehow, Smoker went ahead and purchased his ticket, hopeful there wouldn't be as many passengers on a train going to a more remote system. Who knew how the boys would react surrounded by so many unfamiliar faces? Glancing at the clock, he mentally catalogued that they had a few hours before they needed to be at the station. He could work with that. Sabo woke to the sound of someone else moving in the room. He groaned and sat up, wincing when his still healing wounds protested. Looking around, he saw that Smoker was packing up his bag and remaking the bed. Was it time to go again? Meat. Luffy grumbled, mouthing Sabo's shirt. The kid had moved on from Ace and migrated back to him during the night. He gently shook him and kicked Ace, figuring Smoker would come wake them up soon regardless. What? The taller Raven mumbled, pushing himself up into a seated position. Sabo bit the inside of his cheek when Ace showed signs of being in pain. They discovered that mornings were particularly hard on him due to the severity of his still recovering frostbite. I think Smoker's getting ready for something. He informed Ace while grabbing a drowsy Lou and propping him against his side until he woke up more. Looks like we may be doing more traveling. Great, just great. The other complained, stretching his limbs out as best he could against the restrictive bandages. Good, you're up. Smoker said, making them tense in surprise, though Luffy quickly recovered and grinned at their kidnapper. We've got a lot to do before we leave, so let's get it over with. The alien motioned for them to follow him, prompting Sabo to comply. He didn't want to make their owner, or master, or whatever he was, angry. Though he wanted nothing more than to resist and escape somehow, they were in the depths of space now. Even if they got away, there was nowhere to go, and frankly, they'd probably die in the attempt. They were at the mercy of their captor, and Sabo was determined to stay in his good graces. If they pushed him too far, he could get rid of them, toss them out like garbage where they'd definitely die or end up in the hands of someone worse. So far, Smoker wasn't too bad, nice even. When he brought them to the weird big-mouthed aliens, he'd feared the worst. That they were being sold off like Ace assumed. But, instead, Smoker had collared them himself, claiming them as his property. In a way, it helped alleviate some of Sabo's fears, but brought on a slew of others. Smoker led them into the bathroom where a bunch of towels were laid out. It was similar to the one on the ship and Sabo was struck by how similar their technology, minus the fancy stuff he had never seen before, and even furniture was so similar to their own. The aliens had toilets for crying out loud. Are we taking a bath? Luffy asked, peeking into the tub that was already full of warm water. Sabo took a moment to look around the room and noted the bottle of aloe stuff they kept putting on his and Ace's burns. Yeah, that and something else. Beside him, Ace bristled at the sight of the bandage roll and medicine when Sabo pointed it out. His brother had fought Smoker tooth and nail the last time the alien changed his bandages. All right, let's do this. Smoker muttered something to himself before seating himself behind them and pointing at the tub. Go on, I know you know what to do. You're smart brats. Well, shall we? Sabo huffed, lifting his shirt over his torso. Luffy giggled and removed his pants first, the shirt still covering everything due to its length. Before he took off his shirt, the little boy seemed to remember something. Oh yeah, I gotta take hat off. Surprising both Ace and Sabo, the kid removed his precious treasure and trotted over to Smoker, offering it to him. Will you watch it for me, Mr. Smokey? I'll take care of this for you, brat. Smoker said, gently taking the hat from Luffy. Satisfied it would be safe, the boy pulled the shirt over his head, leaving him stark naked except for one thing. Nah, Sabo, do we need to take the necklaces off? I'm not sure. Sabo admitted, turning to Smoker for clarification. He pointed to the collar, hoping the alien would understand his unsaid question. The large male shook his head. Those stay on for now, brat. Once you're more settled down, we'll see. Figures. Ace spat, throwing his own shirt on the cold floor. Sabo huffed and removed the rest of his clothes, knowing that for him and his freckled brother, there was one more step in between them and the warm tub. Sabo, Ace, come here. He padded towards the alien, dragging Ace along behind him. Smoker needed to remove their bandages. Just let him do it. He hissed to his brother, the faster we get these off, the quicker we can get in the tub with Lou. There was no way the boy would get in the water by himself. Fine, but I won't like it. Smoker raised an eyebrow when they both stood in front of him, apparently taken aback that they'd both come when he'd called, and probably that Ace hadn't tried to bite him yet. The alien placed Lou's hat on a basket thing in the corner before putting his hand out, a clear indication for one of them to step forward and volunteer to be first. Sabo immediately put his arm out, knowing Ace wouldn't. Good boy, Sabo. Smoker muttered, appearing pleased with his obedience. Now, let's get these off. The whole process took only a few minutes, and soon both Ace and Sabo were ready to get in the tub. The former hadn't been nearly as agreeable, but Smoker had somehow managed to get them off, nonetheless. It was amazing how much patience the alien had, though he feared his protective and often violent brother would someday push him over the edge. Sabo eyed Ace's healing scars with guilt, still feeling responsible for that entire incident. Smoker delicately picked them up one at a time and placed them in the warm water, once he realized the wall of the tub was a bit too tall for them. Luffy immediately latched onto them, nervousness clear in his big eyes. It's okay, Luffy, we've got you. Ace whispered, squeezing the kid's other hand as a physical reminder. Sabo nodded and looked around for soap, which Smoker placed on the rim closest to them. I'll leave you brats to it. The alien didn't leave the room and reclined against the far wall. Sabo and Ace tensed slightly when he pulled a knife from his pocket but relaxed when he began to carve at a wood-like thing, apparently trying to keep himself entertained while they bathed. They worked quickly, wanting to get their clothes back on as soon as possible. While Sabo washed Luffy's hair, he glanced over to Smoker. He was grateful the alien was allowing them to clean themselves. After being collared as a pet, he'd worried all of their independence would vanish. Sabo, can I ask you something? Ace whispered while dipping his arm into the water. He nodded, feeling his brother's disapproving scowl. Why are you being so obedient? I thought we wanted to get away. Because that's our best option right now. Sabo replied, doing his best to keep his voice calm. We're in space, Ace, escaping would be a death sentence. You don't know that, Dash. Ace. He hissed firmly, we don't speak their language, we can't fly their ships, and we've got collars that do who knows what. Right now, our best bet to survive is to do what Smoker wants. I know it SCKS, but he hasn't hurt us yet. At this point, their conversation had drawn the alien's attention, but he hadn't made a move to intervene. As pets. Yes. Sabo continued, cupping water to rinse the suds from Luffy's raven locks. I'm not saying this is forever, but until we can think of something better, this is our life now. Ace went silent at that, mulling over his words. Of course he didn't want to remain a pet forever. But, if what that hooded alien said the day of the invasion was true, you have been found guilty of crimes against the Celestial Alliance. By decree of the Great Ones, your status as sentient beings has been revoked, effective immediately. No one will help us. Smoker is all we have. The human's bath was fairly quick, and Smoker glanced up to check on them every few seconds. Just like last time, little Luffy's eyes were blown wide and he refused to let go of the older two, though they seemed used to it. He couldn't help but wonder why taking a bath caused him so much stress. Could the boy not swim? Smoker became mildly concerned when Sabo raised his voice at Ace. They appeared to have a brief argument before going silent and focusing all their attention on Luffy. Seeing the boys had apparently worked it out, he went back to carving, a relaxing hobby he'd picked up a few years back. It became relaxing once he stopped accidentally cutting himself, that is. We're done, Mr. Smokey. At Luffy's exclamation, Smoker put his knife and soon-to-be-Laika carving away so he could help them out of the tub. A pleasant floral scent wafted off of them thanks to the hotel-provided soap, and their hair was plastered to their foreheads. A few minutes of being ruffled around in a towel fixed that. Once they were dry, he turned his attention to the older two. Sabo seemed to understand what he wanted without him saying a word and dragged Ace forward yet again. The blonde boy had changed since the clinic. Smoker hoped it was healthy and not fear of retribution. He could never lay a hand on them. While he rubbed aloe into the skin on Sabo's hands, Luffy busied himself by pulling on his painfully big clothes. Smoker would need to rectify that once they got settled on G8. The youngest trotted around him as he worked and plucked his hat off its temporary resting place. Shishishi, you guys smell funny. So do you, Lou. Ace replied, grimacing when Smoker touched his scabbing wounds. He had to admit, it was nice doing this without having to manhandle the older Raven into a SBMSN hold. Whatever Sabo told him in the bath was keeping the brat from attacking and keeping Smoker from developing an Ace-induced headache. "Come on brats, we've got one more thing to test out before we leave," he said, ushering the now clothed boys back into the main room. They'd eat on the train. Not giving them much time to react, Smoker plucked Luffy off the floor and sat on the bed with the small thing in his lap. The human babbled his confusion while he pressed his thumb into the collar and brought up the L or H setting menu that appeared as a hologram behind Luffy's head. When he selected L, a bright blue circle appeared on the back of the boy's collar. Smoker raised an eyebrow and pulled it, causing more to emerge from the seemingly flat band. Interesting, he thought, weighing the strange material in his hand. It wasn't warm or sticky feeling like he'd expected. Whatever the stuff was, it was completely contained in the line, and hopefully very difficult to break. Before letting Luffy go to test how well it worked, he switched to the H setting, not liking how it connected directly to the human's fragile neck. One accidental yank and he could really hurt them. Luffy yelped when the blue material wrapped around his torso. Smoker held him still until it was done, creating a snug HRNSS that hugged the human like a second skin. He held one end in his hand and placed the kid on the floor, examining the main pressure point now woven together in the center of Luffy's back. The material remained connected to the collar itself, but if the boy pulled against him, as he was now, there was no risk of him accidentally breaking his neck. All of the force was diverted to his torso. Ace and Sabo crowded around Luffy and spoke in hushed tones. The kid didn't seem scared or anything, but the older two were definitely concerned. What is this stuff? I have no idea, Lou. Does it hurt? Is it hot? No, but it's pretty. Sabo maneuvered his fingers around the bright blue material and tugged, testing its strength. Smoker was pleased that it stayed in place and didn't tighten around Luffy's small frame. He reached over and stuck his end to the bed frame, wanting to test its adhesive properties. True to what the manual claimed, it stayed stuck to the metal and didn't allow Luffy to move too far away. I see, so I can adjust the length however I please. Smoker could feel Ace's glare as he continued to experiment. It was only natural for them to feel unsettled and frightened, but they were going to have to get used to it pretty quick. He shortened Luffy's lead until just a short tail remained, hanging down over the boy's lower back so he wouldn't have to redo it when they arrived at the train station. All right, now for you too. Nah, Sabo, it's really smooth. Yes, I can see that, Lou. It's like a snake or something. I guess? Ace glowered as his brothers continued to talk about the DMED thing that was wrapped around their chests. They were back in the box on Smoker's bike, going who knows where, again. He was getting really tired of moving around so much. Figuratively and literally. Or, more specifically, he was sick of being stuck in a box. He wasn't an idiot, he knew what Smoker was going to use the glowy things for. They were leashes, really high-tech, but leashes, nonetheless. As Luffy kept saying, they weren't uncomfortable or anything. No, just demeaning in every way. Ace hoped Smoker had at least a few marks from his teeth, though he seriously doubted. The BSTRD deserved it. He met Sabo's gaze briefly, considering their conversation in the bathtub. His brother, unfortunately, made some very good points. They were in space. It wasn't like they could just get on the bus and hitch a ride back to Earth. Smoker might not be interested in eating them, but he'd bet money there were other aliens who were. Ace's eyes slid to Luffy who was poking the blue rope with a small grin. His baby brother, for whatever reason, seemed to like Smoker, despite everything. And, he had to admit, the alien was acceptably gentle with the boy. We're going to be fine. Sabo whispered, making him turn to his brother again. Somehow, everything will be okay. It was like a mantra the blonde was telling himself, one Ace hoped would come to pass. It didn't take very long to reach the train station and Smoker immediately drove over to the section labeled, Puffing Tom Storage Check-In. There were others around, most getting their larger suitcases checked for the voyage. He drove under the designated awning and parked his bike, drawing the attention of one of the blue-uniformed attendants. She was very tall. About his height, and had rings going up her long neck. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Blue Station. How may I be of assistance? I need to check my bike into storage. Smoker explained as he stepped off his vehicle. I've got a ticket for the trip to Shift Station. The female nodded. Of course, sir. May I scan your ticket? Smoker dug his tablet out of his bag and showed her the virtual receipt he'd been sent. The attendant's scanner beeped and glowed with a green light. Thank you. Now, if you'll follow me, I will lead you to the boarding deck. Give me a minute. He grunted while tossing his bag on the ground. Kneeling down, Smoker unlocked the storage compartment and removed the lid, revealing 3 sets of nervous eyes. The attendant said nothing but watched in interest as he lifted the small humans out one by one. Ace was first, and he was much more subdued than Smoker had expected. The boy's pupils were dilated, and his gaze darted around, trying to take everything in. Once his lead was extended and secure in his hand, Smoker grabbed Sabo, who was also very tense. He supposed it made sense. In their short time together, this was the busiest place the boys had been exposed to. Luffy latched onto his arm the second he touched him and forced Smoker to practically pry him off so he could be set down next to his companions. "Are these humans?" the female questioned, tilting her head as she examined the boys. "I have never seen one in person before." "Yeah," Smoker answered, throwing his bag over his shoulder so he could hold the blue lines connected to the kids' harnesses. He held Ace and Luffy's in his left hand and Sabo's in his right. "They're a bit skittish around strangers." The attendant chuckled softly in amusement, and the humans flinched at the sound. "I can see that. Please, this way." Smoker was forced to walk slower than he normally did so the humans could keep up with his long strides. Normal mobility was made even more difficult by the fact that all three boys clustered themselves as close to him as possible, even Ace. He could tell they were frightened and hoped they would relax once they got settled on the train. The long-necked female led them up some stairs and into the main lobby of the station, where an even larger crowd bustled. There was all manner of patrons mulling about, from families to military types like himself. Smoker even noted a few nobles at the very end of the platform. Many people they passed eyed the humans with curiosity. Some looked shocked while others nudged their companions and pointed at the boys, whispering amongst themselves. Smoker glared at anyone brave enough to approach them, not wanting to scare the humans any more than they already were. "You may wait here until the second boarding call," the female explained, motioning with her head to where the nobles he'd noted earlier were entering the train. "Please let us know if we can be of any further assistance." He nodded in thanks to the woman as she left, gently leading the younglings to a thick pillar that would hopefully serve to calm them a bit, giving them less areas to check for threats. Unsure how long it would be until the next boarding call, Smoker lowered himself to the ground and was immediately glomped by Luffy. The little one's bottom lip trembled, and he tried to delve beneath Smoker's shirt, doing his best to make himself invisible. It seems the humans were very much aware of the interested looks they were receiving. "Easy, you don't need to do that," Smoker soothed, not letting him crawl where he wanted to. "We'll be on the train soon enough." Luffy whimpered and settled for cuddling as close as he possibly could to his much larger body. Ace and Sabo both sidled close to him as well, but not into his lap. The raven-haired human sat down and pulled his legs up to his chest, making sure the left side of his body was touching Smoker's leg, while Sabo stood on the other side, whispering calm words to the youngest almost constantly. It was strange to see Ace so close to him, willingly. The boy definitely didn't trust him but was willing to turn to him for protection in this moment at least. He was tempted to pat his head and reassure him, but abstained, knowing Ace didn't like to be touched, by him, at least. Trust took time and was such a fragile thing. One wrong move could ruin all the hard work he'd put in over the past few days. All remaining passengers may now board. I repeat, this is your second boarding call. Smoker looked up from the humans at the sound, as did many others on the platform. The rest of Puffing Tom's doors opened, allowing passengers to enter whichever car they chose. He decided it would be a good idea to wait until the area had been mostly vacated to board the train, wanting to find a relatively uncrowded car if possible. The humans huddled closer to him as beings of various races plodded past them, most giving them a side glance, but nothing more. They yelped in fright when a couple with a canid walked past, the beast barking at the humans and making them cower. Smoker immediately covered Luffy and Ace with his arm, noting Sabo had quickly backpedaled so he was almost behind him. "Ah, my apologies," the male said, not sounding all that apologetic. Smoker growled a "don't worry about it" as the JRK continued on his way, dragging the canid along like a sack of grain. In his lap, Luffy's heart rate had increased from the scare and Ace swiftly wriggled away from his arm. "Come on, brats. Let's see if we can find some good seats." Smoker decided to allow Luffy to rest in the crook of his elbow as they moved, trembling like he was. Ace and Sabo padded along on either side of him, never straying more than an arm's length away. The first few cars they walked through were very crowded and full of noisy people, so they kept going. Car 5 had a bunch of crying kids and Car 6 held the couple with the canid. No thanks. Finally, Smoker stopped in Car 9, the second to last one. There weren't many this far back in the train and were plenty of open seats. He ushered the boys to a section they would claim as theirs and gently placed Luffy on the cushioned seat. Ace and Sabo wasted no time exploring the area, the latter poking at the seat facing Smoker. Thanks to how the seats were situated, he could keep the boys in his sight at all times. and it gave the illusion of privacy from the other passenger groups. Gathering up their leads, he secured them to the outer wall so the boys would have a bit of room to wander, but not quite enough to step out into the aisle. Thank you for choosing Galila for your transportation needs. Your car attendant will be out shortly to give instructions for departure and answer any questions you may have. Just as the loudspeaker clicked off, a male stepped out from behind the curtain that separated them from the employee area. He was well dressed in the blue Galila uniform and had his long hair tied in a neat ponytail at the base of his neck. Most noticeable about the newcomer, to Smoker at least, was his race. The man was a Byakojing. His skin was covered in spotted fur that ranged from a bright yellow on the backs of his limbs to white on his front. Rounded ears lay relaxed on his head and a long tail swayed behind him. The Byako tribes were from the same planet as the Laika, just on the other side of it. Byako was an all-encompassing word for their people and Jing indicated what tribe he was from. Good morning. My name is Rob Lucci and I will be your car attendant during our voyage. The male stated with voice of authority, I will be taking care of all your sustenance, drink, and other needs along with making sure all regulations are followed. Smoker got the impression that this guy wasn't someone to cross. Had he served? For now, please secure yourselves and your belongings for departure. When he finished talking, bright yellow belts emerged from the seats, startling some people. If you require assistance, let me know. Smoker huffed and slid to the floor of the train so he could move Ace and Sabo up to the seat facing his. They protested loudly in that nonsensical language of theirs, obviously wanting to sit with the youngest. You can sit with him later, he said while securing a belt around Sabo and adjusting it for his size. Trust me, there will be plenty of time. Ace growled and spit, apparently feeling a bit more secure around fewer people. Do you require assistance with your pets, sir? Lucci asked, standing in the aisle. Smoker shook his head. No thanks. The car attendant watched as he wrangled Ace into the seat, belt pulled tightly across his lap and body in a diagonal direction. Thankfully, Sabo reached over and put a calming hand on Ace's shoulder, which seemed to help a little bit. As he moved to secure Luffy next to him, he glanced to the Byako, who was still standing there, staring at them. Forgive my interest, I've simply never seen humans before, he stated, tail swishing across the floor. Up close, the male's face was distinctly feline-like, and his nose twitched occasionally as he memorized the scents of those around him. It's also been a long time since I've come across a fellow denizen of New Mu. I'm surprised you can tell. Smoker replied, tightening the belt around Luffy's small frame, which proved more difficult than he'd expected due to his minuscule size. Only my mother was Laika. Lucci simply hummed and moved on to assist an elderly female with her belt. Once the boys were secure in their seats, Smoker sat to the right of Luffy and maneuvered the safety belt around his much larger body until it clicked into place. A few minutes later, everyone was seated and ready for what came next. The train shuddered and whistled as it started off, startling the humans. Across from him, the older two alternated their gazes between Luffy and the window, fascinated with the tunnel they were slowly chugging through. Lucci made one last pass through the car before returning to the employee area, likely to strap himself in. When Puffing Tom started to pick up speed, Luffy tapped his hand until Smoker opened it so he could slide his own tiny one across his palm. He tried to hold the little's appendage gently, worried he'd accidentally harm the small creature. All of a sudden, the train connected to the tracks laid out in the expanse of space and had an incredible burst of speed. Without the straps holding them down, they would have all been thrown to the floor. Luffy cried out in fear while the older two gasped and clutched the seat for dear life. Soon, the stars and planets seen out the window blurred, indicating they'd passed through the lightspeed barrier. The shaking subsided and the ride became smooth as Puffing Tom adjusted to its new speed. Most passengers pulled down blinds to shield themselves from the brightness of passing space, so Smoker did the same. It was pretty now, but after hours of travel, it could give you a headache. You are now free to move about the cars. Please watch your step and enjoy the voyage. The screens situated throughout the train car now displayed their progress to their destination in a simple-to-understand diagram. "Whoa, that was intense," Sabo whispered, still clutching the seat cushion and white as a sheet. Ace nodded his head in agreement to whatever the other had said. "Lou, you okay?" "MHM." The boy next to Smoker made a quiet noise of affirmation, still holding his hand tightly. They'd handled the acceleration fairly well, but now he'd have to find a way to keep them entertained for the remainder of a very long trip. Secretly, he hoped they'd sleep the majority of the way, but something told him that wouldn't be the case. A few hours later, Luffy was bored out of his mind. After the scary jump of the train thing they were on, he and his brothers had been reluctant to relax, hoping that wherever their destination was, it wasn't too far away. However, the minutes passed slowly with no indication they were even getting close. Eventually, Luffy slid down to the floor and joined his brothers on the opposite seat, tangling his bright blue rope with his brothers. Ace and Sabo held him close, watching the aliens around them warily. Mr. Smoky didn't bother them, and instead focused on typing stuff into his tablet. Now a few hours into their journey with nothing to do, Luffy wriggled out of his brother's grasp and onto the floor. "Lu, what are you doing?" Ace hissed quietly, "Get back here." "But I wanna look," he whined, turning his head to where the aisle was. There was a funny-looking cat guy who occasionally walked up and down with food, and Luffy wondered if he'd give him any. Sabo huffed. "It's not like he can go anywhere, hopefully. Hang on, Lu, let me get you untangled real fast." The little boy padded back a few steps so Sabo could maneuver the glowing thing, successfully freeing him from the previous tangle. Luffy glanced up to Mr. Smoky, who was observing them with a neutral expression. He wasn't stopping him, so he wouldn't get in trouble, right? Under his brother's watchful gaze, Luffy moved to the edge of the aisle, where he was pulled to a stop. He looked over his shoulder and saw his blue rope was pulled taut, still anchored to the wall of the train. He immediately pouted but didn't give up on his quest. Luffy peeked around the corner to the left where he saw some of the other aliens who were on the train with them. Most of them didn't look super mean or anything. There was also the curtain where the cat guy would come from, hopefully with food. Turning to the right, there were more aliens, though most had rows of seats in between them. Luffy was glad Mr. Smoky had chosen to sit in this one and not the previous ones, those were loud and really crowded. As he continued to scan the strange faces before him, one caught his eye. The alien sat by himself in the corner and had long silver hair. His eyes were covered by flashy glasses, and the smirk on his face made Luffy instinctively cow a little. He wasn't sure how he knew, but that guy definitely wasn't a good alien like Mr. Smoky. The weirdo seemed happy enough though, and appeared to be counting money or something. It was kind of hard to tell. "Getting restless, little one?" a voice said, making Luffy yelp in surprise and fall back onto his bottom. Ace and Sabo called his name and were at his side in seconds. Now in the safe spot between his brothers' bodies, Luffy looked up and recognized the cat guy from earlier. He was holding a tray of something that smelled good, and his first response was to drool. "Sorry about that, are they bothering you?" Mr. Smoky asked, putting his tablet down onto the seat cushion. "Not at all. I suppose it is only natural for cubs to want to explore." Cat guy didn't seem like a very sociable person, but if he controlled the food, Luffy was determined to be his friend. "If you'd like, I can bring out some things that might help keep them out of trouble." "That would be much appreciated." "Thanks." Luffy whined when Mr. Smoky ushered them back to their seat. It was comfy, but boring. Sabo quietly shushed him, saying they shouldn't do anything to make the pointy-eared alien mad. When the cat guy returned, he handed some things to Mr. Smoky, pointing at them and talking quietly. Ace, who was on his right, recoiled when Mr. Smoky handed him a small pad, not pulling away until it was secure in his brother's grip. Ace turned it over his hands, unsure what to do with it. "What is it?" Luffy asked, leaning over to touch the edges of the new, smooth thing. "I think it's similar to Smoker's tablet." Sabo mused, tapping on it to test his theory. Luffy made a sound of awe when it turned on, similar to the ones he'd seen at home, just much smoother and lighter. "So, what, are we supposed to do something with it?" Ace hissed, motioning down at the symbols that were all over it. "I can't even read what it says." "Let me try." "They seem confused," Cat Guy said, addressing Mr. Smoky. "They don't speak or read our tongue," the white-haired alien replied, "but I bet they'll figure it out, they're smart boys." Luffy watched with wide eyes as Sabo messed with the mini tablet, bringing up colorful pictures with each touch. Eventually, he landed on one that looked like a superhero or something and pressed it, which started up a musical intro to some sort of cartoon TV show. "Oh, cool," Luffy chirped, sidling closer to Sabo so he could see better. "Look, Ace, it's a superhero, and he's got an alien bird friend." "Yeah," Ace replied, frown disappearing slowly, "but we can't understand it. Might keep our minds off things though." Sabo put in, handing the pad over to Ace. "Here, Smoker gave this to you, so you can hold it, just don't drop it." "I won't." "Luffy." The boy's ears perked up when Mr. Smoky called his name, drawing his attention away from the cartoon. The alien handed him a bag of what looked like pretzels, or the alien version, making Luffy's grin widen. "You can snack on those." "Thanks, Mr. Smoky." He held his food close and resettled himself between his brothers, popping a few in his mouth as the intro ended and the actual show began. Smoker was very pleased the boys took the tablet as quickly as they did. With his limited knowledge of humans, he wasn't sure what was considered appropriate for kids their age. Looking up from the book he was reading, thanks to the downloadable library the Puffing Tom had available, he cracked a smile at the sight before him. Luffy had finished his snack and fallen asleep strewn across the laps of the older two, chest rising evenly with every breath. Sabo had lost interest in the show after about an hour and was now trying to figure out a spherical puzzle Lucci had brought out upon realizing the blonde wasn't terribly interested in the mini tablet. Ace, surprisingly, was still watching the cartoon Sabo had chosen, Sora, Warrior of the Sea. It was an older show based on real events, remastered into proper children's entertainment. The raven-haired boy looked very invested in the events transpiring on screen, eyes widening when Sora would clash with the evil Germa. It was cute to see him enjoying something. Overall, the voyage was going well so far. The other passengers in the car didn't bother them and Lucci was an attentive, if serious, host. Perhaps my worries were misplaced. Smoker mused, they were scared at first, but have settled in well enough, and what's safer than traveling by ethereal train? Putting aside his tablet, the soldier decided he'd try to follow Luffy's example and get some shut-eye. Hopefully when he awoke, they'd be almost there. Smoker was jolted awake when his body was thrown forward, nearly sending him to the floor. All around him, other passengers screamed when the train braked hard and without warning. It turned out to be a good thing he was across from the boys as he was able to catch them when their small bodies were tossed out of the seat. Catching his breath, Smoker looked over the humans for injuries and was pleased to find none. They were, however, shaken, understandably, and tears started to form in little Luffy's eyes. "Shhhh, it's okay," he soothed, gently placing them back on the seat after making sure their leads weren't crossed from the sudden change in position. "I'm sure everything's fine." Once they were resettled, Smoker stood to his feet, determined to find out what had prompted the emergency stop. A look out the window proved that they were no longer traveling at light speed and had abruptly stopped in the middle of space. "What's going on? Is something wrong? What's happening?" It appeared that Smoker wasn't the only passenger wanting answers. "Please remain calm," Lucci commanded, silencing everyone immediately. "I am currently trying to contact the conductor for more information." Just as he finished, he lifted a hand to his ear, where a communication device was secured. He was hopefully listening to the conductor's explanation. "Why'd we stop? Maybe something's wrong with the train, I honestly don't know, Lou. Just stay close to me, okay Luffy?" The humans whispered shakily amongst themselves, clumping together in an attempt to comfort each other. Smoker sighed. So much for a smooth ride to Shift Station. Lucci's frown deepened as he listened to what the person on the other end of the communicator had to say, and everyone flinched when the train bucked, like something had collided with it. "It appears we were forced to make an emergency stop to avoid hitting an obstacle on the tracks," the Byako explained, "and now, someone is attempting to board." "What are you saying?" Lucci turned to the speaker, another passenger, expression as neutral as ever. "I'm saying that we are being attacked by pirates." At his statement, the car exploded with chatter, most terrified cries from the civilians on board. Smoker, for his part, simply scowled. He'd heard of pirates raiding ethereal trains, but it was notoriously difficult as it required forcing them out of lightspeed. Whichever group was attacking them, they were at least somewhat competent. He was forced to hold himself steady when the train rocked again, no doubt due to an explosion or another boarding attempt. "All attendants to the front of the train. I repeat, all. Wait, you can't leave us," a female passenger cried when Lucci made to do as ordered. "Do not worry, it seems their attack is focused on the engine and front few cars." The Byako calmly replied, "The pirates are most likely after the nobles and anything of worth we have stowed in the bow. You will be safest if you remain here. I will lock the door behind me, just in case." "Have the pirates been identified?" Smoker asked, drawing Lucci's attention. "No, not yet, but the crew doesn't appear to be terribly large. Let me help you get rid of them," he continued, reaching into his bag to pull out his disassembled jutty. "I'm a soldier of the Alliance, fighting pirates is part of my job description." Lucci seemed to consider his offer as he put the weapon back together. Smoker didn't particularly want to leave the humans alone, but if he could assist Galley Law in repelling the pirates, they'd be out of here much faster. Plus, he was heading towards an old prison anyway. Putting some brigands in the slammer would make a good first impression on his new supervisor. "Very well, Captain. If that's what you want." Smoker nodded and turned to the boys, taking in their frightened expressions. Poor things just couldn't catch a break. He knelt down and held out his hands in a way that hopefully expressed his desire for them to stay put, not that they could actually go anywhere. "Stay here. I'll be back soon." The youngest human whimpered and reached out towards him, breaking Smoker's heart. It was so difficult to not be able to explain things to them. He ruffled the little one's hair and stood back up, hoping he wouldn't be long. Luffy sniffled and cuddled closer to his brothers as they watched Mr. Smokey leave with the cat guy. Where were they going? Why had they stopped? It's okay, Lou. Sabo soothed while plopping his straw hat on his head. I'm sure he'll be right back. The boy nodded but still felt scared. Without Mr. Smokey there, he felt very out of place and exposed. DMN it. Ace hissed, making Luffy look up. His brother held the mini tablet in his hands, the screen cracked and inactive. It fell when the train stopped. It wasn't your fault, Ace. Sabo said, taking the broken tablet and tossing it to the other seat. I doubt they'll blame you for it. The freckled boy huffed and brought his knees up to his chest as they settled in to wait. The other passengers looked on edge and were constantly looking out the windows for some reason. Eventually, Luffy decided that he wanted to try it too and tugged on Sabo's sleeve for help. All right, Lou, up you go. The blonde grunted as he lifted him up and propped him against the pane. Luffy squished his cheek against the cool window and looked around. It was space, which was cool, but there wasn't much out there. Just as he was about to give up and ask to be let down, something caught his attention. There was a metal thing floating around below the wheels of the train. Was it a spaceship? Nah, I think there's something there. What? Let me see. Ace whispered, swiftly taking Luffy's place on Sabo's shoulders. I think you're right, what is that? Deciding that Sabo needed to see it too, they switched spots so the blonde could examine the weird thing. The boy hummed in thought. It certainly looks like it could be a ship, but what's it doing under the wheels? Is it like an escape pod? You know, from the movies. Maybe, but it doesn't make sense for it to be so close to the dash. Sabo was cut off by their train car shaking violently. The brothers yelped in surprise as they were once again tossed back onto the seat. Luffy grimaced when he tasted blood in his mouth. Dee-da-boo, I bit my tongue. Luffy whined, prompting the elder to crawl over to him and take his chin in his hands. While Sabo had him open his mouth, Ace maneuvered himself around the glowy ropes, so he was at the edge of the aisle and looked back and forth. I'm sorry, Lou, but I don't have anything to make you feel better. He explained softly, making Luffy whimper. It really hurt and blood was now dripping out the corner of his mouth. Sabo grit his teeth. Ace, he's bleeding a lot, can you find a cup or something he can spit in dash? Suddenly, a crunching sound came from the curtained-off area, making the car shudder. Ace gasped and immediately forced them back away from the aisle. Smoke and dust was coming from underneath the curtain. The other passengers had gone silent, some standing like they were going to try and run. What happened? Then, a being emerged, one clad head to toe in dark armor, very similar to the suit Mr. Smokey had been wearing when they first met. He, Luffy decided it was a he, was flanked by 4 aliens in equally scary suits. All of their faces were obscured by helmets and they were armed with big guns. Good afternoon. The first one said in a deep voice, making Luffy flinch back into his brother's chests. I do apologize for delaying your trip, but we have business with someone that simply couldn't wait. As the group walked down the aisle, Luffy got a better look at them. Their leader was tall, but not nearly as big as Mr. Smokey and had a long sword thing leaned up against his shoulder. His followers varied in size, with one in particular having to stoop down to even fit in the train car. He whimpered quietly when they passed their seat, the leader turning to look at them for a second before moving on. Do exactly as we say, and you will not be harmed. The leader bellowed, making the brothers tense, spread out. Keep them contained. His last order was to his men who stood along the aisle, guns held menacingly. One of aliens moved to stand close to them, head tilting slightly as they looked them over. Luffy peeked out from his brother's protective embrace, frightened but curious about what looked like a yellow smiley face emblazoned on the back of their armor. The trip to the front of the train took much longer than Smoker would have liked. Each door had to be unlocked with a code and then relocked for security purposes. It was very time-consuming. When they finally arrived, they were met with the sound of gunfire and war cries. It seems we're in the right place. Lucci muttered, a dark smirk appearing on his face. Yeah. Smoker replied, shouldering his jutty. The pirates had managed to pierce the side of the train with a specialized boarding pod but had yet to actually move very far from the small craft. Smoker was pleased to see that the civilians had been properly evacuated to the next car for their own safety. He and Lucci rushed forward to join the other attendants behind a row of seats as they both exchanged gunfire. Took your time, One with a long nose asked before firing his weapon at the invading pirates. How is it going? Lucci replied, ignoring the light-hearted jab. The other attendant shrugged. Well enough, though, it's strange. I thought at first that we simply had them pinned down, but they have yet to make a move to actually push forward. They're just sitting there. Smoker frowned at that information and examined the pirate crew more closely. Why would they not try to claim what they came for? The door to the storage in the bow wasn't very far away. Just as he thought that, one of the pirates turned slightly, exposing his back. That's, he whispered, taking in the familiar sigil. Lucci eyed him. What is it, Captain? That symbol, it belongs to the Heart Pirates. Smoker explained through gritted teeth. He'd clashed with the so-called Surgeon of Death and his crew before. Though not considered a household name, they were swiftly growing in notoriety with each horrendous act their captain committed. The Surgeon of Death was an appropriate nickname for their captain, a man of unknown origin, race, and even age. No one had ever seen his face and he was known for his brutality. The last time they'd encountered each other, the BSTRD had threatened to tear out his heart. Like he'd done to the owner of that particular facility. Who? I've never heard of them. Long-Nosed questioned, ducking to avoid a laser blast. They're troublesome. Smoker continued, thoughts racing a mile a minute. The surgeon kept a relatively small crew, so where were the rest of them? For that matter, where was the captain? Seeing as the pirates in front of them had taken a piercing craft and the train was still stopped, their main ship must still be sitting on the tracks, blocking their way. The surgeon generally enjoyed leading the charge, and yet he wasn't here. Smoker's eyes widened. Is there anything else of value on this train? What? Longnose put in, wait, who even are you? Captain Chase Smoker, he answered quickly, now answer the question. Lucci frowned at his outburst. What are you thinking? I think that DMN surgeon had his lackeys attack the front of the train to lure all the fighters here. Smoker proposed, he's too cocky to just sit back and let his men take all the glory. But there is nothing else on board that's of any value. Longnose replied, grunting when the gunfire intensified, everything worth stealing is in storage. Smoker mused, ruminating on what he knew of pirates. Generally, they gravitated towards stealing certain things. First, and most obvious, treasure or anything of value. Second, machinery and weapons. Third, people. Pirates were known to kidnap and hold ransoms fairly regularly. What about passengers? Could they be after someone specific? Perhaps. Lucci murmured, holding a hand to his chin, we have quite a few rich passengers on board, but they were almost all in this car. Kaku, did they appear to target anyone while you evacuated them? No, not that I could tell. They just opened fire. So, whoever, or whatever, they were after was in a different car, perhaps one of the last few. Smoker's breath hitched. We need to go back, the passengers are in danger. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were in danger. Luffy did his best not to make any noise that would make the new aliens angry. Ace and Sabo were stock still around him and they all flinched with each angry word from the loud conversation occurring across the aisle. Why you won't get away with this? I'm protected. Yes, I know, and frankly, I could care less. Joker is why I'm here and what's going to get you killed. The leader was talking with the mean-looking alien Luffy had noted earlier, and it didn't sound like it was going well. Take Mr. Disco to the ship. We'll finish this conversation on my table. And no, and no please. You can't do this. Ace curled tighter around him as the alien was dragged away by the black-armored invaders, kicking and screaming. He swallowed instinctively and immediately gagged on the blood that had accumulated in his mouth, coughing it up on the seat in front of him. Lou, are you okay? Sabo hissed, leaning forward to steady him. Luffy nodded as yet another dribble of blood flowed down his chin. Captain? The soldier closest to them called, I think you should see this. The next time Luffy looked up, it was into his own reflection, shining off the leader's helmet. His brothers growled menacingly and scooted back as far as they could, unable to run because of the glowing rope things. They're humans, right? Obviously. Well, I think there's something wrong with the small one. He just spit up a bunch of blood. The leader hummed and reached for him, only to stop when Ace pushed Luffy behind him. He huffed behind his helmet and looked down, to their necklaces. What's this? Luffy gasped when suddenly the sword was unsheathed and held at his big brother's throat. Ace didn't move, eyes wide as the tip of the blade lifted the dangling thing up. How interesting. According to this, these boys belong to White Chasia. Seriously? Don't act so surprised, Shachi. The alien said, removing his sword so Ace could breathe again. We knew he was on board, and it looks like he's acted exactly as I predicted. Now, let's see here. Luffy whimpered nervously when the armor-clad being knelt down so he was at their eye level. Was he going to try and eat them? Hello there. The little boy jumped in surprise at the familiar words. Why you can talk. Sabo whispered, spluttering slightly as he tried to contain himself. Why you dash. Speak English? Yes, I do. He replied, I'm sorry, but as much as I'd like to chat, we will be receiving company soon. Little one, are you injured? Luffy shifted closer to his brother's chest upon being addressed, saying nothing. He bit his tongue, sir. Sabo responded for him, not releasing Luffy from his protective hold. I see. Though I may not look like it, I'm a doctor. May I take a look? Luffy stiffened, sharing terrified glances with his brothers. He didn't want to get close to the scary alien. Captain, we're running out of time. I know, just give me a minute. Leave us alone. Ace snarled, standing up and splaying his arms to hide them from the alien's view. I don't know what you're trying, mister, but it won't work. I want Mr. Smokey. Luffy cried, feeling very much afraid. This alien was really scary and the fact that he could talk somehow made him even more frightening. Sabo shushed him, muscles tense against his smaller body. He sobbed into his brother's shirt. The lean alien sighed. Good grief. Looks like you scared them, Captain. Shut up, Shachi. The stranger stood to his feet and pulled out a strange little machine that flashed when he pressed a button, making Luffy cry out in fear. As he was putting his sword away, the really big alien returned to the car. We're ready when you are. The leader nodded, not taking his eyes off them. Captain, should we dash? No, leave them. Let's go. Luffy continued to cry even after they'd left, tongue throbbing and thoughts racing. Why could that alien speak their language? Who was he? And where was Mr. Smokey? Smoker left the attendants to deal with the pirates and rushed back through the train, praying his theory was incorrect. Around Car 7, an announcement came through the loudspeakers reporting the pirates had been repelled, which brought a cheer from the passengers around him. Thankfully, this meant that the door locks were deactivated, allowing him swifter access to car. When Smoker rushed inside, he could immediately tell that something was wrong. Straight ahead, the curtain was torn, and the other passengers were shaking in fear. And Mr. Smokey, a familiar voice shouted. As Smoker jogged down the aisle, his fear began to alleviate. The boys hadn't been taken. However, that fear resurged the second he saw the blood on the seat. Come here, he commanded, catching the sobbing lump in his arms. If that pirate hurt Luffy? Thankfully, after a quick examination, Smoker determined Luffy had simply bit his tongue. For a creature with such dull teeth, he'd managed to create a large cut in the muscle, one that bled quite a lot. Ace and Sabo also relaxed upon seeing him, skin pale and tiny hands trembling. They both appeared to have escaped unscathed. Oh, thank goodness you've returned. A woman exhaled, prompting Smoker to turn around. She was addressing Lucci, who just entered the car, breathing hard. It was horrible. The pirates came out of nowhere and took that poor gentleman away. So they were after someone. He mused, gently petting Luffy's hair in an attempt to help him calm down. The poor thing was terrified. Lucci frowned and spoke into his communicator, no doubt to inform his superiors that one of their passengers had been kidnapped. With a quiet word to Luffy, he pried the boy off his arm and handed him to Ace. I need to question the witnesses. The youngest whined, eyes big and wet. Don't worry, I won't leave you again. Within minutes, Car 9 was swarming with attendants and other employees. While some of them worked to repair the damage from the piercing craft, others treated any wounds acquired during the raid. Smoker was pleased that they ignored the fact that Luffy was human and gave him some child-friendly, meltable medication that would help his wound close quickly. As a ranking officer of the Alliance, Smoker took it upon himself to gather information on what occurred so that he could report it when he landed on G8. I don't know, their leader, he just went straight for him. A young male explained, said something about a joker? That's right. A female added, the poor man was terrified. Smoker nodded and jotted down some notes, not liking where this was going. Joker was an alias for one of the most prolific and dangerous underground dealers. No one knew his real identity, but he dealt in drugs, people, and pretty much anything illegal he could get his hands on. He led a massive syndicate of criminals and held a monopoly on most goods. Is the surgeon involved with Joker's group, or trying to steal from him? Both options were possible. Did they do anything else before leaving? Yes, actually. The female continued, glancing back towards the boys. They showed an interest in your pets, Captain. Smoker's stomach dropped. What happened? Well, it was strange. It seemed like their leader was concerned about the little one and conversed with them. For a few seconds I thought they would snatch them right up, but thankfully, they did not. Replacing human pets can't be cheap, so I'm glad nothing happened. Smoker chose to ignore her last statement and focused on her description of what occurred. The surgeon spoke to them? In their language? None of this bodes well. I need to report to G8 as soon as possible. It was clear the Heart Pirates were up to no good and he intended to put an end to it. The remainder of their voyage went smoothly and without incident. The boys slept for most of it, exhausted by the events that transpired. Smoker used the time to write up a preliminary report to present to Vice Admiral Jonathan, his new CO. He wasn't sure what the Heart Pirates were up to, but he was determined to put them behind bars before any more civilians were hurt. Glancing up from his work, Smoker smiled tiredly at the now familiar clump that consisted of his 3 little humans. Poor things hadn't woken for hours, and he couldn't blame them. From what he'd been told, they had a personal encounter with the Surgeon of Death. All passengers for shift station, please prepare to disembark, I repeat. At the announcement, Smoker closed down his tablet and began to put his things away into his bag. Looking around, he noted that he was the only one in the car preparing to leave, which in his mind, was a good thing. Fewer crowds. Across from him, Sabo stirred, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. The blond boy met his gaze briefly before continuing to scan the room. Glad you're awake, Smoker said, drawing the human's attention back to him. Let's get Ace and Luffy up, we're going to leave soon. He chose to ignore Sabo's flinch as he approached and reached over to gently shake the other 2 awake. Ace woke abruptly and, almost immediately, his lip curled up into a snarl as he scooted away from him. Luffy whined as he was coaxed out of whatever dream he was having, blinking sleep out of his eyes. Good morning, Mr. Smokey, the little one said before yawning, giving Smoker a tired but bright grin. He was pleased Luffy's injury appeared to have healed. G8 was all but a mystery to him and he wasn't sure what amenities would be within traveling distance of the main base. Hopefully, there would be veterinary clinic nearby for any follow-up medical appointments the boys needed. Smoker braced himself and the boys as the train moved out of Lightspeed. It wasn't terribly abrupt but he didn't want the still drowsy humans to fall out of their seat. A few minutes later, Puffing Tom had completely stopped and a distant whistle sounded, letting them know they'd arrived safely. Thank you for choosing Galley Law. Please accept our apologies for the pirate attack and have a wonderful day. It's not like it was their fault. Smoker mused as he secured the boy's leads in his hand and stood to his feet. Pirates tended to strike when you least expected it. Do you have all of your belongings? Lucci asked from the aisle. Ace growled at the Byako while Luffy peeked around Smoker's leg and looked the attendant over, likely checking if he had any food on him. Yeah. Then please allow me to escort you out onto the platform. Smoker nodded and followed Lucci out into the aisle towards the nearest door. His humans trotted alongside or behind him, keeping up as best they could. He tried to walk slowly and not step on their toes. A few passengers stared at them when they passed, prompting Ace, Sabo, and Luffy to move even closer to Smoker's legs. When they arrived, Lucci punched in a code, causing the metal doors to slide open. Beyond the threshold was a completely empty and much smaller platform with just a few benches across its entirety. There was an energy field around the station that allowed them to breathe. Your bike has already been transferred to the ferry that will take you down to the surface of G8. Lucci informed him as he stepped over onto the metal surface of the station. A glance to his left revealed that he was the only passenger disembarking. The others were probably going to one of the more populous planets like Water. Thank you for your assistance with the pirates. Don't mention it, Smoker replied, bending down to help Luffy across the small gap between the train and the platform. Just doing my job. Lucci nodded and bowed slightly before closing the doors behind them. Smoker ushered the humans away from the train when it whistled and began its acceleration once again. Where are we now? Who knows, doesn't look like a planet though. Ace and Sabo whispered to each other at his feet, taking in their new surroundings. Luffy, meanwhile, watched the train with bright eyes. Bye, Mr. Train, he chirped, waving at the engine as it picked up speed. Smoker snorted in amusement and let them get their bearings for a few seconds before starting towards the stairs that led into the main building. Watch your step, brats, Smoker warned, eyeing the steep incline. After a near fall, he scooped Luffy up and cradled him securely in his arms. The kid wasn't quite tall enough to safely descend the staircase. Thankfully, Ace and Sabo didn't seem to have any trouble. The stairs led into an open area that was, surprisingly, empty. Smoker walked up to the desk and rang the bell, hoping to summon an employee. Their ferry connection was supposed to be leaving soon and he didn't want to miss it. Down you go, Smoker muttered as he placed Luffy back with his companions. Ace and Sabo cuddled around the youngest and looked around the room warily. When no one appeared, he rang the bell again, this time with a little more force. I'm coming, a voice called from somewhere beyond the desk, making the boys yelp in surprise. When the female emerged, Smoker couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was a female ghoul with crazy blonde hair and a distinct redness to her cheeks. What can I do for you? I need to take the ferry down to Dash. He stopped when the woman tipped back a bottle full of what was definitely alcohol. G8. My name is Captain Smoker. Oh yeah, you're on the schedule, she exclaimed, breathing out her alcohol-infused breath. Hold on, let me come over there. I'll take you out once I've confirmed your ticket. Please tell me she's not the pilot, Smoker prayed, not trusting an obvious drunk with their lives. When the ghoul came out from behind the desk, she stopped, eyes widening at the sight of the boys. Well, I'll be humans, in my station. She smiled and waddled up to crouch in front of them. What adorable kids you are. The human sidled away from the goal and hid behind Smoker's legs, obviously frightened of the strange woman. Not that she seemed to care. Nagagagaga, not a fan of old Kokoro, huh? I can respect that. The ghoul, Kokoro apparently, straightened up and held out her hand to Smoker. Well, let's see it, Captain. Smoker showed her his ticket with apprehension. If you don't mind me asking, will you be flying us down? Well, that is my job. Kokoro replied with a laugh. No one else wants to stay way out here, if you know what I mean. Come on, let's get this show on the road. So there's no other dash. Nagagagaga, right this way. Against his better judgment, Smoker followed Kokoro. Unfortunately, the female did seem to be the only other living being on this tiny station and there was no other way to get down to the planet, at the moment. I suppose I could contact Tashigi, but... Smoker looked down at the humans. All three of them were drooping as they walked, no doubt tired of moving around so much. I would rather get them back on solid ground so they can rest properly. Being constantly on guard was exhausting. Sabo huffed as they continued through the new station. He determined it was a space station after a quick glance outside. The weird alien lady was leading them somewhere, but he was more concerned about Smoker's quickly souring mood. The large alien definitely seemed annoyed. He wouldn't take it out on them, would he? Though Smoker had yet to harm or punish them, it could still happen. I need to make sure we don't give him a reason. Sabo determined, slipping his hand into Luffy's when the small boy started to fall behind. Nah, do you think we're gonna get on another space train? Luffy asked, looking up at him with those big, innocent eyes. I certainly hope not. Ace grumbled as he reached behind him and pulled rebelliously on the blue rope held securely in Smoker's hand, though the alien probably didn't even notice. In case you forgot, it got attacked by bad guys. Sabo watched his freckled brother closely, noting the tiny grimaces when he moved in certain directions. Ace's injuries were acting up today, probably because Smoker hadn't been given an opportunity to change the bandages and reapply the medicine. Sabo also felt sore and hoped they were getting close to wherever they were going. Here we are. The monster lady said when they arrived at a tall metal door. She placed her hand against the wall, making it light up and beep. Luffy yelped when the door squeaked and groaned, definitely having trouble opening properly. Sabo wondered if it needed to be oiled or something. Smoker reached down to soothe Luffy at his exclamation, bringing a keening noise out of him as he rubbed his cheek against the alien's much larger hand. Honestly, the whole interaction made Sabo nauseous. Now that they knew what Smoker wanted them for, that they were his pets, it was hard to watch his baby brother unknowingly act like one. Ace felt the same way if his facial expression was anything to go by. Still, both of them were reluctant to try and explain the truth to Luffy. He'd be happier not knowing what was really going on. When they stepped into the larger room, Sabo gasped. There, docked in what was obviously a loading bay, was a spaceship. This one was smaller than those they'd seen during the invasion, but still cool. Despite their circumstances, he couldn't help but get excited about all the alien technology they came across. You're going to take us through G8's atmosphere, in that? Smoker grumbled, drawing Sabo's nervous gaze back to him. The alien didn't sound pleased. Will it survive re-entry? She may not look like much, the other alien replied, walking up to the railing to pound her fist on the outside of the craft, but she gets the job done. Nagagagaga, you gotta trust your pilot, Captain. I've done this a few times, you know. I'm sure you have. The lady smiled, took a swig from her bottle, and walked over to what looked like a control panel of some sort. It was situated just to the right of the doorway they'd just come through. With a rather dramatic flourish, she pressed one of the bigger buttons, causing the whole station to shake ominously. Luffy immediately threw himself into Ace's arms and Sabo drew them all closer to Smoker so they could use his right leg as a stabilizer. Peeking around the alien's limb, he tried to locate what was causing the shaking. There, beyond the ship, a set of massive metal doors were slowly creaking open. With each inch they crawled, a new picture was revealed, one that made Sabo's eyes wide. Not far from where the station floated in space, at least, it didn't seem very far away from their limited perspective, was a planet. It was big, green, and reminded him of Earth in more ways than one. Whoa! Ace managed, still holding Luffy tightly. Their baby brother made a sound of amazement and wasted no time pointing at it, saying, "Look, Ace, Sabo. It's a planet. Is it Earth? Did Mr. Smokey bring us home?" "And no, Lou." Sabo answered, excitement quickly dimming, "That's not Earth, it just looks kind of similar to it." "Is it Mr. Smokey's home?" "I don't know." Sabo felt like that was his answer to most of Luffy's questions nowadays. Once the bay doors were fully open, Smoker led them on board the spaceship. It wasn't quite as big on the inside as it was on the outside. The only thing it had in the main cabin besides the cockpit was 2 rows of seats along the walls with pull-down harnesses above them. Sabo and his brothers sidled out of the alien woman's way when she boarded a few seconds later. Need any help getting them buckled up? The lady asked when Smoker began to shorten their leads so they hung to their middle backs, like he had them before they boarded the train. No. Smoker replied, moving to lift Sabo up into the seat. He made sure not to resist, not wanting to incur the alien's wrath. As he'd expected, the HRNSS was pulled down and secured across his body. It was more like the ones he remembered seeing on roller coasters than traditional seat belts, which didn't bode well for their upcoming flight. Ace, Luffy, come here. At his name, Ace made to pull both him and Luffy away from Smoker but stopped when Sabo sent a glare his way. They needed to be obedient. Why couldn't Ace realize that? The freckled boy bit the inside of his cheek and looked away, thankfully staying in place. Good boys. Smoker muttered with a raised eyebrow at Ace that made Sabo's stomach drop. Had he been expecting Ace to run? Was he disappointed that he hadn't been able to give chase? Did Sabo just make a huge mistake? Sabo? Luffy asked when he was placed next to him, worry clear in his eyes. Are you okay? I am fine, Lou. Sabo quickly replied, hating how Smoker's gaze switched over to him at his stutter. Thankfully, the alien moved on to Ace, which allowed Sabo a chance to catch his breath. Oh yeah, you're gonna want to get them hooked up to some oxygen. The monster lady ordered from the cockpit, making Smoker straighten and frown. Just look above their seats. Why do they need oxygen? To breathe? I know, I'm not stupid. Smoker growled, making Sabo flinch. He was getting more and more agitated by the second. I mean, why do they need it now? Is there something you're not telling me, Kokoro? Nagagagaga, I'm just looking out for them. A human's body, as I'm sure you've noticed, is much more frail than most other races, so entering the atmosphere is going to be hard on them. The extra oxygen will help keep them from passing out. Smoker appeared deep in thought at whatever the female alien had said and glanced back at the brothers with furrowed brows. I see, I didn't think of that. How is it that you know so much about humans? I've met a few in my time. The lady said with a shrug, you should also remember that there's less oxygen available on G8 than what they're used to. It'll take a while for them to adapt. What are they talking about? I have no idea. Ace answered, choosing to face Sabo instead of Luffy, who'd asked the question. It was clear his brother wanted to talk about something, but it would have to wait. Smoker was apparently done with his conversation and had turned back towards them. All right, brats, don't freak out on me. Sabo craned his head back in an attempt to see what Smoker was messing with above his head and jumped when what looked like a medical mask of some sort was released from the ceiling. It had lots of tubes attached to it. Against his will, he attempted to get away from it, not liking the way it looked in Smoker's hand. Sabo, relax. It's not going to hurt you. Smoker said something to him that sounded rather serious, so he forced himself to stop moving. The alien nodded in affirmation before slipping the mask over his nose and mouth, securing it behind his head. Sabo! Sabo! Ace exclaimed, trying desperately to get to him. You bstrd, what are you dash? Ace. He interrupted after taking a few deep breaths. I think it's just oxygen. I feel fine. Are you sure? Yeah. Sabo hissed, just relax, okay? You're going to make things worse. Ace pressed his lips together, eyes wide with surprise, before looking down at his lap. Between them, Luffy looked worried, head swiveling back and forth. You sure this is safe? Yeah, trust me, it'll help. After questioning the alien once again about who knows what, Smoker moved on to Luffy's mask. The boy was understandably reluctant to allow the thing to be secured on his face, but Smoker somehow managed it and pet his hair gently when he was done. One more. Smoker murmured to himself while approaching Ace's seat. The alien seemed surprised when the freckled boy didn't fight at all, even less than Sabo had. He frowned and knelt down in front of Ace, stooping in an attempt to meet his gaze. Ace, is everything okay? You aren't acting like yourself. Ace? Luffy asked, voice slightly muffled. Sabo looked away when Ace glanced his direction, eyes full of hurt. I'm fine, Lou. Don't worry about it. Something was wrong, Smoker was sure of it. The way Ace looked down at his lap, gray eyes slightly moist, something, or someone, had upset him. Luffy looked just as confused as he did, but Sabo refused to look in their direction, an expression of guilt on his face. Perhaps he'd said something that hurt Ace's feelings. Who knows? Smoker thought, unsure how to rectify the situation. He couldn't understand a word of their language and wasn't able to give any comfort other than physical touch, which he knew Ace despised. What to do? Almost ready, Captain? Yeah, just a second. He replied, making up his mind. One of his little humans was hurting and he needed to do something about it before they were catapulted into space in a piece of junk piloted by a drunk woman. Praying the boy wouldn't bite him right away, Smoker reached out and placed a hand on Ace's shoulder, making him jump in fear. When his head snapped up, he revealed his now slightly teary eyes. "It's okay, Ace, I don't know what's going on but..." Smoker huffed, running his free hand through his own hair. "Everything's going to be okay." The boy sniffled and, surprisingly, allowed Smoker to rest his hand on his shoulder for a few seconds. Ace just stared up at him with more emotion than he'd ever seen in the child. Honestly, it felt like they were appraising each other, searching for genuineness that went beyond language. Of course, once the moment was over, Ace immediately bit into Smoker's hand, letting him know that he wanted his space back. "Okay, I got it," Smoker said while bringing his hand out of range. Ace huffed and resituated himself in the HRNSS, but not before sending his blonde companion a frustrated look. If Ace and Sabo were fighting, they'd need time to work it out, time they'd have much more of on the surface. "Let's go, Kokoro. We're ready." Ace found himself lost in thought even when the spaceship shuddered and started to move. What was up with Sabo? Ever since they'd been collared, his brother had changed. He knew that Sabo wanted to be cautious and not make Smoker angry, but was it really necessary to snap at him? His chest tightened at the thought. He wasn't making things worse. "I'm trying to make sure Smoker knows he can't own us," Ace mused with a frown, "and, should the opportunity arise for us to make a run for it, we should. We don't speak their language, we can't fly their ships, and we've got collars that do who knows what. Right now, our best bet to survive is to do what Smoker wants. I know it SCKS, but he hasn't hurt us yet." Sabo's words repeated themselves over and over in his mind. Ace knew the other made some good points, but he wasn't willing to just give up and become an obedient dog. There had to be an option both of them could agree on. One that ultimately ended in their freedom. Ace was brought back to reality when Smoker strapped himself into a seat across from them and the ship really began to shake. A glance out of the window revealed they were exiting the station and slowly moving towards the nearby planet. Were they going to land on it? "Ace," Luffy whimpered, drawing his full attention, "will you hold my hand?" "Of course, Lou," he replied, covering the smaller appendage with his own still clammy one. Luffy's warmth helped to calm his nerves. He and Sabo would have plenty of time to talk things through once they were off this DMN ship. The boy hated avoiding issues, he'd much rather hash it out than have to deal with feelings of hurt for longer than necessary. Ace could feel Smoker's gaze on him and made a conscious effort to not look him in the eye. It was weird enough that the alien had tried to comfort him or whatever earlier. Honestly, he wasn't really sure what that was. But he'd seen no malice in the other's eyes, and, maybe, just maybe, the contact and sincerity made him feel a little better. Maybe. When they finally landed at Navarrone's port, Smoker decided right then and there that he would never use public transportation again. The only positive thing he had to say about their trip down was that they were alive. First pirates and now drunken gulls. Smoker thought with a huff, "This is why I have my own ship." "Nagagagaga, we're here," the old bag exclaimed while casually extinguishing a fire that had broken out on her dashboard. "Thanks for flying with us." Smoker didn't respond when she broke out into a chorus of hiccups. Yeah, they were lucky to be alive. Across from him, the humans were breathing heavily and looked absolutely terrified, poor things. Luffy's hand was crushed in Ace's and he was pretty sure the youngest had tears streaming down his face. "Good luck out there." "Thanks," he muttered, pushing up on his HRNSS to release it. "Ace, Sabo, that was scary." "Yeah, it really was." Luffy appeared to be voicing his fright to his companions but switched his attention to Smoker when he approached them. "Mr. S. Smokey, I don't want to do that again." "You okay, brats?" Smoker questioned, looking them over closely. It looked the oxygen had helped them stay conscious but their skin was pale and glistened with sweat. He wasted no time removing the masks and helping them down to the floor of the craft. Almost immediately, Luffy listed to one side and would have fallen over had he not caught him. My head feels funny," the boy whispered, reaching up to clutch at his head. Concerned, Smoker readjusted him in his left arm so he could use his right if he needed to steady the other two. Both Ace and Sabo looked a bit unsteady but had yet to actually collapse. "What's going on?" Ace asked a question, one that was obviously directed at his blonde companion. Sabo shrugged and gently pinched the bridge of his nose in discomfort. "I'm not sure, I feel lightheaded. Maybe it's the atmosphere? They'll be okay," Kokoro said, having taken notice of them. "Their bodies are probably in shock from the quick change in pressure and oxygen levels. Give them a few days and they'll be right as rain." "Right?" Smoker replied while inwardly making a note to take them straight to the nearest clinic for a checkup. He wasn't sure he trusted Kokoro's medical advice. Is my bike ready? Already sent it over to your new residence. Hope to see more of ya and your charges. Smoker just huffed in reply, though the new residence part did give him pause, more focused on collecting the remaining humans and his bag in his arms. He didn't want them to pass out on him. When he emerged from the spacecraft, it was to a large platform where quite a few other ships were coming and going. In the distance, he could make out a town and some green trees, which was promising. More than they'd had on G5 at least. Ah, you must be Chase. He looked up when an unfamiliar voice called to him. It was a tall male who had some thrall in him if the scattered brown scales and reptilian tail were any indication. His hair was an interesting shade of red and a bushy mustache stood out against his tan, almost sand-like skin. Just as Smoker was about to question who he was, he noticed the man's uniform, one that designated him a vice admiral. My name is Jonathan, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. His new CO exclaimed happily as he approached. Smoker nodded in response, unable to salute due to his human-filled arms. Thank you for the opportunity, sir, especially considering my situation. Oh, think nothing of it. Jonathan waved off, given your service record, I couldn't say no. Ah, these must be the little rascals in question. Smoker didn't move as the thrall smiled down at the boys, revealing razor-sharp teeth. They didn't react much, which was concerning. Luffy looked on the brink of unconsciousness. If it's all right, I'd like to take them to be evaluated. Smoker said, hefting them closer to his chest, I don't think they handled re-entry well. Of course. We have several clinics around Navarone, but the closest one is just a few blocks from here. Come, we can take the trolley. Smoker followed the Vice Admiral across the landing platform, out the main gate, and straight into town. Navarone appeared to be a bustling city built mainly out of brick and stone, a stark contrast to the fully metal stations he was used to. It was quaint if he had to pick a word. A quick glance beyond the horizon revealed mountainous terrain and lots of trees. The weather was temperate, not too hot or cold. Jonathan led him to a street corner where a few other citizens were waiting. Ah, Vice Admiral, wonderful weather we're having today, An old woman asked, giving the thrall a kind smile. Yes, indeed, quite lovely. A few minutes later, the trolley came around the bend. It looked to be mechanized to float slowly around town so its occupations could jump on and off at their leisure. Smoker followed Jonathan on board, ignoring the curious glances he, or rather, his humans, received. The trolley picked up speed when it made the next turn, leading Smoker to conclude that there were certain areas around town where it slowed down enough for safe boarding and exiting. This is our stop, Captain. Jonathan stated, deftly leaping off the trolley a few streets over. Smoker followed him, doing his best to keep the boys from jostling around too much. The clinic he'd brought them to was decorated subtlety, unlike the one he'd visited before, and was named Laboon and Friends. Crocus will take good care of your humans. When you're through, please join me, we have much to discuss. Smoker nodded and quickly entered the clinic, not wanting to keep his new supervisor waiting. A bell rang upon his entrance, altering the old Yazine reading a newspaper at the front desk to his arrival. What can I do for you? He asked, eyes immediately moving to the humans against his chest. They're dizzy and look sick. Smoker explained, getting straight to the point, our ferry pilot said it's just the atmosphere change but dash. I see. The Yazine interrupted, putting away his paper and standing to his feet, come this way and I'll take a look. Smoker followed the male into the first exam room where he gently laid Ace, Luffy, and Sabo down on the padded table. The veterinarian pulled on a pair of gloves before moving over to the boys. Was re-entry smooth? No. No, it wasn't. Holes in the ship? Probably. The Yazine hummed and began to gently press on Luffy's chest, making him cough lightly. Ace and Sabo barely reacted, which made Smoker's stomach tie itself into knots. He hated seeing them like this. What's with the bandages? They had an encounter with a freezer. Frostbite? The old man questioned as he delicately turned Ace's hand over in his. Yeah, it was treated right away though. As the veterinarian continued his exam, Smoker found that he appreciated his thoroughness. The Yazine performed a complete physical without even being asked. What's the prognosis? Smoker asked when the doctor removed his gloves and backed away to his desk. I'd say it's a mixture of things, mostly pressure sickness. Their bodies aren't reacting well to the sudden change and the thinner atmosphere certainly isn't helping. You get them from the dark planet? I did. He replied, watching the man carefully as he settled down into a rolling chair next to a holographic device that likely held medical records, picked them up during the invasion. Makes sense, given the timeline. He muttered to himself before typing something on his keyboard. Earth's air is much denser than ours, as I'm sure you noticed when you were there. They'll get used to it, but it'll take some time. For now, I'll give them a depressurization treatment and have M sleep off some of the fatigue. You ever visit a clinic before, Mr. Chase Smoker? And yes, I took them to Kamabaka Clinic in Libra Spaceport. The old man lowered his glasses and turned to stare at him. Smoker? Ah, you must be the new captain I've heard about. Welcome to G8. I'm Crocus, I run this place. Nice to meet you. He responded, shaking the other's hand. The boys are Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Yeah, I noticed. Crocus said, turning back to his computer. Their information is registered in the medical record, probably from your last visit. They're up to date on their shots. Good, good. Once he was done updating whatever needed to be updated, Crocus asked for Smoker's help in moving the boys over to the next room, where their treatment would take place. Apparently, he normally had an assistant, but they were out for the day. At the older man's instruction, he returned the boys' leads into their collars. I imagine you'll be seeing a lot more humans in not too long. Smoker asked, probing for information as they laid the mildly confused, but very weak, humans down on a circular bed. Would Crocus have the same reaction the Gulls did in Libra? Ah, you mean that nasty, altering business the Celestials came up with? Crocus replied as he pressed some buttons on the side of the bed. Doesn't sit well with me personally, but it's my job. I take it you aren't interested? No, they're fine just the way they are. As they should be. Crocus muttered before motioning for Smoker to stand back. The Yazine pressed another button on the bed and glass walls came up to form a sphere around the humans, encasing them completely. Ace immediately tried to sit up, eyes wide with fear. And here we go. Ace and Sabo jumped when a light-colored gas began to seep into their chamber. Luffy was too out of it to notice. Smoker felt his throat tighten at their terrified expressions. It's perfectly safe. Crocus explained, noticing his reaction. The gas will put them to sleep and then another one will be administered that will create a pressurized space. It'll start moderately high and slowly depressurize. In a few hours, they'll wake up feeling much better. They'll get oxygen too? Aye, and plenty of it. Don't worry, they're in good hands. Smoker nodded, watching the boys quickly succumb to the gas. Ace yawned and collapsed onto his side while Luffy fell asleep where he was, nestled in between the other two. Sabo gave in a few seconds before Ace and laid down prior to the gas fully taking effect. Seconds later, they were all peacefully snoozing away. You said a few hours, when should I come back? Come get them around 8 tonight. Crocus suggested, turning to look up at a clock on the wall. That was about 4 hours away. I imagine the treatment will be done by then. Thanks for your help. No problem. The Yazine waved him off. Now get, I bet Jonathan's dying to give you the grand tour of Navarone. Smoker nodded and with one last glance at the sleeping humans, he exited the clinic. How are they doing? Jonathan asked. The second Smoker emerged from the building. They're getting treated. He answered, shouldering his bag. After toting the humans around for so long, he felt like he was missing something when they weren't there. Your concern is appreciated. Well, no one wants to see little ones in pain. I'm glad they'll be all right. Jonathan replied cheerfully before motioning with his head towards a large building in the distance. Walk with me. The Vice Admiral led him down a few streets towards what could only be the main Alliance headquarters of Navarone. It was tall, rounded at the top, and surrounded by a metal wall lined with battlements. Even for a military base, it was an impressive fortress. Surprisingly, Jonathan stopped when they reached the edge of town, making no move to approach the building. There she is, the famed Navarone base. Our pride and joy, not that we get to utilize her defenses often. It's impressive. Smoker put in, unsure why they weren't going to his office or somewhere more official. The citizens appreciate its notoriety at least. If there's ever an issue, it's simple to send a platoon to resolve it, however. Jonathan huffed, what they don't appreciate is our military ways. Apparently, they'd rather not have armed soldiers march into their home and question them about law violations when all they really want is someone to get their cannon's head out of a drainage pipe. Smoker raised an eyebrow. Usually, on bases that were attached to cities or towns, there was a specific division that handled the citizens' issues as a way to keep the other soldiers' attention on more pressing matters. Did Navarone not have one? Needless to say, solving this issue has been high on my list for a while, and then Vice Admiral Virgo gave me a call. Jonathan continued, sending a smile Smoker's way. He wanted to see if I had a spot available for you, Captain Chase Smoker, a decorated soldier, loyal, brave, and true. He sighed, knowing where this was going. You want me to fix your problem? Exactly. Jonathan said with a cheery snap. Well, that and a few other things. First and foremost, I want you to be a liaison to the people of Navarone. Basically, it won't be much different from your old position on G5, simply provide security for our city. Catch thieves, arrest hooligans, help the occasional old lady cross the street. Sounds riveting. Smoker stated in a neutral tone. Yeah, this was definitely a demotion. Should he even bother reporting the incident with the Heart Pirates? Oh ho, don't think I'm done. Jonathan exclaimed with a wink, I'm not so stupid as to waste talent like yours. Tell me, Chase, does our city look safe to you? I suppose. Well, to an extent, it is. However, being located in the outer ring of the galaxy on top of being a port town with both space and ocean access, we get our fair share of criminals. Smoker straightened at that, motioning for the other to keep talking. Being in charge of security also means taking care of any pirates that come seeking to ship illegal goods or something more nefarious. What crews are most common? I see I have your attention. Jonathan teased before continuing, oh it depends, mostly unknown groups trying to get their feet under them, but we do get some big names occasionally, like the Whitebeards. Why, just last week, one of my men reported seeing a member of Big Mom's crew. At that, Smoker reached into his jacket and pulled out a cigar, lighting it right away. If Navarone was visited by big names like that, maybe this post wouldn't be quite so boring after all. I just need to make sure the boys don't get involved. He thought, thinking about how small and vulnerable they were. Smoker had promised himself that he'd give them a good and safe life, and he intended to keep that promise. Sounds dangerous. He replied, puffing out a ring of smoke, will it just be me and my crew? Most of the time, yes. Naturally, I'm giving you free reign of the city to keep the peace in whatever way you see fit. Smoker nodded, liking how that sounded. You may even utilize your personal vessel to travel into space should that be deemed necessary. I would, however, prefer you didn't leave the system without letting me know first and prioritize the safety of our citizens before anything else. Understood. Will I have any backup available to me? Should you need it, yes. All you have to do is call it in. Jonathan straightened out his coat. Your official title will be Head Security Officer. Any questions so far? No, sir. Good, then let's move on. At that, Jonathan led him out of town, down a cobblestone path. It was slightly inclined and looked to be headed down to the beach. Smoker had smelled the ocean when he first stepped out of Kokoro's ship and wondered just how far away it was from downtown. Apparently, within walking distance. When they turned a corner, Smoker's gaze was immediately drawn to the ocean that appeared beyond the cliff to his right. It was beautiful and accessible by a stone staircase built into the cliff. Ah, here we are. Smoker turned his head back to the left and stopped in confusion at what was located there. It was a house, a nice one. Built up onto a hill so it overlooked the beach, it looked fairly decent-sized, new, with dark blue reinforced planks decorating the outside. A chimney stood tall on the roof and a sturdy fence encircled the entire property. From the size of the property, it probably had a good-sized front and backyard, and direct beach access? Who was the lucky person who lived here? As they approached, a garage came into view, one that was located within the security of the fence. Inside, he noticed something familiar. Is that my bike? Yes, I asked Kokoro to go ahead and send it here. Jonathan responded casually. Your ship, however, is docked at our main base. Not enough room, you see. Smoker swallowed, eyes widening in shock as he processed everything the thrall just said. Wait, this is... Welcome to your new home, Captain. Jonathan said, motioning to the house with a dramatic wave of his hand. Smoker spluttered, unsure what to say. Of everything he was expecting, to get a house, was not one of them. I don't understand, I thought I would stay on base with my team. Besides, I can't afford something like this dash. Oh, you don't have to worry about rent or anything. Jonathan dismissed, consider it a gift. Well, to tell you the truth, I originally had it built to serve as incentive for someone to come fill the security position, but now you're here. So you should have it. I don't know what to say. Why don't I give you a tour, Maybe by the end, your shock will lessen. The Vice Admiral joked, laughing as he led Smoker up the steps and to the gate. It was currently open and revealed a nice, grass-filled front yard. I should warn you, it doesn't come fully furnished, but your lovely second-in-command, Tashiji, and I have been working on that since she arrived. Smoker nodded absent-mindedly, still trying to take it all in. When they entered the house itself, they were met with the sound of voices and grunts of exertion. Wait, no, I think it should go over, Smo-yen. He scowled on instinct, knowing immediately who had spoken. Currently, his meager crew was attempting to move a sofa but stopped the second they noticed him. When did you arrive? How was your trip? Your house is awesome, Smo-yen. You gotta throw parties or something. What are you idiots doing? He questioned, making them put the couch down at a somewhat awkward angle. Bakizo chuckled sheepishly before replying. Decorating your house, sir. I can see that. With whose money? Ah, most of these are housewarming presents. Jonathan clarified from where he stood next to him, can't live in an empty house after all. My lovely wife Jessica picked them out. Smoker stood dumbfounded as his crew went back to moving furniture. A scan of the main area revealed an entryway with a skylight, a dining room directly to the left of the door and a really nice kitchen to his right. Beyond the dining room was a door that looked like it led to a bedroom, while directly in front of him was the living room, complete with sliding glass doors that led outside, and a fireplace. To the right, just beyond the kitchen, was another door that most likely led to another bedroom. You can access the loft by going up those stairs. Jonathan explained, pointing at the staircase located in the living room, along the leftmost wall. A glance up revealed railing that would allow someone to look down on the entryway from the second floor. Ah, excuse me, Smoyen. Pike said, when he re-entered the building, carrying one end of something. Bomba held the other end. Smoker moved out of their way and his eyes widened when he recognized what they were holding. It was part of a bed, one that was too small for him. Your humans will need them, yes? Jonathan whispered with a wink, prompting. A nod from Smoker. Honestly, he'd been expecting to make do with whatever the base had to offer, but now, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy would have their own space. Their own beds. Suddenly, being transferred was worth it. Sir, you're here. A female voice chirped, I would have met you at the port if I'd known. Tashigi. Smoker greeted, turning around. The young Lalfia, who was dressed casually, he noted, smiled at him while an unfamiliar female thrall stood idly at her side. They both carried shopping bags in both arms. Ah, my lovely Jessica. How did shopping go? Pretty well. I think we've got enough food to last them a week. So, this is Jonathan's wife. Smoker mused, looking the blonde female over. She was quite tall and wore what appeared to be a chef's uniform. Perhaps she also worked at the base? Based on the lack of a snout, on both of them, Jonathan and Jessica were mixed race, just like him. Wait, they bought him food? Where are the humans? Tashigi asked while Jessica moved to put the food away. I thought they'd be with you. It was clear she, and the men, were excited about meeting them in person. They're being treated for pressure sickness at a clinic in town. He explained, drawing a gasp out of his entire crew. I'll go pick them up later tonight. Oh no. Are they okay? Should I go buy medicine? Tashigi. Smoker interrupted, they'll be fine. She exhaled sharply, bringing a hand up to her chest in relief. Thank goodness. A few hours later, Smoker wandered the halls of his new residence, enjoying the temporary silence. His men had finished moving in the furniture Jonathan and his wife provided, which admittedly was just the essentials: a couch for the living room, a wooden table with 4 chairs, a king-size bed for Smoker, and 3 twins for the boys. Thinking about the humans, he walked into their new bedroom. Still need to get them some lamps, bedside tables, a dresser too. Smoker mused as he ran a hand over the footboard of the nearest bed. A house. He officially owned a house, something he'd never done before. Honestly, he wasn't sure what to think. At least the boys will have a safe place to live. Moving back to the kitchen, he looked over the paperwork left on the counter for him to sign, documents that finalized his ownership of both of the home and property around it. With a huff, he initialized every page, wanting to get some other things done before he had to pick up the humans in approximately an hour and a half. Done? Jonathan asked when Smoker exited the home, papers in hand. Yeah. He replied while handing them over, thanks, for all this. The thrall chuckled. Think nothing of it. Though, to be honest with you, I wasn't planning on giving this place to you, not until I found out why Virgo dismissed you. Smoker crossed his arms and leaned against the siding while Jonathan continued, 3 human nestlings, I imagine you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. That's for sure. Smoker snorted, picturing the rambunctious kids in his head. Your men appear to have retired for the night, but Tashigi and Jessica intend to help you do some more shopping, or so I'm told. Jonathan teased, sending a wink his way, I think I'll leave you to it. He nodded, only to look up when the Vice Admiral stopped and turned around, like he'd forgotten something. Oh, right, one more thing. Don't feel obligated to start right away. When children are involved, I understand you'll likely need time to get them situated. Once you're ready, let me know. I will. He said, prompting the other to grin and begin to make his way up the hill. Now I just need to meet with Tashigi. Smoker thought, looking beyond Jonathan and towards town, where did she say to meet her? Over here. Tashigi called when Smoker finally located the store that had been designated as their first stop. Jessica stood beside her, looking pleased with herself. Why are we here? He asked, looking into the general store's windows with apprehension. In his mind, it was much too large. How were you supposed to find what you needed? First, we need to purchase some other furniture pieces. Jessica began, pulling out a list. Why did she have a list of things for him? Tashigi and I will handle that so they match what I already picked out. You, Captain, need to get everything I've written here. Smoker raised an eyebrow as he accepted the slip of paper. On it was a numbered list that mostly consisted of clothing items and toys for the boys along with sheets and comforters for their beds. Of course, should you see anything else you want for them, or yourself, feel free to purchase it, it's your money after all. Right? Smoker replied slowly, mentally thinking how much he had saved up. I should have enough to get the boys everything they need. He thought, absent-mindedly following the females into the store. While he often traveled light, he had everything he needed in his bag. The humans, however, had nothing except for what was on their backs, or heads, in Luffy's case. Well, let's get this over with. If it was for Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, he'd brave a massive general store. That put him very much out of his comfort zone. He didn't do shopping. Thanks to the assistance of a young employee, since he was left alone, abandoned by his female companions who went to a different section, Smoker left the store with arms full of bags. He'd also ordered some things that would be delivered to his house as soon as possible, according to the worker. Recalling what he knew about the boys, he'd tried to get them clothes that would 1, fit, and 2, be to their liking. Of course, he wouldn't know if they really liked them until they actually saw them. For bedding, he decided to get them all different colors, mostly because there was a set that came as a 3-in-1. The first was red, second orange, and third blue, all with matching pillowcases, and pillows, of course. Thank goodness they came with pillows. The bag they came in claimed they were comfortable and breathable, plus they were on sale. Smoker couldn't resist. Finally, he'd picked up some toys he hoped the boys would enjoy. Though they'd only known each other for about a week, Smoker did his best to choose appropriate items. For Luffy, he bought a stuffed bear that felt soft to the touch. To Smoker, it looked to be modeled after the four-armed creatures that roamed forests across the galaxy, though the toy was much cuter than they actually were. He also purchased, at the store worker's suggestion, a ball that lit up, some coloring books, and a train set that would move through the air when activated. Sabo was actually easier to buy for than his youngest companion due to his more advanced interests. Recalling what he'd enjoyed on the train, Smoker purchased a few spherical puzzles, a marble maze the boy would have to put together himself, and book about spacecraft, complete with large, detailed pictures. Ace was the more difficult by far. The only thing he was sure the kid enjoyed was Sora, Warrior of the Sea. So, Smoker ended up buying him a few action figures from the show, a ball similar to Luffy's but more durable, and without lights, and a blanket that looked, well, cozy. By the time he got to Ace, Smoker was quickly running out of ideas. A glance at the park clock revealed he didn't have much time to get the stuff back to his new place. It was almost 8 o'clock. Did you have any success, sir? Tashigi asked as she exited the store, arms also laden with bags. I guess. What about you two? I believe your new house will look like a real home when we're through. Jessica exclaimed, smirking at him. In fact, we should head there now and start unpacking. Lead the way? Smoker huffed and started back towards the beach at a swift pace. He didn't want the boys to wake up in an unfamiliar place without him. When Sabo opened his eyes, a film of exhaustion refused to dissipate for a few seconds, coaxing a groan from his dry throat. As he regained his bearings, he tried to remember what happened after they'd landed on the planet. What? Sabo turned slightly and noticed that Ace was also stirring on the other side of the strangely circular bed. The pad they were on was very soft and made him want to fall back asleep. Ace, you okay? Sabo managed while pushing himself up into a seated position. Between them, Luffy's eyelids twitched, indicating he was close to waking up as well. Yeah, I think so. His freckled brother replied, wiping sleep from his eyes rather violently. When Sabo met Ace's gaze again, the latter looked down and away with a frown, no doubt recalling what happened up in space. He felt bad about snapping at Ace, but it was also important they be careful. Hopefully they'd have a chance to talk alone soon. Well, look who's awake. An unfamiliar voice said, making Sabo jump in surprise. Outside the glass container thing they were currently trapped in was an unfamiliar alien. He was sitting in a chair not far from their new prison reading what looked like a newspaper. The captain should be back any minute. While Ace helped Luffy sit up, once the little boy was slightly more awake, Sabo scanned the room. He vaguely recalled being brought into a building, but why? I remember feeling lightheaded. Sabo thought, swallowing hard when he realized one crucial fact: Smoker was nowhere to be seen. Had he finally had enough of them? Was the newspaper guy their new owner? He'd warned Ace and now. Hey, my head doesn't feel funny anymore. Luffy chirped, pulling on Sabo's oversized shirt to get his attention. Why yeah, you're right, he responded, doing his best to keep his voice from shaking. If Smoker had left them there, what would happen to them? Were they going to be sold or eaten or? Sorry I'm late. A deep, familiar voice echoed through the room, prompting Sabo to crawl forward in anticipation. Had to drop some things off. How are they? Sabo almost sobbed in relief when Smoker walked through the door. He wasn't getting rid of them after all? He could feel Ace's concerned stare boring into his back, but he ignored it. All that mattered was that they weren't being thrown away. The treatment did its job. Their vitals are good, though the blonde one seems a bit stressed. The new alien said something to Smoker while standing to his feet and walking up to the glass that surrounded them. For the next week or so, make sure they get lots of rest and avoid anything that's highly physical until they're fully adjusted. Right, thanks for your help. When the glass was removed, Sabo instinctively took a deep breath of fresh air and Luffy stumbled forward to give Smoker a floppy hug. Hi, Mr. Smokey. Guess what? My head is back to normal. Hey brat, glad you seem to be feeling better. The alien muttered, moving a hand to Luffy's back to steady him. Sabo stood up, followed closely by Ace as they warily watched Smoker pluck their baby brother off the pad and put him on the floor. Come on, Ace, Sabo, your turn. At their names, Sabo immediately reached back and grabbed Ace's wrist, intending to drag him forward. His brother, however, quickly tore his limb from his grasp, a scowl on his face. Ace, come on. He hissed, looking up at Smoker nervously. He's gonna get mad. I can walk on my own. Ace muttered, pushing his way past Sabo to stand at the edge of the bed thing with his arms crossed. Smoker simply raised an eyebrow. I see you two are still fighting. The large alien had Ace join Luffy on the floor. The boy was currently running around the room trying to open every cupboard he saw. The other alien watched them closely, corralling the youngest away from his chair. Your brats sure have a lot of energy. You're telling me. Smoker murmured something before placing Sabo down with his brothers. We may be coming back on occasion. I'll be here. With a nod to the Dr. Alien, or at least, that's what Sabo figured he was, Smoker led them out of the room and into what had to be the lobby of the building. It was nice, actually, and had pictures of really cool alien whale creatures on the walls. Luffy let out a sound of excitement and trotted up to the floor-length window beside the door, pressing his face to it. Ace, Sabo, look. It's an alien town. I see that. Ace said, pulling up his two big shorts as he walked over to join Luffy. Kind of freaky, huh? I think they're cool. The little boy gasped and bounced up onto the ball of his feet. Ace, look, that guy looks like an octopus. How much do I owe you? Nothing for the first visit, company policy. Sabo straightened nervously when the older alien glanced around Smoker to stare at his brothers. Good luck. From what I can tell, they're going to be a handful. So I've noticed. Smoker huffed and turned back towards them. Come on brats, time to see your new home. Sabo made sure to stick close to Smoker as they made their way through the streets of the city. Actually, just like the planet itself, the town reminded him of places he'd seen on Earth, except the people were all aliens and stuff. The two suns are also new, he mused, glancing up at the sunset that painted the sky with beautiful colors. For whatever reason, Smoker hadn't deemed it necessary to use their leashes, but did keep a close eye on them. When Luffy bounded a little too far ahead, the alien scooped him up and placed him on his shoulder, which the little boy loved. Ace, for his part, walked in silence, gray eyes always scanning for danger. Sabo knew his brother was taking in all the new sights and wouldn't run when Luffy was in Smoker's hands. He hated that the other was still annoyed with him. Maybe now was a good time to say something? Ace? He whispered, wringing his hands together in front of him. What? Ace answered in a low tone, sharp gaze moving from the street lamp he was examining to Sabo. I just wanted to say, Sabo sighed, frustrated with himself. I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier today. It's just that dash. You don't have to say it, Bo. Ace replied, eyes softening slightly. I know you're just looking out for us. So, you're not mad anymore? His brother huffed and lifted a bandaged hand to scratch at his hair. I don't know. The way you've been acting, I don't like it. Ace snapped his fiery gaze up to Smoker, who was busy keeping Lou was throwing himself at the window of a sweets shop. We're not dogs, Bo, so we shouldn't have to act like one. But, what if we push him too far? Sabo stuttered as they turned yet another corner. What if he gets rid of us? Ace, you know what that would mean. I know, but I'm not going to worry about it. Sabo looked up in surprise. We've always faced everything together, this is no different. Besides Dash. Ace smirked up at Luffy, who giggled as he bunched Smoker's white hair into his tiny fists. Our baby brother already has the BSTRD wrapped around his little finger. Sabo couldn't help but chuckle at that, enjoying the expression on Smoker's face. Luffy was like a bright storm of innocence and sunshine that not many could resist, including their abductor apparently. When they stopped laughing, Ace sidled over to him and, with a red face, leaned in for an awkward walking hug. Though it wasn't known to most, Ace actually enjoyed physical affection almost as much as Luffy, at least with those he trusted. Sabo accepted him easily and smiled softly. "Does this mean I'm forgiven?" "MHM." Ace affirmed, detaching quickly before Smoker noticed. Sabo was pleased, however, that he didn't go far. After a few more minutes of walking, the brothers were all starting to get tired, which was odd considering they'd just awoken. Even Luffy drooped slightly against Smoker's head, yawning cutely. "We're almost there," Smoker whispered, leading them out of town and down a less developed path. Eventually, the path opened up, revealing a house on their left and, was that? "Whoa!" Ace muttered, staring out at the ocean with wide eyes. Luffy, who'd been one step away from falling asleep, was instantly more awake at the startling sight. "It's the ocean. Look, look!" he chirped, pulling on Smoker's pointed ear as he pointed. "Yeah, I see it, brat. You can check it out another time." Smoker turned them away from the water and towards the house, which Sabo figured was where they'd be staying, hopefully for more than one night. All of them were tired of traveling so much. When Sabo noticed the door was cracked open and the lights were on inside, he fell back a little, unsure what they were walking into. Thankfully, Ace was at his side, giving him a reassuring glance. "We'll face it together." When they stepped over the threshold, Sabo looked around with big eyes, trying to take it all in at once. It was a nice house, but there wasn't much inside except for a few pieces of furniture. On top of that, a bunch of boxes and bags that were still full of stuff littered the floor. "Like he's moving in?" Sabo mused, suddenly really confused. Was this not his home planet like they'd assumed? A high-pitched squeal startled him out of his thoughts and sent him, and Ace, scrambling behind Smoker's leg. "Oh. My. Goodness. Look at them, they're so precious. Tashigi, quiet down, you're scaring them." Sabo did his best to calm his breathing as he looked at the two unfamiliar aliens standing in what could only be the living room. One was a blue lady like the nurse they'd encountered before and the other had scales. "Who are they?" his freckled brother asked quietly, glancing up to check on Luffy as he spoke. Following his brother's gaze, Sabo noted that the little boy had also been surprised by the female aliens and slid down into Smoker's protective embrace, eyes wide as he clung to his shirt. Maybe his, wives?" Ace gave him a questioning look, to which he just shrugged. "I don't know, they're aliens. That could be a normal thing." Smoker knelt down and detached Luffy from his shirt before gently urging them forward. They clumped together as the two females smiled down at them. "This is Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, my wards." Smoker said their names, probably introducing them, and put a hand on each of their heads as he did so. Ace snapped at his fingers, but missed, prompting a chuckle from the scaly lady. He then pointed at the blue one. "Tashigi. Tashigi." Sabo gulped, understanding that that must be her name. "Titash-igi?" he repeated quietly, earning a reinforcing nod from Smoker. "Tashigi." The alien then moved on to the one with scales. "Jessica." Sabo blinked, surprised at how human that name was. "Jessica?" Luffy said, tilting his head. "I think Shiggy is more alien-sounding, right Sabo? That's Tashigi Lu. Not Shiggy. Right, that's what I said. What are they talking about? Hell if I know." Smoker said to the aliens as he stood to his feet. "You got me a rug?" "Yeah, can't have little ones rolling around on hard floor. We also set up some nightstands and lamps in their room. Yours is still disassembled, figured you could do that yourself when you find the time. Thanks, I guess." While the aliens talked, Sabo and his brothers curiously looked inside some of the boxes that were nearby. Some held pillows while others held placemats maybe? It was alien stuff, so he couldn't be sure. The way they live isn't that dissimilar for us. Sabo thought as he glanced into the kitchen, I wonder if there's a reason for that. Well, we'll leave you to it. Jessica suddenly stepped forward, making the brothers flinch. I imagine they're exhausted and you still have a lot of unpacking to do. You have my husband's contact information? Yeah. Good. The brothers scooted underneath the safety of the bar while the two females walked by, each sending them friendly smiles. Have a good night, Captain. Just like that, they were gone, leaving them alone with Smoker. You think they're divorced? Ace whispered, eyeing the alien as he stepped around open boxes, grumbling under his breath. Sabo just shrugged, unsure what to make of Smoker's female company. Now that there were no more strangers around, Luffy began to venture out and explore. His first stop, the fluffy rug set between the corner sofa and the fireplace. He knelt down and touched it curiously, breaking out into a bright grin seconds later. It's so soft. While their baby brother rolled around on the rug, Sabo decided to look in the kitchen. He eyed Smoker to see if he looked unhappy with their exploration, and when he deemed it okay, went straight to the lower cabinets. There wasn't much and most of the cutlery looked brand new. He really is still moving in. Find anything? Ace asked when Sabo returned to the living room. The freckled boy was seated with his legs crossed as he watched Luffy play around. No, not really, but I think this place is just as new to Smoker as it is to us. Ace, Sabo, Luffy. They all looked up when the alien called their names. You three hungry? None of them moved for a moment, unsure what he wanted, until he held out what looked, and smelled, like food. Luffy was bouncing across the house seconds later, obviously excited about eating the delicious alien snack. Don't choke. Smoker said as Luffy began to scarf down whatever was in the cup, plopping down onto his bottom as he did so. Sabo examined the food when he was given his own container, noting how it resembled microwavable meals back home. It was just a cup of something warm. It does smell good, he mused, taking a cautious bite. His stomach was still in knots from the crazy day they'd had, so he wasn't super hungry, but he also didn't want to anger Smoker by not eating something he'd prepared for them. It tastes like oatmeal, Ace noted before taking another small bite. Sabo could tell the other also didn't really feel like eating but took a few bites, nonetheless. Kind of like that stuff he gave us when he first, We'll have to work on improving your diet. Smoker didn't seem displeased when he spoke, but he also didn't appear particularly happy either. Honestly, it was hard to tell with only body language to go on. About 10 minutes later, the alien took their containers back and ushered them into the room on the right. When they stepped inside, Sabo's jaw hit the floor. Is this for us? Ace muttered, eyes wide as saucers. Inside the room were 3 beds, all lined up along the opposite wall. 2 nightstands framed the center bed and had lamps resting on top of them. Though there were many boxes in this room as well, it was definitely the most finished. He'd even hung long curtains on the window that looked out into what Sabo assumed was the backyard. Oh, I want the red one. Luffy chirped excitedly, rushing forward to pull himself up onto the bed closest to the window. Sabo swallowed and took a few timid steps into what was obviously their bedroom, eyeing the bed with a blue comforter. It was closest to what he identified as a connected bathroom. Ace sent him a look of disbelief as he approached the center bed, a bright orange comforter covering what was no doubt a soft mattress. I wasn't sure what you brats liked, so I pretty much winged it. Oh, looks like they got the dresser put together. Smoker rambled on in his strange language while moving to examine the dresser set up across from the beds. You 3 are probably tired, so let's get some of your new clothes out. We also need to change your bandages, maybe take a bath. The alien sighed and ran a clawed hand through his hair. Yeah, this is going to be an adjustment. A few minutes later, the brothers were in the bathtub, warming their sore muscles. While Ace held Luffy steady, Sabo peeked out through the open door and watched Smoker close the curtains before moving to rummage through some packages placed near the dresser. This is crazy. Ace muttered as he lathered one of Lou's hands with nice-smelling soap, prompting the kid to blink up at him with those big, brown eyes. What's crazy? Everything about our situation, Lou. The elder loosely explained, dipping the child's limb back into the water. Why would he, Bo, what do you think? I'm not sure. Sabo admitted, still watching Smoker in the other room. I mean, we're his, and yet it's clear he bought this stuff for us. It's confusing. Ace clicked his tongue. Understatement of the year. When Smoker re-entered the bathroom, they stopped talking to focus their attention on the large alien making himself comfortable on the tile. Even sitting, he towered over them. Luffy, the sweet fool, wasted no time flashing their abductor a bright smile. What does he want? Ace whispered when Smoker said nothing and just stared down at them with a strange expression. Sabo was too nervous to answer and stared down at his hands, worried they'd done something wrong. You 3 did well today. Behaved, for the most part. So, I think you've earned this. Ace cried out in fright when Smoker wrapped his hands around his neck, making Sabo gasp. What was he? A click echoed through the bathroom as Ace's collar was removed. They all just stared at him with wide eyes, the freckled boy reaching up to his now bare neck cautiously. So shocked, Sabo barely reacted when his was also taken off. There. Smoker muttered once Luffy's was removed, wearing these all the time can't be good for your skin. Besides, there's nothing in the rules that says anything about you wearing these on private property. Finish up, brats. Then it's bedtime. With those words, that none of them could understand, Smoker walked out of the bathroom again, leaving them in stunned silence. Except for Luffy of course, who continued to play with the bubbles left behind by the soap. Their collars, that Sabo had expected to never be removed, were gone. Why? This just keeps getting more and more confusing. Once they were clean and rebandaged, Smoker gave them new pajamas that actually fit. It was a nice change from the baggy, and sort of smelly, clothes they'd been given after the freezer incident. Sabo pulled at his black shirt and looked his brothers over. Luffy now wore bright blue pajama pants that looked to have colorful seashells patterned all over them. His shirt was white, a stark contrast to Sabo's, though his pants were blue and had spaceships on them? Honestly, he wasn't really sure. Ace's pants were solid red while his shirt, a simple gray color, had a robot on it. Following Smoker's urging, they all climbed into their new beds. It was, as Sabo had expected, very comfortable. I guess, sleep well? I'll be across the dash. Smoker paused. You know what, never mind. You're smart kids, if you need something, you'll know where I am. With that, the alien left, dimming the lights on his way out. Sabo clutched at the comforter as he sat against the headboard, trying to process everything that had happened in the past hour or so. Their abductor was treating them much better than he'd expected. And to remove their collars? His eyes scanned the dresser until they fell upon the objects in question. Smoker hadn't gotten rid of them, which probably meant they'd have to wear them again, but still. Shishishi. Luffy giggled, falling back onto his new bed with a cheerful grin. Nah, Ace, Sabo. Is this what being adopted feels like? Both boys froze at the younger's question. Ace pressed his lips together and motioned with his head for Sabo to say something to him. Meanwhile, Sabo racked his brain, trying to come up with something appropriate to say to Luffy. Maybe? It's hard to say, Lou, but we're all tired, so why don't we get some sleep? I bet Smoker will have some delicious breakfast for us in the morning. Thankfully, that was enough to send the little boy diving into his pillow with an adorable good night to each of them. He was asleep in seconds. Ace sighed, brow furrowing deeply. What are we going to do, Bo? It's clear to me now that we won't be able to escape anytime soon, even free of the collars. We can't go anywhere, and now Lou dash. I know, Sabo whispered in response, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything. Listen, I may have a plan, of sorts. It's long-term, though. Ace turned towards him, letting him know that he had his full attention. If we can learn their language, that would open up a lot of possibilities. Sabo swallowed hard before continuing. We could read manuals, learn how to fly a ship even. Sabo, that could take years. Like I said, long-term. Without information and knowledge, we can't even fathom leaving this planet without Smoker's help. In the meantime, we've got to live day by day and, above all, keep Luffy safe. Agreed. Ace nodded. Agreed. With that, they turned out the lamps, like Smoker had shown them, and nuzzled down into their blankets. If they played their cards right, in a few years, the aliens wouldn't know what hit them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the galaxy, a tall man exited the examination room of his ship, gloved hands covered in the blood of his latest subject. Unfortunately, it hadn't gone as well as he'd hoped. Captain? How did it go? An enthusiastic crew member asked, coaxing a sigh from the man. Mr. Disco didn't know as much as I'd hoped. DMN, sorry Captain. Nothing to be done about it now. What should we do with the body? Jettison it. He ordered as he disposed of his gloves and began to wash his hands diligently. Let him rot in space with the rest of the trash. Penguin saluted and entered the room he'd just exited, no doubt following his orders to the letter. As his crew always did. The man walked through the metal craft until he reached the captain's quarters. The room wasn't terribly large but did afford him some privacy when he needed it, which was often. Closing the heavy door, he moved to his vanity and stared at himself in the mirror. As usual, dark circles stood out under his eyes and his hair was a mess. Hopefully he hadn't gotten any blood splatters on his shirt, it was one of his favorites. Captain? A voice called from beyond the door, followed by a knock. The man sighed. So much for his alone time. Come in, Gene. The large creature entered as soon as he was allowed, forced a duck to fit through the door. Gene Bart was his newest crew member, having pledged his loyalty after being freed from a particularly devilish noble who intended to keep him as his pet. Like the humans, the Ukril were no longer seen as sentient beings, and had been enslaved for many years now. All it took was one word from the Celestials, and their rights were stripped away. Did you need something? He asked, brushing his hair back from his face with his fingers. The large Ukril settled himself down and looked him over. Just checking on you, sir. Right? Well, actually, Gene continued, I was wondering why you let them go, the human younglings, that is. It surprised all of us, they're your people. Ah, the children. He thought, picturing their terrified faces in his head. To be honest, it had been a long time since he'd seen other humans, or rather, unaltered humans. Most he saw were deformed, like him. Turning back to stare at his reflection, Trafalgar Law grit his teeth. It was difficult to even call himself human after what that BSTRD did to him. His former master, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Taken from Earth at a young age, Law had been altered to fit his master's preferences long before the Celestials were interested. Apparently, he'd been trying to create the perfect pet for a long time, and Law became his ultimate creation, a fighter with the blood of a Strux running through his veins. The Strux went extinct eons ago, but somehow the monster got his hands on some of their DNA. Law was his first success. Now, he could barely stomach looking at himself in the mirror. His previously silver eyes now glowed an unnerving gold, shaped by the rounded horns that protruded from either side of his head. Tough black skin and scales reminiscent of a reptile covered his body, and he didn't even want to be reminded of the DMN tail, an annoying addition that betrayed his emotions every chance it got. To another human, he would likely appear to resemble a demon, and that's exactly how he felt. Law could now kill with ease he'd never desired, and live centuries past when he should have died. "Do you think we should have taken them?" he asked, curious his crew members' interest in the kids. "It's just, you've never hesitated before." It was true, Law made a habit of freeing humans when given the opportunity, especially now that they'd invaded Earth. Which begged the question, why had he left them? "I suppose I didn't see a need to," Law answered, thinking back to their encounter. 3 children, no doubt taken directly from Earth only days before, on board a train against their will. He'd known the wild dog was there, of course, but he'd never expected to find humans that belonged to him. Chase Smoker was an interesting soldier he'd encountered before. Unlike most Alliance officers, he was honorable and always looked out for the needs of the people. He'd considered taking them, of course, but when the youngest had called out for the very one who'd likely kidnapped him, Law paused. The cry was genuine and one of trust. Plus, the fact that they hadn't been altered when they wore collars spoke to Smoker's character. Right then and there, Law decided he'd leave them. Because of Captain Smoker? Yes. Law admitted, moving to sit on his bed. "I imagine they're better off with him than they would be at any convent we'd drop them off at. Doesn't mean we won't see them again." "Sir?" Jean questioned, raising an eyebrow at his comment. Law just smirked and waved for him to let himself out. "Good night, Jean." "Good night, Captain." When the door to his cabin closed, Law collapsed onto his bed and stared at the ceiling, thoughts now consumed with the 3 boys he'd left behind. Digging into his pocket, he pulled out the small device he'd used to take a picture of them. A click later, and their faces were displayed on the ceiling. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. He muttered, memorizing their small, round faces. They were his ticket to Smoker, the soldier who had worked at one of Doflamingo's main production plants and never even realized it. The captain was honorable and loyal to the law. If he found out about the illegal operation happening on G5, hopefully he'd ally with Law to rid the galaxy of it. However, he wasn't stupid enough to contact the soldier who hated pirates without sufficient evidence. Though, it could be fun to mess with him. What would he do if his precious humans were stolen by a vicious pirate? Law thought, a wistful grin appearing on his face. The humans would never be in any danger, of course, but it would definitely be entertaining to watch Smoker squirm. Turning the device off and placing it on a nearby table, Law settled down to sleep, thoughts of Earth and future plans swirling in his brain. Oh yes, he couldn't wait to see Captain Smoker again.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.